Welcome everybody to Rivals first annual Christmas Clash. We are excited. My name
Yes,
is
sir.
Righteous. I'm joined by CB the Barbarian himself. CB, how you doing today this Saturday?
Oh, I'm feeling good. Excited for what we have planned today.
Should be a treat. So we obviously are decked out in our Christmas attire. We are ready, full of festive cheer. We have four teams that will be competing in our one-day event today. You want to talk a little bit about the format we got going, CB?
Yeah, so four teams. We had five. We figured four was a little bit better of a format. So we are going to do a four-team bracket, best of three, hard fearless. We're gonna roll for random opponents round
Mm-hmm.
one. We will be streaming, of course, one of those games. And what else we got? We're gonna kick every game off with a 1v1, so teams can kind of pick whoever they want to send into that 1v1, and that will be for side selection game one. What else am I missing? That's super pertinent.
I think that's it. Best of three. Game one is selected by the winner of the 1v1 game one side. And then after that, whoever loses the games will get side selection in the subsequent game. So, do you want to talk a little bit about our four teams and then get into the rolling of the matchups to give them enough time to do some pregame scouting?
Yes, let's kick it off with Don't Tilt Top. Uh, One of our four teams, a little bit of a some people know each other, some people don't, and I apologize. I did not stop it.
That's okay. Groovy Sock Wolves is next.
Yeah,
Groovy Sock Wolves is a team that
it's going. It's going.
it's going. Is a team that I think competes in a couple amateur leagues. We cooked up a quick little logo for them, so hopefully they enjoy it. And then I think Soul and Nine, kind of like the two players I'm looking forward to seeing compete the most in the middle and the bottom lane. So we'll have to see if they can make it to a stream game.
Next, we have Optimal Esports Vanguard, who I believe is a team that's played together before,
Mm-hmm.
uh, from an organization that we do recognize. So one of maybe Grippy Soccer Wolves is part of a team or some teammates from some teams. But Optimal Esports is should be the team that has the most overall chemistry. So we'll see if that helps them out today.
We will have to see. And then last but not least, Hoodie Hoodie Esports, a couple of players that we know intermingled with some new faces, some free agents that were interested in doing the Christmas Clash. Those being Ferdy and Triumphant, bot lane duo that joined up with iGank and Nucleus, and then Vigar Feed could be slotting in on the top side. Not a role that they typically play, but they were excited to come out, and we appreciate them filling that spot in.
Yes, sir. So that was a quick rundown of the teams. Yes, there are a couple teams do have subs on the roster. I believe at least one team is going to use a sub game one, but we can uh, touch on that a little bit later. So, but yeah, those are the rostered starters.
So should we get into the Wheel of Wonder that will decide our semifinals matchups?
Yeah, so let's send it back over here to us. And yeah, so to decide the first round matchups, figured it'd be what better way to be fair about it than a little wheel action.
A little randomized wheel. So we got the Christmas colors and the rivals colors. Gonna be spinning for so the first spin will go for the matchup, we'll call it matchup A, and then on the opposite side of the bracket will be the second spin. So those teams won't be meeting each other unless they both win and go to finals. And then we'll go from there.
Yep, so we shall see. And the first team drawn on the Wheel of Fortune, Wheel of Death, who knows?
Wheel of Wonder sounds a little bit more PG. Just
Okay. Wheel of Christmas.
Wheel of Christmas.
So,
Grippy Sock
so they
Wolves.
will be in game A, game 1, whatever you want to call it. And the next team who will not be their opponent, but will be the first team in game B, is going to be Don't Tilt Top.
Don't tilt top.
They will not be playing each other. So Don't Tilt Top will be in game B. Grippy Sock Wolves will be in game A.
Next roll will decide Grippy Sock Wolves' opponent for the semifinal matchup.
Hoodie it is.
Hey, Hoodie Esports. So that means, last but not least, our friends
Who's
over at Optimal.
who's it gonna be?
Yeah, who's it gonna be?
So Optimal will play Don't Tilt
Don't
Top.
tilt top. Don't tilt top will be the matchup. That will also be the matchup we are streaming. Um, we had another caster lined up for the opposite side of the bracket. Unfortunately, he's not feeling too well today, so won't be able to stream that. So if you would like your game to be streamed guaranteed, and you're on that side, just win. That's all you gotta do.
All you gotta do is win, because finals will of course be streamed, and we can only stream one of the semifinals games. So,
Just kind of how it is.
so let me um,
Update the
update
bracket
the
here.
bracket real quick. You have any thoughts on which of our
matchup?
4 teams? No. More importantly,
Oh.
which of the 4 teams have the best logo?
The best logo. I think the most professional one has to go to Optimal. Um, Everything else was kind of drawn up by yours truly. Don't Tilt Top, a little inside joke there. Grippy Sock Wolves was pretty good. I think Hoodie is probably the best though
Okay.
of the remaining three there.
So because I have a terrible memory, our first game is
So the game that's going to be streamed is Optimal Esports Vanguard versus Don't Tilt Top.
perfect.
And on the opposite side of the bracket, it's going to be Grippy Sock Wolves and Hoodie Esports.
Perfect.
I'm going to pull up a bracket for you all. But for those of you participating, you know your matchups if you're watching. If not, we got to update the little sheet there as well. But here is our
Sideways Christmas tree. I know, blame
sideways
me. You
Christmas
can blame
tree.
me.
There's the matchups on the top and the bottom there. We will be streaming the bottom matchup. Super looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's I guess the team with, in theory, the most chemistry versus the team in theory with the least chemistry. So
It's true.
we'll see if that plays a part in it. But who knows?
Who knows indeed.
So yeah, the teams can start to scout their actual opponent. Still have some time before the games actually kick off. As we mentioned earlier, each game one will kick off with a 1v1. If both teams really don't want to do that, and they just want to say, you get this team, you get this side, you get this side, and they both agree, they could do that. But 1v1 would be way more fun.
While we're hitting a little bit of a lull before the games start, we were followed by a handful of people. Blinked once, missed twice. I'm assuming that's what their name is, because otherwise I don't know how else I'm gonna say it. Followed about 18 minutes ago, and then Redface Beast. Thank you so much for the follow. We do appreciate the support.
Absolutely. I'll throw it back over to us, maybe.
Yes, sure.
Because we can see
the camera.
Oh. We'll keep the wheel spinning just so we can see the team
All the
names
teams
and the
there.
people. Yep.
Now, if we were smart, we would have made it so like one of us spun it when you spun it. I don't even know how you'd do that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Next time.
I told you to do that, but you didn't do it. That's okay.
Okay. That's true. While we're
Do you want to do some predictions? You want to do some predictions? Some spicy predictions based on not having seen the teams play?
Not having seen the teams play and not knowing the players very much. Sure. I'll put on my analyst Santa hat and see what we got going on. Kind of nice. The matchups actually ended up following the document we have, so I could just see them.
Mm.
Definitely not scripted, by the way.
Yeah.
We so Doto top, probably the strength lies on the top side, right? BK's eyesight being the maximum amount of points you could be as a player. Whereas Optimal Esports, they don't have any max point players, but they have a good mix um of like, decent points. Not necessarily too low. And they're the team with that, built-in camaraderie. They probably have some strategies they've been working on throughout the year. I'm assuming they've been playing in a variety of leagues. So really, it's gonna come down to, in my opinion, can the top side of Don't Tilt Top outmatch or outweigh the overall team chemistry of Optimal Esports? I'm gonna predict a 2-1 victory for Optimal.
Oh, okay.
Um,
Okay.
but that is gonna be, I think, with a sub, or we can that we'll have a sub. So, but I still think the Optimal has enough chemistry, has enough built into the back end strats and whatnot to get that 2-1 victory.
Okay.
What about you?
Okay. Similar-ish boat, as I do believe it's going to be a close game, but I'm tilting a little bit more towards Don't Tilt Top to pull out the
There
2-1.
you go.
Uh, yeah, Optimal sounds like they might use a sub game one. Their sub on the roster game one. We'll see if that actually happens or not. But regardless, yeah, and this is just strictly based on, I guess, point value. Uh, the top jungle for Don't Tilt Top does have the most points, and we'll see how the other three players mesh together. Optimal, I think, will at least take one game because they do have that chemistry. At least some of them, most of them, should have some team chemistry. So, yeah, I think it'll be, and hope it'll be a close 3-game series, but we shall see.
We shall see indeed. We're going to take about a 5-minute break before we get into the lobby of game one between Optimal Esports Vanguard and Don't Tilt Top. But we are so excited, so hopefully you stick around and we'll see you on the tail end of that.
Yes, sir.
Welcome back, everybody. We're getting the lobby going for this Christmas class matchup between Don't Tilt Top and Optimal Esports Vanguard. But while we're doing so, I think CB, you have the bracket available for us. Can indeed. There's the bracket yet again. Grippy. Hold on, let me get the name right. Grippy Sock Wolves will be taking on Hoodie Esports. In the matchup on the opposite side, our stream game, of course, being Don't Tilt Top and Optimal Esports Vanguard. As we await, gotta get the lobby going for those two teams.
Yeah. Looking to see who they're gonna throw into the 1v1.
True. The 1v1 will be interesting to see.
I wonder if I don't know. My guess is it's gonna be either Eyesight or BKs for the side of Don't Tilt Top. For Optimal, I don't know. Let me get them in here real quick. I have the lobby made. 1v1. So who do you think is gonna win the 1v1? So you said
Depends on who's playing. My guess is the mid or bot lane for Optimal will play, but who knows? Maybe there's a 1v1 master on Optimal that we don't know about. And then my guess is it's gonna be BKs, but we'll see.
looks like it might be Clove for
Okay.
Don't Tilt Top, and then we will see who it'll be for Optimal as we get this lobby set up. Did we talk about who we think is going to win the opposite side of the bracket?
We did not. So looking at that matchup, once again, I'm gonna go 2-1 for the side of it, like the team that I think has a little bit more chemistry. Hoodie has chemistry between the mid and jungle as well as the bot and support. But the everybody else is kind of like a fill-in, whereas I think Grippy Sock Wolves has played a bit with each other. So I'm just erring on the side of caution there.
Fair. I don't know for sure. I'm gonna guess Hoodie's gonna win the 1v1, but I'm thinking Wolves might pull out the 2-1 win. But I don't know. Unfortunately, we can't stream both games at the same time. That'd be cool. Not gonna happen today. It looks like we are almost ready for this 1v1 in the Don't Tilt Top versus Optimal. It's going to be I can definitely pronounce these names. Akira.
Hello?
Akira. Oh yeah. Akira versus Clove. And
I'm gonna link doc in the.
yeah, that's fine. Yep, that'll show you the teams in the chat if you are on your computer.
Yep.
Or phone, I guess.
Wherever you're streaming from, that link will take you to our little document as we await. To see now that the interesting thing about the 1v1s in a blind pick situation. So I guess I can run down, if you want to throw it back to us, we can run down the rules
Yeah.
as well as the win conditions. So the rules are in the 1v1. Any sums allowed. any champion allowed except Ornn. Ornn having the kind of unfair advantage that they can, you can
Sit under the tower.
build an item after a couple CS. And then the win conditions are you just need to you need to meet any of the following. You either get first blood, first 100 CS, or you get first tower. And so there's a lot of different ways you can approach the 1v1s. You can pick something just to stall and just pick up 100 CS, right? You could also pick something that can get a first blood relatively easy early. The tower one's probably the toughest. I mean, if you're the champ trying to get 100 CS, chances are you're probably either going to be pushing or absorbing waves pretty easily. As both of our 1v1ers are ready. So it'll be exciting to see kind of what strategies these teams and individuals use to try to get themselves a win.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen anybody go the CS route or tower route yet in our.
It's just the first blood.
Usually just the first blood. There was I think the most CS we've seen in one of the 1v1s was like 40 CS, so almost halfway there. But yeah, usually teams are just like, let's just fight, have fun with it, and knock it out in a couple minutes. I do not want to show the screen yet, as I can see champions being hovered, so we'll let that ride as we load into it, and they are still selecting interesting champions I'm seeing. They both picked Teemo. No, just kidding.
Interesting champions being hovered. The reason why we don't want to show the champions being hovered, we don't want these teams to get potential unfair advantage, as both champions are locked. And we will await a spectator delay.
Yeah, I was curious to see if it was gonna. I guess it makes sense. It's gonna make me do it, but fair enough. I want to make sure I'm checking Discord because I'm getting messages, but
Yeah, dude, running a tournament and broadcasting at the same time, proving to be
fun. Yeah, except
stressful.
The other games were a little tough because I also was drafting. So
yeah, that's true. I mean, they're already in the game, right? So we could talk about the matchup.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I guess so. I won't throw it over, but we can talk about it.
Yeah. So the matchup, Clove opting for Evelynn, and then Akira opting for Jace. Clove on Don't Tilt Top, Jace, or Akira on Optimal Esports Vanguard. So it's kind of interesting, right? I'm not familiar with how good Evelynn's 1v1 is up until level 6. At level 6, I think she probably has the advantage. But until then, she has to deal with Jace poke and then, the melee form follow-up. I don't know. Thoughts about the matchup?
See, it's ARAM, so you can just chill and attempt to not get poked at all, to level up, and then fight. Maybe.
True.
That's a thought. Having about 0 games on both champions, I have super minimal insight. But I believe I know Clove is playing support today for Don't Tilt Top, and
Akira will be the mid laner.
Mid lane. Okay. So
probably more adapted to these 1v1 situations.
Yeah, I do believe Clove plays mid lane, but as a support player myself, I would never put myself at the top of the list as far as a 1v1 goes. But who knows? We'll see. You pick Evelynn for maybe have some confidence on the champ. So we have about 45 seconds before we load into the 1v1. We'll be able to see it.
Yep. And we're just gonna trust that we load in at the same time. Just to get that cast going. We were waiting the load in screen. On the other side, I can see if we can get some insider information.
as far as who's doing the 1v1 or what they're playing. As we're loading in,
Yeah.
Evelyn and Jace both going the Flash
Yep.
Ignite.
I'm in the game. Are you?
I am in the game.
10 seconds? 11? 12?
Yeah, that'll work.
We're good? All right. That'll work.
Let me transfer us on over.
As we get into the game here, looking at the starting items. Akira opting for no health pots and a tier. Tier is interesting only because, yeah, I guess it gives you mana as the 1v1 goes on. But it doesn't really give you any combat stats. You can't ever build it into anything.
It's
Unless you
just
die, of course.
some
But then you
sneaky
lose.
tech. I think they got it. I think they know something we don't. Maybe.
Maybe. Maybe indeed.
Yeah. Just a quick reminder. This does determine just a side selection for game 1, which in a fearless draft I feel like is super important.
Yep. QE from Akira going wide. Clove. Trying to pick up some CS. We'll be the first to hit level 4.
Sorry. Just a minor production issue.
Akira taking low with that electrocute from Clove. Winning out on the health trade there. So we see both champions kind of trading evenly in terms of the CS department. Another QE going wide. Secure going in. Ignite being popped by Clove. Akira taken very low. A flash will be followed by Akira's flash. So both champions now flashless and summonerless, except Akira still has that ignite available. Able to get that, what do you even call it, a health pack as well? Is Akira.
Yeah.
QE does connect for Akira. Akira going to go in, going to knock away Clove, burn the ignite as well. Won't be quite enough damage to find that first blood kill for victory. Akira hopping over to level 6. Clove, there you go. Clove using the Evelyn passive to regen some health. That is something I did not think about as we were loading in.
Both players gonna hit 6 here. You still feeling the Jace here?
I think once level 6 happens, you know, Evelyn has that passive where she's unseen now. We look to engage from the side of Clove. Akira will be taken low, and that will be first blood off an excellent ultimate from Clove. Clove securing victory for Don't Tilt Top.
Yeah, and looks like Don't Tilt Top is going to have side selection for this game 1.
Will be interesting to see what they use or what they decide to do with that choice. On the other side of the bracket, the 1v1 participants were iGank for Hoodie and Grippy Sock Wolves. It was Soul, LU Soul. iGank opting for a J4 while Soul picked Yasuo. iGank finding the victory. So Hoodie Esports will have side select for that matchup.
Hoodie will have side select. Okay. What do you think? What if in a fearless, in theory, not to give away any of the actual team's strats, but in your personal opinion, which one do you prefer? If you're just in general a team playing fearless, prefer the blue side? Ooh, blue side because you have the initial takeaway, because every pick is essentially a match-long ban.
I prefer the blue side, just because you get that takeaway plus priority picks. That being said, like if you don't feel like there's a priority pick for blue side, then red might be a little bit more advantageous, just because you can play for the counter pick, as well as some takeaways potentially on that the flip side, the R1 and R2 pick. So we will see. Victor will be allowed. That's a good question.
Oh yeah,
We'll go ahead
we
and
meant
put
to
that
post
in
that.
the info.
I don't think either team
Alright.
has actually started the draft yet, so that is fine. Knowing that Victor is fine, was just reworked. What, 2 days ago, 3 days ago?
Yeah, on the patch day. But it wasn't reworked to the point where it's like a totally unique champion as opposed to what it was. So Victor will be enabled.
I will be setting up a lobby for this game one, and we shall then see who actually picks stuff, who picks what side. So, game one. We're gonna do. I guess it's another thing to mention. It's in the rulebook, but um, allegedly some people don't actually read the rulebook, so maybe we'll mention it. We're gonna set it up as a blind pick because we do use. We're gonna use Apex for the drafting tool. Plenty of other options, but seems like Draftflow has been breaking recently. So since we're gonna use that, we are gonna do blind pick to save everybody some time. Teams can ask their opponent if they're not 100% sure on where champions are going to go. They can ask who is taking which champion in the lobby before they actually load in. So it's kind of the rule we are rocking with.
Do you want to take a quick intermission before we get into this draft?
Yeah, that way they don't have to stare at us for the next 3 minutes as we set
Yeah.
up this lobby.
All right, we'll do that. We'll see you for draft on the flip side. Sorry about that delay, folks. We are so excited and finally getting ready for this game one matchup. A little bit of a roster shake up. KypeCat e-subbing in for Don't Tilt Top. We're going to give Optimal Esports a little bit of time to scout if needed. But we unfortunately... What? Go ahead.
For both the teams that have an e-sub,
Yes.
losing 2 bans,
Yes.
losing 2 bans first phase or overall?
2 bans first phase.
Okay, that's what I figured, but we just
Making sure.
I gotta argue for the team, I gotta.
Yeah, unfortunately, a couple no shows.
It do be like that sometimes.
But an e-sub that only applies if they're playing. So hopefully the appropriate players come back. They don't get that e-sub penalty. The good thing is because it is fearless drafts. There's some built-in bans there as well. Doing our best on the fly. So hopefully we are understanding of that. But looking at this matchup here, I don't think the introduction of KypeCat really changes anything in terms of my expectations for the game. I still think it'll be a 3-2 victory for Optimal Esports Vanguard.
2-1,
but
2-1.
Or sorry,
just best of
2-1.
three. Just best of 3.
Best of 3.
It's like
Yeah,
a 2-0.
whatever. If it was best of 5, I would say 3-2. But yeah, no, 2-1. As our ready checks are coming out for the draft.
Yeah, and we will throw it over to the draft.
We are live in the draft.
Finally.
So, CB, you've done quite a few drafts in your day for our gold roster here at Rivals. Kind of without, talking about actually champion specific picks, what are some overall strategies you take into account when approaching a fearless draft?
So DTT picked blue side, so my guess is they are prioritizing somebody getting a specific champ, and a little bit less value on the R5 pick, and I guess R3 pick has some value too. So you're going after a specific pick is the first thing. And then what I don't love, Fearless Draft, you usually see the same bans. DTT obviously losing their first 2 bans here, so that's a little bit tricky as well. So you want to take the OTPs. You also want to look at the other team if they have any OTPs, especially if you're losing bans. Maybe you pick it away. Maybe you say, I'm not super great on this champ, but they have an OTP over there, and we're going to pick it away game 1. So kind of using your picks as bans in the long run.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Bans are being hovered by DTT. I guess this will be their 1 ban on first phase.
Interesting. I don't know if when the last time I've seen an Alistar ban in our ELO.
Wait, the draft seems like it messed up.
Okay, he said Alistar is not a ban. They're just doing that to save time, I assume. I do believe we have some new people running draft who have never ran draft before.
Yeah. Is there a ban on Optimal side that I'm not seeing?
Oh, the second one?
Yeah.
We have a bunch of newbies running the draft, and it is just chaos.
Optimal Esports seems to be okay with what's going on.
So, of course, in fashion, of course, we have to restart the draft because everybody's learning here, apparently.
So, I know a couple players on Don't Tilt Top. I'm of the opinion that if you've played competitive before, you should be the one running the draft. But
that would make too much sense, so I don't know why you would ever think that would happen. That makes too much sense, and we do not make sense at League of Legends, on League of Legends. So we'll see. Second time's the charm. hopefully people that open the actual captain spectator or captain draft link are people that have done it before. That would be great.
It's okay. It's learning experience for everyone. Optimal being good sports. As we wait for Don't Tilt Top to ready up. Sorry about that, folks.
There we
In the
go.
meantime, how's everybody Saturday doing?
'Tis a
We wait
Saturday.
as we wait the no bans from. Okay.
And we consider doing this next Saturday, but a little bit too close to Christmas and college football playoffs, I think. So didn't want to overlap there. So here we are.
Okay. So I'm assuming that not your ban is good. They're gonna let the other two bans stick away for Don't Tilt Top. Well, it'll be interesting to see what the three bans are for Optimal Esports Vanguard. The Lux taken away from, I believe, both the mid and bottom play it, Indio and Clove. So a good flex takeaway there. As Graves going to be the second ban.
Yeah, don't want to see eyesight on the Graves. He has been playing it for quite a while now, so not gonna
Okay.
get it today.
Decent on the patch. The patch did just move over to patch. What are we on now? There's been so many. 1424 on Wednesday. So some new tech. Warwick rising in priority in both the jungle and top lane positions, but did get hotfix nerfed. So we'll have to see if any of these teams are willing to bust that pick out. So we wait the final ban for Optimal Esports Vanguard, and it will be BK's Alawi. One might consider him a one trick.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah, we did not see the Alawi ban coming. He thought for a second he might get it.
He thought. But we'll be interested to see. We talked about it before. Don't Tilt Top opting for the blue side, so expecting to make this B1 pick count as Amumu is hovered and locked.
First pick a Mumu. Where do we think that's gonna go?
Not sure. Strong jungler as always. Has some flexibility into the support lane. Not sure if Clove plays it. So we'll have to see if that is an actual flex or if it's just a strong jungler. As Optimal Esports Vanguard going to be hovering Jin there.
Anybody can flash ult though, right? Flash ult, flash ult. We'll see. I don't know if Clove plays it. Eyesight does play it some, but we'll see. Maybe a flex. Interesting to take blue side to prio the Amumu, but maybe Optimal
Maybe it's a
Esports.
takeaway.
Yeah, maybe it's
Maybe
a
it's a
takeaway.
takeaway. We will have to see.
Did you
Sorry,
do?
I'm
No, you're good.
doing tournament organizer stuff on the back end, but now I'm back. I am focused. I'm here.
Yeah, hang up and hang out, man.
Jin Nami is going to be locked in for Optimal Esports Vanguard. Interesting pairing for the bot lane with the Jin. Theoretically, you could get the root into the bubble. As speaking of roots, Morgana going to be paired with Caitlyn. Pretty strong bot lane pairing there. You're used to seeing the Morgana. What is it? The Q into Caitlyn traps. So lots of CC and some pretty good team fighting shown by Don't Tilt Top thus far as we wait for the red 3 pick from Optimal Esports Vanguard.
Yeah, I guess you could still say Amumu and Morgana could be flexed around, but I'd give it a 90% chance it's going to be Kate Morgan in the bot lane.
True. As the tried and true Sejuani jungle, I guess expect it to be jungle, going to be picked for Optimal Esports Vanguard. Now, I do believe that, correct me if I'm wrong, Brexit Apologist is going to be the sub playing in jungle for Optimal Esports. So opting for a strong team fighter, good tank. Sejuani kind of the jack of all trades, master of none champion in that jungle position.
Absolutely. Um,
We
okay.
look at the bans coming
Sorry.
out from the second phase. Gonna be Ari. Banned by Optimal Esports. Darius banned by Don't Tilt Top. Some solo lane ban pressure coming through is Tom Kench. Another favorite of BK is going to be banned away. As we await the last ban of this first draft.
So 1 mid ban, 1 top ban for OEV. 1 top ban. Don't want to see the Darius or the Aurelia. We don't see a lot of Aurelia in our elo of competitive, but enough to garner a ban.
Enough to garner a ban indeed. Curious to see what BK's is thinking about potentially blind picking top lane as we await the blind of Optimal Esports. Their solo laners have yet to be picked, assuming that is a Sejuani jungle. And it will be Silas locked. Some good ultimates between the Morgana and the Amumu for him. Kind of a scary blind, though, depending on what the champion pool of Dio is. Silas a pick that can be abused in specific matchups. We'll
Yeah.
see if Dio has those available.
Interesting blind pick. I guess it could be top or mid, but either way, it should be a blind.
So Mordekaiser going to be coming out. Expect that to go topside into the hands of BKs. As we await the last pick of Don't Tilt Top for this game 1 of a best of 3 hard fearless. Now, it being hard fearless, remember all the champions you see being picked right now cannot be picked again throughout the course of the rest of the match. So for these teams, you're hoping that they can make them count. As Syndra going to be picked, a very AP forward comp.
And how do
Or don't.
you feel about Don't Tilt Top's champions, especially even after seeing the Silas? Syndra ult, Mordekaiser ult. Of course, you already have the Amumu ult. Decent ults to take for Silas.
Yeah, decent ults to take for Silas. Strong team fighting shown by Don't Tilt Top. You got a lot of AoE teamfight presence between the Morgana and the Amumu, as we look and see that the last pick is going to be Jax for that Mordekaiser matchup. Jax might be a pocket pick, but it is a pick that does well into Mord as more items come into his pocket. Lots of AP for Don't Tilt Top. I will say the only really true tank is that Sejuani, so quadrupling up on the AP damage isn't horrible. Expect kind of like a 4-1 to come out from Don't Tilt Top, while Optimal Esports can opt into a 1-3-1 with some good side lane pressure out of the Silas and the Jax, depending on how the early parts of this match goes.
So how do you like the top lane pairing Jax against Mordekaiser, as we almost have
Yeah,
a ban was almost picked. Ooh, close call.
blind pick.
How do you
People off.
how do you feel about the Mordekaiser Jax?
So I think Mord has a relatively easy time early. Jax is gonna try to do some short trades with grass procs, I'm assuming. So if Mord can kind of suck him into extended trade with that passive, he'll do well for himself. But as Jax gets items, Jax kind of notoriously a top lane scaler, kind of in the vein of Camille and Yone, some champions that as they get their first or second or third items start to really win on side lanes. Jax probably needs the Sheen to start at least going toe to toe with Mord early in the laning phase. But once he gets that Triforce built, should start winning outright later on. But
Yeah.
we'll be throwing it to a quick break as we wait to load in to game one between Don't Tilt Top and Optimal Esports Vanguard.
Yes, sir. We will be right back.
Welcome back, everybody, into game one of this best of three between Don't Tilt Top and Optimal Esports Vanguard. And do my eyes deceive me? Is that snow on the rift?
That's crazy. It's snowing? It's a little
As
cold.
we see a level one invade from Don't Tilt Top. No sums having to be blown by Spartan Mason, as Don't Tilt Top will just get one ward in that tri-bush and walk out. Optimal Esports going to do some scouting of their own, getting some deep vision onto Don't Tilt Top's blue side.
Minions have spawned.
No, on the rift. Can you believe it, CB?
I ain't never seen no nothing like that.
That's crazy. I think we were blessed by King Poro himself on this fine Christmas clash. As we're looking across the way, BK is getting vision on their own blue to see if Sejuani and Jax had started that side. Sejuani going to be starting their own blue. Brexit apologist. As we see just regular early trades coming through. Talk to me a little bit about this early game. What do you expect both of these teams to do for the first, 12 to 15 minutes?
My guess is I would think Amumu's gonna try to be ganking. Mid lane scaling on the side of DTT. I think he would have the push and the poke for DTT on the bot side. So it's kind of interesting. You have the bot lane push, but you also have the mid lane scaling. And then for OEV, are you just hanging out? Are you hanging out until either the Jax Sejuani or the Sejuani Silas do make something happen? So
I
we'll
think
see.
the easiest lane for the Sejuani to play around is probably the sides, right? Or sorry, the top side of the two melee carries in Jax and Silas. Easy passive procs for the Sejuani as we see the root coming down out of Cloves will hit, followed by a bubble stun onto Kaib Cat. Lots of damage being taken down to both AD carries. Spartan Mason will opt to use the barrier as we see aggressive trading coming out from Akira, forcing the flash away from Dio. So starting to get some action here in this early game.
Yeah, and that's what we want to see. That's what we're here for. No one wants a snoozer. I want some 50 kills versus 50 kills.
Dio flashless does scatter Akira away. The flash comes out. Unfortunately, will not connect on those change.
Yeah, some good
And so-
fancy feet by Dio on the Syndra.
Yeah. As we see the junglers both pathing towards top side, I think both aware that this could be a volatile lane. I will say, I did say that Jax does scale well into the Mordekaiser and will eventually win that lane. However, if he's put behind early, it's a lot to try to go toe-to-toe with the Fed Mordekaiser. As we see, Mumu does have that positioning in the bush that will spot out Sejuani. I think the sights will be turned onto Sedge as a great stun will be found by Hugh Janus. BK is getting a lot of damage done, will flash forward, trying to finish off Brexit apologist. Brexit will get away. Eyesight will be able to pick up that kill, but it will be a 2-for-1 trade as Hugh Janus gets a double kill. Are we just going to call him Hugh?
Yeah, maybe opt to just call him Hugh. I mean, you do what you want.
As we see Clove going to be taking out all of the summoner spells except for Helium's going to be expended on that bot side, and so early 3-1 kill lead for Optimum Esports Vanguard here.
Optimal. Yeah.
Optimal. Sorry.
Early game going in their favor. Eyesight was waiting for the counter gank in the top side, but I guess Jax Sejuani is a little bit stronger than Mumu
Yeah,
Mordekaiser.
especially when the Jax gets the I always call it the helicopter strike, the counter strike done onto both players, unable to do anything, and so Eyesight did pick up that consolation kill, but an early 400 gold lead for Vanguard here as Akira trading aggressively. Will miss those chains. Eyesight here to cover for his mid laner. Dio does take over to level 5. Dio, despite the pressure from Akira, finding a nice CS lead as Eyesight will be stunned up, will be knocked up, and CC'd to death. Akira picking up a kill there. As we see the damage coming out from Hugh. And Eyesight just not where he needed to be.
Yeah, you wouldn't like him to see hovering a Syndra this early into the game, as Syndra can't really help you that much. And a Sylas Sejuani pairing is gonna kill you dead.
Level 6 advantage picked up by Sylas there, stealing away Syndra's unleashed power, unable to connect on the chains.
Ooh, just a little bit wide right.
A little bit wide right on the bot side, and so still a close game. About 800 gold lead for Vanguard. We see Akira does connect on the chains, still level 6 advantage, and should go down is Dio. Wow.
Not strong enough
Hellbot
yet.
doing just enough. Just enough. Dio able to walk away with her life.
Yeah, and really only the bot side of DTT winning out for their team. Everywhere else, Optimal has a little bit of a lead, so we'll see. We're seeing.
Yeah, not what I was expecting.
Yeah.
You know, coming into this match, I thought the top side of the map would fare a little bit better. But the bot lane with Kitecat and Clove proving us wrong, as Dio will be taken down. Eyesight is here. We'll find the stun up onto Akira. Will it be enough to secure a kill? Second stun does come through. That should be a shutdown for the Amumu. So Eyesight, you know, does have 2 deaths, but also has 100% of his team's kills. Lots of action following where he goes.
Yeah, bringer of death for at least one of the teams, regardless of where he goes. 2 kills on the Amumu. I don't think that's exactly where you want your kills to be, but it's better than having no kills anywhere.
This is a aggressive dragon take for Don't Tilt Top. We see that Optimal is moving over. Vanguard is moving over. We'll be able to force Eyesight and crew off of that Drake, and so should result into both the neutrals being secured early by Vanguard.
Both objectives, most every champion hitting their level 6 spike, except for the bot lane who has to share XP. But yeah, 2 objectives down and 2 for Vanguard.
1,000 gold lead for Vanguard as well. And a lot of it could be attributed to that early pressure from the solo lanes. Akira and Hugh doing a lot of work, as we see Kitecat might be caught out here.
The Black Shield.
Excellent punish with the flash timer. A great Black Shield by Clove, though, will be able to save Kitecat, and that will be a kill, resulting out of, honestly, a great. Oh wow, the flash Q and ultimate from Eyesight. Wow, that's a 3-for-0 trade, and Don't Tilt Top fighting back.
Yeah, perfect timing from the Amumu to show up. Nice Black Shield from the Morgana onto the Caitlyn to save her from the Sejuani. And everything going DTT's way in that fight.
You like to see the aggressiveness from Vanguard, knowing that Kitecat was without flash, but the Black Shield just doing enough, and then being stunned up under the tower was Brexit Apologist. That first kill, and then, as you said, Eyesight with a great follow. As we see a root will come down. Eyesight goes in, but can't come out. And that should be a kill onto the... Oh, it should be a kill onto the Mumu. Clove with a great ultimate will be able to send up all members of Vanguard, as Kitecat and Clove doing their best to get out, and just a little bit over aggressiveness from Don't Tilt Top, and that will be a 3-for-0 trade. On the flip side of a great play is a not so great play for Don't Tilt Top.
Yeah, and everybody just wants to fight. Chaos, Fiesta, one of the two.
Fiesta, Nueva. What's a Christmas fiesta? We see the chains will find their mark onto Dio from Akira. Akira does not have the ultimate available though, so Dio will find some trades of their own. Unleashed power will be stolen away. Dio has to be careful here, but Eyesight is waiting in the wings.
See if Eyesight can get this gank off. Sejuani is nearby.
Looks like the cat of the week will layer perfectly into the bandage shot by Eyesight. Eyesight diving it forward and getting the kill, as Sejuani can do nothing but look on. 4-3-1 on this Amumu. Action following early for the Mummy. The early plates will be secured by both mid and bot for don't tilt top. And we got ourselves a game here. Eyesight gonna be able to get away with the blast cone.
Yeah, so Eyesight on the Amumu opting to go Sunfire first. Now is going to pick up a little bit of the MR. Do have the Silas, but that Jax is going to hurt. The Jhin with 3 kills is going to hurt later.
Clove, excellent dodge to avoid the root by Spartan Mason as BK's might just be walking to his death. Brexit Apologist waiting in the wings of that tri-bush. BK's doing the smart thing, ulting the jungler. Brexit forced to ult, forced to E, and actually it will be a 1-for-1 or 1v1 kill for BK's, expending the flash to secure that Sejuani.
Flashing there to secure the kill. Did not want to give Eyesight on the Amumu his 5th kill of the game. So wanted to secure that one for himself. Jax opting to say, I don't think we're going to win this one if I stick around.
Yeah, and I can hear BK's words echoing through my mind. You mess with the burger, man. Burger
true.
messes with you. As we see just constant aggression from Akira. Early ultimate used by Dio to try to buy herself some space. Like to see it used when Akira is a little bit lower. But looking at the CS lead, Dio's doing okay despite, seems like endless pressure from Akira.
Yeah, all 3 lanes for the side of Don't Tilt Top does have the CS advantage. So down 1 kill, down 2 objectives, but up in CS everywhere.
Don't Tilt Top able to secure the second set of grubs, so 3 for 3. No voidlings going to be spawning in this game 1. As we see an early Rylai's picked up for the Mordekaiser and a collector for both AD carries on the bot side. The next fight will be, potential fight will be in 15 seconds around this dragon.
We see the Silas got a Dark Seal. I don't know if he got that early on or if he just got that in his last
pick.
pick.
Up here. I'm not sure what the play is. Bandage Shots will be used. Kypecat and Clove. Wow, Clove doing a great job taking up the CC. Unfortunately, will go down as both bot laners from Don't Tilt Top will be taken out before this dragon. And Eyesight with a interesting decision to go top there. We'll be able to find consolation in stealing away the topside camps of Brexit Apologists, but that will be the second dragon for Vanguard.
Yeah, I guess DTT is going to prio trying to get this first tower, trying to get the shutdown onto the Jax and saying, second Cloud Drake, second drag, Cloud Drake, not that important.
Great. I mean, the chains have been connecting for Akira. Dio forcing to use the ultimate again. But only 200 gold separates these two teams. So we see the tower plating will fall. And really, could be anyone's game, Vanguard doing their part, securing a nice objective lead with those 2 stacking drakes. Next drake put them on soul point. Will be interesting to see how DTT plays around that timer. So the root will find out helium, but just massive damage from Spartan Mason. Kypecat biting off more than they could chew. And Clove in danger, will have to flash away. The root will find its mark, and that's a great use of the curtain call. 7-1-1 on Spartan Mason.
Spartan Mason showing up and showing out strong. Strong on the Jhin.
Strong on the Jhin. And I was curious about the pairing between the Jhin and Nami, but the more I look at it, the more it makes sense. The Nami E will proc both on autos and the Q from Spartan Mason. Great ultimate synergy between the curtain call and the tidal wave. I'm liking that pick. I'm liking that bot lane duo. We see Hugh Could leap on and use ultimate. BKs will be able to get out, but Hugh in pursuit does have the flash available, opts not to use it. BKs will be able to walk away.
Yeah, and it feels like Optimal. It's like they chose to play a little bit more around, well, everyone top side and bot side, I guess, depending on how you look at it. Both teams with the 3 grubs. Sylas is just wants to fight constantly.
Yes, and that's kind of what you have to do
Yeah.
in that melee matchup. As we see Sight here, 3 members for Vanguard, as bot lane towers have been demolished. First tower going over to Vanguard. So, but still, you know, all the objectives, all the kills, it's only about 600 gold that separates between these two teams. As Hugh caught between a rock and a hard place. Not sure what his plan is of escape. KybeCat does have to be careful though. Will be stunned up by Hugh. Hugh will be sent to the Death Realm in Brazil with BKs. And no matter what happens here, that should be a dead Jax shutdown for BKs, as the rest of Vanguard trying to put pressure on mid, but Clove and Eyesight there, able to absorb the wave effectively.
Yeah, so Mordekaiser, we're curious to see how these later game team fights will go. Mordekaiser flash ulting the Jhin. I don't know,
Maybe.
Syndra's going to scale, so you're okay there. Morgana will do some damage. Caitlyn, don't know. Amumu's always annoying to deal with, so still anybody's game. Like you said, the gold's close.
Yep, gold is close as we approach the 17.5 minute mark. Next objective will be that dragon in a shade over a minute. Now, DTT could opt to give this Drake and give Soul Point over for the sake of scaling, as we see Akira, just narrowly missing those chains. Dio caught unawares, but we will be able to escape with her life. You could opt to give that Drake, put the enemy team on Soul Point for the sake of scaling, get some gold on your pocket. Or you could fight. You do have a good team fighting comp. If you're in this situation, CB, I mean, what are you calling there?
My guess is if you ask the Mordekaiser, he's going to say, let's fight for it. But neither top laner having TP, most likely going to be a 4v4 fight. I would say if you're DTT, you give it. If you're going to send all 5 there, maybe you feel a little bit more.
Mordekaiser is down at the dragon now.
Syndra's going to match
Dio,
with the TP.
Yeah, Dio does have the TP, so you could potentially secure yourself a numbers advantage, as Dio going to be able to stun up Hugh, but
Now it comes down
Hold
to
on,
using
bud.
the TP
Lulu.
appropriately.
riding in the Herald there. The tower just about taken down, as we see a huge death grasp from BK. Labrexis is tanky.
Yeah,
Will
and
be
they do
taken
not.
below the half health mark though.
They don't get the tower. They were definitely
get the tower,
thinking they
but
could
you
get it
can
there, but no one was really auto-attacking it.
Now it's going to be up to Vanguard. Do they want to contest this dragon, or do they cut their losses and instead focus their attention on mid? Now it looks like the pings are coming out to play for mid. KybeCat pathing correctly, going to try to dissuade the tower take, as we see pings coming down. Clove and Sight in pursuit. Syndra on the backside could look for a big stun. Will stun up the Nami. Unfortunately, we'll miss out on Spartan Mason. Flash being used by the Nami to secure their escape. TP comes down. A Mumu ult on the Sylas, as we see both teams posturing and backing away.
Yeah, I would be surprised if somebody goes for this right on spawn. All
Sight.
10 players do have their ults up, so would be a spicy team
Sylas
fight.
still aggressive positioning. It should be the tower going down. So red turret will be destroyed. 3 towers to 2 now for DTT. On the flip side, 2 Drakes to 1 for Vanguard. And just about dead even in gold, despite it crossing over 20 minutes. So we're in for a doozy, I think, for this game 1.
Yeah, which is what we were hoping for. We wanted it to be close game. Those are definitely the more entertaining games to watch for everybody. So yeah, I mean 4 kill discrepancy, but I mean it's pretty much dead even overall.
Dead even overall, indeed. Now, it's going to be a little bit of a lull here. Next objective isn't for shade under 4 minutes. Baron is up, though, as we see Helium just warding up that objective, clearing out some opposing team vision. As it stands, there's 2 items on the Amumu. And I think 2 items on the Jhin. Those are the only champions that have the 2-item breakpoints. I think you would favor Vanguard in a team fight right now. Just, I mean, the Collector and the IE is just going to be doing so much work for the Jhin. But if Jhin gets taken out early, who knows?
Yeah, it might depend on who gets poked down before the fight. Also, who Mordekaiser ults. Both top laners in the bot lane now both have TP up.
Both have TV up, both are trading. Jax will hop, skip, and dash away as a flash comes forward, and I didn't see how Clove was taken out, but Clove, nonetheless, out of the fight as Eyesight did find a big ultimate. TP
Stopped by Jax.
canceled by Jax. Curtain call will come out. Sight taken low, but shouldn't result in any kills. But DGT is down a member as we see an aggressive flash. Finding their mark is Brexit Apologist and Akira. 2 quick kills for Vanguard. Make that 3. Triple kill. This Jhin 11, 1, and 1. And wow, is Spartan Mason doing damage.
Yeah, and I mean, DTT has the right target selection. We saw the Amumu, I think, flash ulting onto the Jhin, but no real follow-up. Syndra and Caitlyn really not strong enough to instantly pop the Jhin, especially with Nami standing right next to him. So.
10 seconds on the jungler, and the sights have been turned to this Baron for Vanguard. BK's on the bottom side of the map. It should be a free objective. Now, I will say, they don't take it very fast between the Jhin and
Morgana's here to stop him.
everybody. And Morgana is here for the steal. Q does go wide. TP coming out for the Jax to secure this Baron, and that should be all that is needed to make sure that Baron goes down. Great smite from Brexit. No funny business. And
Don't
now,
want to risk the Jinx rocket coming in and stealing it.
off the back of the very aggressive play in the mid lane, gold lead ballooning to about 2,500 for Vanguard. Baron in the pocket. Gonna have to see how they opt to use this push. Drag is up in 50 seconds. DTT could just give. If you're Vanguard, would you like to see them use the Baron to the fullest before falling back to that Drake? Or do you just want to see them pick up that early soul point, put the pressure on?
If I'm Vanguard, I'd like to push out the waves at least. Use some of the Baron. And even you see if you can catch a glimpse of where Amumu's at or where DTT is posturing. Oh, if we has a fight in the bot lane, I'll shut up.
Yep, BK is taken low. Akira taken even lower, but will be stunned up is BK. Akira going back in to find that shutdown.
Yeah, and if you're Mordekaiser, you just cannot be pushed up that far with no pressure anywhere else. You don't know where they're at. You have to assume they're coming towards the dragon. Yeah, just a little bit of a frustration push maybe by Mordekaiser, and now it's just free pickings. You don't have to send everybody to the dragon if you're Vanguard.
No, you don't. A great pick. A lot of these objectives being secured by picks beforehand for Vanguard here, and so if you're DTT, you might want to take note of that and adjust, right? They're looking for picks before these objectives happen, so our 5v5 comp can't ever 5v5. Eyesight and crew doing the right thing, making plays on the opposite side of the map. Red buff will be stolen away. Not quite enough damage for that tier 2 tower. As we see 3 members of Vanguard going to be pushing mid. We'll be interested to see that Scout of the Week will miss Hugh. Eyesight is there. Great flash from Hugh. Hugh flashing over the wall to secure safety. Sight in a difficult situation, and that will just be the jungler of DTT going down, quickly followed by the mid laner Spartan Mason. The long range snipe, 12, 1, and 2 on this Jhin.
Yeah, and if you're Syndra there, you would think you either fight to the death with your Amumu or just run away. Kind of just stood there for a bit, ended up dying anyway. Don't know if she would have gotten out, but either way, they both go down. Mumu going in to help the Syndra and ultimately getting stuck himself. So, yeah, everything going in favor of Optimal Esports Vanguard.
Everything in favor indeed. Still has that Baron. Go turn their sights onto this mid lane tower. Will go down. About a 6k gold lead, just a shade under 6k, has been secured. And a great use of Baron, you know. They started that Baron. They had about 2k to work with. Tripled it. That's good investment.
Absolutely. Now, what do you think? What does DTT have to do to come back in this game, other than getting a bunch of luck? We have the Mumu pick. We have the Syndra scaling. But is that enough, and is it too late?
Well, I mean, obviously they're in quite a gold deficit with bounties coming off or coming onto the rift. Now it does just take one pick on a Spartan Mason to potentially turn a team fight. So I do still think they're in it. Could just be like, you know, a move finding a great flash ultimate into a flash ult from BKS just to secure that one carry from Vanguard. And then after that, you know, it's you're just worried about the top side, the synergy between the two melees and Sejuani. So will be dicey, obviously, to come back from such a gold deficit, but we'll have to see if DTT can make it happen.
Yeah, next objective not up for a bit. Like you said, both teams only having the 3 grubs, so no additional help there. 3 dragons for Vanguard. You think that DTT has to fight at this next one?
I mean, you never want to give Sejuani a Mountain Drake, right? Especially those melee carries of Hugh and Akira and the Jax and the Silas respectively. So, I mean, if you're going to make this play happen for DDT, you have to make sure that Spartan goes down. Or making a pick before, taking a play out of Vanguard's book, making a pick before to secure that objective. Giving Soul, you know, is always dicey, but I mean, you do run the risk of, you know, do you fight for this objective, lose, and now the game's pretty much lost? Or do you wait for it to tick over to Elder and just play for an Elder Dragon?
Can they survive long enough for it to get to Elder Dragon? Because you would think if Vanguard gets this dragon, they're going to go for Baron.
Wow, here's the pick we were talking about. Great Bandage Toss and Death Grasp going to be able to find Brexit. Ultimate will follow from BKs. That should be Brexit taken down. As we see the rest of the fight, great use of the Mumu ult is the Silas shutdown. 2 kills over to DDT. Akira going to be able to find the jungler for DDT as well. So all in all, the 2 characters that needed to stay alive actually went down for Vanguard, but it looks like BK's and Dio might be caught out here. A great Scout of the Week will stun up Akira. BK is walking back in, but walking to his doom. So a 3-for-2 trade in favor of Vanguard. I don't think between Clove and Dio there's enough damage or pick potential to contest this dragon. Now I will say Eyesight is going to be up before the Drake, and we'll be able to mosey on over there before it actually spawns. So we'll have to see if DTT will give this or will fight again.
Yeah, I kind of wish Syndra would have fought with the Mordekaiser there in mid. At least if they would have pathed the same way and fought, maybe Vanguard would have backed up. Syndra did have the ult still up. Might not have been enough, but maybe enough to at least scare Vanguard away from taking that Mordekaiser down. I don't know how you felt about Mordekaiser ulting the quarter HP Sejuani in that last team fight.
Yeah,
I guess
kind of
secure
interesting.
the kill, I guess.
Yeah, just to make sure, I guess, that none of the CC comes on the back, you know, like comes on to
What did you say?
Kaipka and Clove. But decisions were made. Eyesight looking for a steal. We'll find the Banish Toss into the pit. Will not be able to secure that objective. Hugh taken low. Hugh not taken out. Eyesight will be the one that goes down.
Yeah, and I don't know if that was a little bit of a miscommunication on whether or not they wanted to fight or not, or just the rest of the team was there just to kind of cheer a Mumu on as he went over the wall. Almost got it. or I guess maybe that was, I don't know who smited, but it was smite just a little early, and Jin took the dragon.
Jin with that force shot doing tremendous work as the ultimate will go ride from Brexit Apologists will result in the root coming down onto Kybcat as Helium going to be sentenced to the Death Realm. Finding a great flash over the wall. BK is coming out of this ultimate. I mean, there's just not a lot going on. Stun, rooted, CC, dead is BK's. That could potentially be a window of opportunity for a Baron take for Vanguard.
Yeah, and it seems like the last few times Mordekaiser wants to fight, and the rest of the team is not quite ready to fight yet. So it could be miscommunication, could be just a little bit of limit testing for Mordekaiser just to try to pick up a kill or 1-for-1. Could be worth it if you're DTT. Looks like this Baron should be free for Vanguard.
Should be free for Vanguard. Eyesight is in the blue side, but knows there's not much doing over there for him. So was 7k when the Baron was taken, the gold lead for Vanguard. We'll have to see if they can triple it again, but I feel like if they get anywhere close to tripling that number, I think that's just gonna be a game 1 win. And I think if you're Vanguard, 4 items on the Jin, 3 for your mid, 3 for your jungle, I think you're just gearing up for potentially a final push. Maybe a 1-3-1 or 4-1, depending on what they opt into.
Yeah, if you're Vanguard, I would assume they want to end the game before Elder spawns. I think the only way Don't Tilt Top is going to win this game is if they can steal that Elder. So I would think Vanguard does not give them that opportunity.
Mid lane push strong coming out of Vanguard as they await Silas's push on the bot side. Looks like they're opting to a 4-1 as we see Eyesight gingerly walking into his red side, knowing that it really isn't his anymore. Well, putting the black shield on herself just to scout out some vision as we see Akira and Hugh on the bot side as mid. Wow, 1 shot results in half of Clove's health being taken, and that is a dead Morgana. That should result in a mid lane tower secured. Actually,
the heal by Nami just to speed
looking
people
to fight
up.
back. Eyesight does find the bandage toss off of a great flash. Will result in a shutdown onto Spartan Mason. A lot of damage being lost for Vanguard as Brexit will go down as well. Double kill for Kybcat. BK is in the middle of everyone. Does find a Delph Realm onto Hugh, but that's 2 kills in return for Vanguard. Make it 3. Triple kill for Akira. Spartan Mason, you know, taken out of the fight early, which is great if you're the side of DTT, but oh, the chains.
Just
and that is an ace. That should be a game.
Not enough damage for Don't Tilt Top, and I don't know if it's a bug. I would hope it is, but maybe it's not. Syndra still has ult up. Don't know if it really turns that fight in any way, but the ult was not used.
I think it was used. It's just back off cooldown because I think it was used on Spartan.
Okay.
Try to secure that kill.
That checks out. I mean, they used a lot on Spartan. Did get the nice pick, but just after he died, no way to really kill the front line running straight at you. Just not fun enough.
And like, it's just the damage is just so front loaded from DTT, right? Not a lot of. I mean, Caitlyn isn't really a DPS champion more so than she is kind of like a ranged assassin. You know, gets a couple shots in for a lot of damage, but other than that, you know, not a ton of damage over time for the side of DTT. So we saw, you know, it works really well to get those picks. Spartan taken down immediately, but opting into an extended fight proved to be their downfall. 10k is the goal lead for Vanguard off after the, you know, the aftermath of all of that. And it looks like there is going to be a little bit of fight left in DTT. Can opt to play, just try to steal that Elder Drake, but it's coming up to a basically do or die situation for him.
Yeah, and it feels like this should be one of the last team fights. We'll see if Amumu just tries to steal it, unless...
Oh, Amumu might just be getting picked off instead. Spartan Mason securing their 14th kill of the game.
Amumu will be back up before the Elder spawns. I don't know if his ult will be. Maybe. But still could fight at the Elder, assuming Vanguard doesn't run it down mid here and in the game.
Yeah, and I think they're just gonna put pressure in this mid as Jax brings in the wave down bot. I think they're just gonna slowly chip away on this bot side of the map, waiting for this dragon to spawn. And it's desperation time for DDT. Either have to make something happen or just kind of lose slowly.
Yeah, it feels like an Elder fight has to happen. I would assume if Vanguard gets this Elder, if they just walk it in, they just walk it down mid.
5 seconds until dragon
Amumu is
spawns.
back
As you
up.
said, high side is up.
Can they burn it fast enough?
Playing for the steal is the only play as Clove going to walk into Hugh. Black Shield used to avoid the stun. 2/3 HP left on this dragon. Eyesight is here. Dragon taken low. 3k or 3k HP left. Eyesight not able to get this smite. That is Elder secured, and that should just be a one fight for Vanguard. Hugh taken extremely low, will fall to BKs in the dead realm. Eyesight finding a 2-man ultimate. Helium flashing out. BKs will die. That's a 4-for-1 trade. That's Elder in the pocket of Vanguard. TP coming in. And that should be a game 1 win for this first best of 3.
I would assume so. That should just be walking it down. And I don't know. Early, it seemed like DTT tied it up. It was 5-5. Even after that, when it was 5-8, 5-13, I think the gold was still pretty even.
Yeah,
But
it was
just
even for a long time.
yeah, a lot of kills went onto that gen really quick, and he was just too strong.
Ran away with it. Death Realm used actually will result in a shutdown for KybeCat. A little bit of a consolation prize, as KybeCat will ultimately be taken down and out. Nexus explodes. That is a game 1 win for Vanguard. Can they close it out in game 2? We will have to see. CB, final thoughts from this game 1.
Vanguard looked good as far as overall. Looked like they had some good synergy going on. DTT just needed to play a little bit more patient to try to get out of that early game. They didn't really even have a chance to scale. Granted, the Silas wanted to keep fighting over and over. So I don't think all is lost. It was close for a good portion of the early game. And all of these champs are now banned since we are playing Fearless. So completely new game coming up. We will see what side Don't Tilt Top picks for game 2.
We will have to see. That'll come after a quick intermission. We'll see you back here in a couple minutes. Welcome back, everybody, to game two between Don't Tilt Top and Optimal Esports Vanguard.
Yeah,
We're going to be jumping into draft two here in a second.
exciting game one. Optimal Esports Vanguard ran away with it going into the mid game and definitely finished strong in the late game. So Don't Tilt Top opting to stay on blue side. Another reminder, this is hard fearless, so all of those champs will not be played again. And we'll see. We've seen a lot of times where teams have a very good showing on some of their best champs, and then games 2 and 3, it's a little bit different. But maybe Optimal Esports Vanguard has a champion ocean, so we'll see. Since DTT is still using an eSub, they will be missing 2 of their first bans. Don't know if we mentioned that earlier, but that's why they're missing 2 bans.
Indeed, indeed. As we see, their one ban is going to be an Udyr, banned away from Optimal Esports Vanguard. Lux going to be taken out yet again.
Also important to mention because Time to Clown was the one that they had to use their sub game 1, right? Now Time to
Yes.
Clown is back, so
Yep, so that could be why you see the Udyr ban coming out. A little bit of reporting for you as we were waiting these bans to come through. Drippy Sock Wolves took game one. Hoodie Esports opted into blue side and actually lost that first game, so we'll have to see if they can bounce back.
so both teams that won the 1v1 and picked side select lost game 1.
Yeah, and they both opted for blue. So both red side 100% win rate here at Rivals Christmas Clash. So we'll have to see if that holds, and it'll be quick 2-0 on both sides of the bracket. DTT, though, talking about game one a little bit, as we see Graves allow a same 3 bans for Vanguard there, as Ash going to be picked up for Don't Tilt Top. DDT did show a lot of fight. It wasn't until, after 20 minutes, probably around that 25, 30-minute mark, until Vanguard was able to break that game open. It was just off the back of a couple of bad fights and mispositions from DDT. So if you're, on DDT, if you're in that position, I don't think you necessarily think all is lost. Because it didn't feel like it was over until the game broke wide open.
Yeah, Optimal Esports made a lot of good plays, some good ganks. But DTT playing a little sloppy. We'll say their first game playing together.
Yep.
For a lot of these people, especially having Nisub, of course. But they're warmed up now. Both sides should be warmed up now. And since it is fearless, you can never go into game 2 thinking all is lost because completely different champs. So mental reset.
Champs. Yep. Mental reset as you see. Speaking of different champs, Kaisa and Skarner are going to be picked up. Kaisa, a couple of Rivals players, been known to play the champion. Of course, this is Vanguard, so will be interesting to see how they opt to pilot it. Looks like a lot of engage so far, or potential engage for Vanguard. See how DTT responds. Braum. Hover.
Classic.
Good pick. Good pick.
Classic.
Freljordian duo.
Strong bot lane.
Strong Braum? Santa Braum?
Strong bomb.
Maybe?
Okay. Yeah.
Lots of disengage for DDT. Vanguard shows engage. They opt for disengage. Strong team fighting as well. Actually, Maokai was hovered, switching over to the Lilia, and Lilia is going to be what is end up being locked.
Sight finally getting his Lilia. Ooh.
Finally. And just a short range cop so far. As Taric going to be the bot lane pairing for that Kaisa. Taric, a unique champion. You don't see very often.
Yeah, and that was a instant lock-in, so I guess they like that matchup into the Braum.
Yeah, I mean, CB, a resident expert support player here. Any insight into that bot lane? Do you feel like it's Taric favored?
Not in lane, but I also feel like you're either really good at Taric or you're not going to provide very much to your team. So we'll see. I don't know how good Helium Bamboo is on it. I assume feeling pretty good on it to pick it, insta lock it. So it's good with the Skarner, I can tell you that much. But Ash Braum is also a good pairing. So we'll see. I would think Ash Braum has a little bit of the wave push, especially early. And we'll see how it goes into the mid game.
We will have to see. I will say lots of damage can come out from the Taric and Kaisa if a stun is able to come through. Some isolation Q damage from the Kaisa. So we see the rest of the bands. Top side banned away for DDT. Tom Kench and RA. Same exact 5 bans for Vanguard. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And they pick Swain. Swain, potential flex, especially into some of the tanks BKs might be willing to play. So don't think it's just going mid.
I'd say a decent chance, but could go AP carry. Kaisa mid. Thoughts?
He could very well do that. I don't know how the Kaisa W Max poke build is anymore. It used to be OP for a little bit as Hui could be picked up in response to what Vanguard is showing. And so far, once again, we see kind of team fight is the name of the game for DDT. The Braum ultimate, Lilia running around, sleep people as Mundo is going to be the blind pick for BKs in that top side. So another potential 4-1 comp for DTT. We'll be interested to see. The best thing about best of series is you can always adjust to what your opponent has shown thus far. So my guess is Don't Tilt Top is going to say, hey, let's just not get picked out before key objectives, and we'll have a better chance. So we'll have to see if that is going to be their game plan. As the last pick is Azir. Okay, so it is a Swain top.
Or is it Azir top?
Yeah, true. Azir grasp tank top.
Or is it Azir jungle?
True. Actually, you know what? I think it's Taric jungle.
Could be Taric jungle.
Skarner support. I'm a big fan of Skarner support.
I
don't know how well it would go into Braum though.
No, not great.
Not great.
Yeah, interesting. We assume Swain top Azir mid, but could be either way.
I just realized we didn't do the Gamba for all our gambling addicts out there.
I know that you're slacking.
I am slacking.
I'm gonna do a
put
game
a 10-minute timer on this for game 2. Get your predictions in. Who wins? Optimal Esports Vanguard or Don't Tilt Top DDT on the blue side, OEV on the red.
So it is important to note, and I won't say anything because it'd be an unfair advantage, but I don't know if DTT asked in lobby, which we did mention beforehand.
Yep.
Who's going where, since it is blind pick. I guess you don't really care that much because they are both ranged AP. So maybe it's not the end of the world them not knowing if they didn't ask. But yeah, we shall see.
In the rule book, because it is blind pick, ask for clarifying questions before lobby is loaded. Otherwise, you're SOL. But with the comps being what they are, where we expect those champions to go, who do you got for this game 2?
If I didn't watch game 1 and I was just looking at the champs, I'm always biased towards having a Braum Ash lane. So I would side with them. But since we watched game 1, I have to lean towards a 2-0 for OEV pulling it out since they have a lot of momentum. So yeah, didn't really answer your question, but there we are.
I think I will tell everyone who is going to win on the flip side of a quick intermission before we get into this game 2. So we will see you here right back after that. Welcome back, everybody, to game 2 of this best of 3 fearless match between Don't Tilt Top and Optimal Esports Vanguard. Optimal Esports jumping out to a 1-0 lead.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Both sides stay the same. DTT on blue, Optimal Esports on red.
Yeah, nothing.
Cody.
Nothing too spicy. Level 1. I do want to give a shout out as we missed a couple people earlier. Shout out to Red Faced Beast, Spartan Mason, Spiced Clove, Helium Bamboo, Time to Clown, and R Reg for the follows. Much appreciated.
Much appreciated indeed. We hope you've enjoyed the stream so far. Always looking at the Christmas Rift.
Did we get
videos.
any Christmas skins going on? Did Braum pull it out? I didn't see.
Let me look. Braum is kind of. He's like candy.
Candyland.
So I mean, Christmas adjacent. No Winter Blast on the Swain, I don't think. No. But that's okay.
And we did get the Azir mid Swain top as we assumed it would be.
Sight here early. Time to Clown taking low. Sight actually stole away the red buff.
Level
Time
2.
to Clown only is level 1. That should just be a kill. Flash going forward for Time to Clown. Flash first blood for Eyesight. And we're off to the races.
Off to the races. Sight said that's enough Moo gameplay for one day. Put me on a carry champ, and here we are.
It was interesting because Time to Clown had no idea the site actually started his own Raptors. And then the steal away, just so unfortunate. Time to Clown actually does go down there. And Eyesight going to be up in tempo early on in this game. Have to see if they leverage it.
Yeah, Eyesight does play a good amount of Skarner, so he knows what Skarner might be.
We
Lilio.
see
Good.
great trades coming through. Spartan Mason will be stunned up. Exhaust and Flash being used. Spartan Mason using both the summoner spells just to stay alive. Skypecat will flash and find the kill onto Spartan Mason. Helium will be able to limp away. But DTT a little bit more aggressive in this game too. Maybe they thought they played game 1 a little bit too slow.
Yeah. Either that, or they got they big brained it on more comfortable chance for game 2, or they know that they don't have anything to lose. If they lose this game, they are knocked out of the tournament. So why not go balls to the wall?
1200 gold lead for DTT here at the 3.5 minute mark. And a lot more action early on in this first game. Obviously, DTT, the major beneficiaries of that action. Well, we might be in for a long game too. Obviously, the top side of Optimal Esports Vanguard wanting to scale between that Swain and Azir. So I'd expect Time to Clown to spend most of the time bot side, securing dragons and the like. As we, speaking of Time to Clown and bot, Kybecat gonna be found out by Time to Clown into a great stun by Helium Bamboo. My apologies. As Kybecat forced to be able to having to cleanse, the kill will ultimately go down to Spartan Mason.
What did he do to you?
It's just, I'm dyslexic. We'll call it that. Bamboo. I'm so sorry. I'm trying my best out here. Was ultimately a 1-for-1 trade. Both 80 carries being taken out. The wave state will favor Vanguard, as it will bounce back, gonna be able to pick up that wave.
Braum can hold that.
These neutrals coming up soon. 15 seconds on the dragon, and then of course another minute after that for the grubs. And Lilia spending a lot of time on top side here, so it looks like these teams are gonna split the map as W goes wide on bot side. Kybecat and Clove doing their best to freeze up this lane, forcing Tark to come back down here to potentially break it. Really interesting top lane matchup here. Two champions you don't see very much in the competitive setting, in top lane specifically. BK's on the Mundo. Q on the Swain. I do like Swain into tank matchups as the ultimate from Dio will go wide. Dio unaware that the bot lane of Optimal Esports has moved their way up. Stun will come down. Dio forced to flash out. Kira taking really low. Flash! After the slow from the Squirrel Seed.
Yeah, nice gank for Vanguard, but Kai'Sa and Tark were only level 3.
And level 3 forced to flash out 2 flashes off the pressure of Eyesight. And an early Chemtech Drake isn't much, but it is a win for DTT here in this early game. Assuming that it goes their way.
Yeah, Azir did TP back while Hwei is low, so Azir could rotate over.
Azir could rotate over. Dio, no health and no mana. Kypecat has to be careful. It does get that wave shoved into bot. Kypecat, healthy. Clove gonna be picking up the gummies. Time to Clown spending a lot of time down here. Will E forward. And a great stun up. Actually stolen is Time to Clown. A kill going and a great Azir shuffle. That's gonna be a 3 for nothing trade and a dragon steal. And this game is tied up on the flip.
Yeah, and what seemed like a free dragon initially, you have to look at your mid lane. Dio was
Yep.
not back in lane, not full health, could not help you at all. Maybe you were hoping Azir was not going to rotate over, but Vanguard making the smart play, saying, there's some free kills over there, let's go get them.
And you know, this is, I mean, we talked about this before game 1. I'm going to touch on it again. This might be where, you know, the regular play as 5 coming out from Optimum might shine in these situations, as opposed to kind of a makeshift team coming out for Don't Tilt Top. That seemed like a very coordinated effort. We saw a great stun into a steal from Skarner, and then a great Azir shuffle followed up by the rest of the team to secure those 3 kills. Great stuff from Vanguard.
Yeah, and you would think if maybe Ashe would have rotated earlier to the Drake, maybe they could have secured it. I think they probably still fall. But I don't know. Both teams, I guess, still had the chance to get the dragon. It was just stolen away from Time to Clown on his first game here today.
First game here today. It looks like the Grubs will go Eyesight and BK's way, so neutral trade will ultimately be secured. And what was a commanding lead, it's cut down to about 300 gold as Kypecat unloading into Helium Bamboo. Bamboo.
You're getting
Bamboo
warmer.
will be stunned up and kill will be secured. As on the top side of the mat, Eyesight
No flash.
caught between a Clown and Akira. Eyesight will go down to Hugh. Great ultimate from Dio. Not
Way
enough.
things.
Way doing way, but not enough to secure the kill on Vanguard's jungler.
Yeah, maybe Sight on the Lilia was thinking Mundo was going to be able to rotate. Wasn't able to, so it was a 2v3. Hwei almost taking somebody down with the ult Q, but not enough damage yet.
The early pressure from bot lane, Clove, and Kypecat, resulting in 2 tower plates secured for them. And you might think that the tower plates might be the only reason why the W just a little bit too late to stop that back. Is the only reason why DTT has a gold lead right now.
Going into mid game and late game, I guess, both teams have some scaling champions. Which team overall do you think scales harder?
I would say red side for sure. The 2 scaling mages, coupled with the fact that their team fight can be pretty potent between the Azir shuffle, the Skarner ulti, you know, the Kai'Sa going in off of CC targets. The Ashe does scale, as ADCs do. I would say the only real scaling threat is the Lilia and the... Speaking of the Lilia, caught out, Time to Clown. Finding the catch on the Lilia and a great follow, use of the ultimate, is Spartan Mason, who had a great game 1, and is off to a So let's start here in game 2, 4-2-1.
Yeah, making an early case for AD carry MVP, if nothing else.
Hypecat, skin of their teeth, able to flash away, time to clown. Aggressive on this Skarner pick, using the Ixtal's impact to its fullest. Kind of a snooze test up in top lane, as we see both the champions trading there. Both looking to scale in their own ways.
Yeah, I assume Swain, unless Mundo just gives him a free kill, should never really be able to kill Mundo.
Not for a while, at least. Maybe once Rylai's and some other items come through to kind of slow down the Mundo with the ultimate, as Spartan Mason dodging out the damage from Dio on this way. Helium Bamboo here, and the flash away won't matter as time to clown. Right place, the right time. We'll send up Dio in that wall. Spartan Mason almost traded back by Dio, but not quite enough. Third time's the charm on Helium Bamboo's name, by the way, as the Drowsy will come down. Eyesight will find the sleep and a shutdown onto Spartan Mason. And the remaining members
Lilia
of
is
Vanguard
strong.
taking low. That's 2 shutdowns for Eyesight on this Lilia. And a plate secured bot side, so net positive probably for DTT.
Yeah, if Don't Tilt Top can stop getting picked out and slow down a little bit, Lilia can do some massive damage in these fights.
Might be 6 grubs picked up as well. And, you know, the Mundo does scale with health, obviously. Could be a side lane threat because I wouldn't imagine the Swain is going to be able to melt through a Mundo. As we see an last grub secured. Fight will break out. Great Taric ultimate. BKs should go down. Has Ghost, no flash. Stuck in the back of the pit. As we see it. Chancing Crystal Arrow will find its mark on a Taric. Akira shuffling his way in, not using the ultimate. So 6 grubs secured by DDT. Consolation prize, BK's going down in the process. Only a handful of gold separates these two teams. As a great flash and shuffle will stun up and kill Dio. Braum ultimate will be used. Akira will be stunned up by the passive. Lots of damage in Lilia's kit. 1-for-1 trade when all is said and done.
1-for-1 trade, but
Both
they do
mid
have the
laners-
Dragon Prio.
Yeah, both mid laners going down, and while DTT, they have the Dragon Prow, they also have Dio with the TP available. Akira does not. So it'll be interesting to see. Dio does get back on the map. We'll be able to secure that mid wave, but aggressive posturing by Vanguard potentially, but they said, hey, we kind of lost out on the trade. It is what it is. 1 drag apiece for these two teams.
Yeah, and definitely a lot more even here at the 14-minute mark than game 1. So we shall
As we
see
see
how
time
we
to
go.
clown, using the impact. Looking for Clove. Clove having to flash away. Interesting to see. Lots of summoners being used. I don't know how well either of these two teams actually has been tracking them. Akira without the flash. Time to clown also without the flash. Next objective is the Herald that is up. BK's seeing that it is warded. Can't safely clear that ward though. Eyesight on the top side of the map. Time to clown making his way up there as well. Oh, shade under 1,000 gold is the lead for DTT as Clove aggressively finding the mark onto Spartan Mason is the enchanted crystal arrow from Kybecat. Spartan Mason is taken down low, and the ultimate actually interrupted by Clove's Fissure, Glacial Fissure, I believe. And so
Something like that.
flashing away is the bot lane duo of Vanguard. Is on the top side, BK's and Sight will start up this objective. They do need to be careful. Mid is there. Ultimate is available for Akira. Bot lane of DDT securing that first tower, and so winning out on both sides of the map is DDT. A little bit under 2,000 is their gold lead. Can they run away with it? Or will we see another back and forth like we did game 1?
Yeah, they were not able to secure the kill onto the Kai'Sa, but got her low enough to where she had to back, allowing DTT to take the bot tower. And a little bit too late getting vision on the Rift Herald. So we have a fight mid.
Ultimate will be found on a Dio. Will find a return kill is Akira. Ultimately a 1-for-1 trade. Both mid laners once again going down. Eyesight on this Lilia 5-3-0. As we see Time to Clown with the stun and the suppression. Helium Bamboo.
Tara called down
using the ultimate.
for fun.
Big cooldown used, expunged by Vanguard, and so should be up by the time the Drake is up. Cool little interaction there. The Taric stun getting loaded up onto the Skarner. So even if you can't find the wall stun, the stun does find its mark.
Yep, definitely a unique pairing. Do like the Taric Skarner, just not enough damage yet for them to do anything mid.
Kira and Skarner in the wings will be spotted out by a ward by DDT. Red buff is up. Kybecat will not walk down and secure it. Gonna opt to get the wave instead. Swain, the only champion besides Lilia to have an objective bounty on them. Or shutdown bounty, I should say. Quiet 1-0-0 up there on the top side. Does have both the Rylai's and the Oblivion Orb secured. So might be a little bit more aggressive into the Mundo. We'll have to see. We hit a little bit of a mid-game lull. About a minute till this dragon will be up. What do you expect both these teams to do to approach that objective?
I would like to see DTT backing now if they need to. That way they can get back on the map and get some vision. They do have the mid lane push, but Vanguard has, I guess bot lane's technically even. Bot lane no tower, so I would think that Don't Tilt Top should have first dibs on the dragon. We'll see if Vanguard opts to fight it, but Skarner is going top.
Skarner is going top. Gotta clear out some vision. Will be spotted out. I don't think there's a play up there. There's red buff is spawning. But it looks like Skarner will mosey on down bot. Aggressive pink ward by DDT will spot out 3 members of Vanguard. But the positioning, Enchanted Crystal Arrow goes wide right. So will be enough to force out Vanguard here. Positioning does favor DDT so far. But we've seen it before. The Skarner and Azir can snap engage. Honor does have to be careful there. The Fnatic Death Bush. Sight will throw out Scroll Seed. We'll find a sleep onto Barden Mason, but won't result in anything other than a fight being started. A great Azir shuffle will force out the flash of Dio. Dio will do enough to get away. Azir is down. Lilia is down. Kai'Sa is down. A great suppression and a huge Taric ultimate coming down on the back of this fight as a triple kill will be secured by Kybecat. Q doing a lot of work on the Swain. Aggressive flash onto Kybecat, trying to find Time to Clown. That's going to be a quadra for this Ashe. Can they get the penta? Clove does find the Q.
But could go back in, but they're not going to risk it.
Yeah, the blinking health bars are going to dissuade that penta chase. I think that's a 4-for-3 in favor of DTT. But the dragon is still alive, so we could just see it happen all over again. I will say, huge cooldowns. Helium will be without their ultimate on the Taric. Azir ultimate will be kind of the only one coming up
Ashe
for a potential
for them.
fight for Vanguard. Ashe
True.
does have the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. So we'll have to see. Kind of a scattered, messy fight for both sides. As Dragon is started up by Vanguard.
Wei does have the TP up. We'll see if she opts to come.
Lots of damage into this Dragon. TP does come down. Dragon will be secured by Vanguard. Will there be a fight flashes, dashes, and I don't think DDT's pursuit will result into anything. Slow will find its mark on Akira. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow will land. Akira ulting to try to secure safety ultimately goes down. So, Dragon secured by Vanguard. Mid lane lost in the process, but a lot of trace being given, but no objective is going to result out of all the resources used by DDT.
Yeah, just building up a little bit of confidence, showing themselves that they can take fights to Vanguard. Swain sneakily got up there to 3-0, 3-0-1. So, yeah, I mean, Swain and Kaisa still going to be hitting, but the Ashe, 6 kills. I mean, Ashe in the mid lane fight didn't get targeted the first minute of the fight.
It's true.
We'll see if Vanguard changes their game plan going into the next team fight.
So this is the biggest lead we've seen at 20 minutes between the two games. Obviously, 2-game sample size pretty low. Kills are even. Dragon advantage is for the side of Vanguard here. All in all, pretty close game. About a 3k gold lead for DDT. Now, I feel like DDT has to make picks with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, because I do think the team fight probably is in favor of all the AoE and CC from Vanguard. We'll have to see though. Vanguard does like making picks before objectives, so maybe they'll just try to fish out for stray Lulia or Ashe. So we see DDT moving in to clear out the vision of Vanguard.
Yes, Garner is bot side. Muno does not have TP, just used it. Azir does have TP advantage.
Dio will find the mark on Hugh. Both ultimates finding their mark, and that will be a shutdown for Dio, being able to pick up their first kill of the series, I believe.
Dio is online.
Dio is online. Trades of towers happening. Mid for top. Tier 2 will begun to be whittled down by DTT. And it looks like Vanguard isn't sure what to do. Backs will be coming down. Eyesight will be able to find Helium Bamboo. DKs is here, but this is a 4 against 2 fight. Eyesight going to be the sacrificial lamb, or deer in this case.
Yeah, but Don't Till Top is going to get a lot on the top side for that.
Yeah, it's gonna result in an inhibitor being secured. And Vanguard still hasn't been able to back yet. BKs has the ghost. Doesn't have the ultimate though. He is running to his team. Time to Clown aggressively going forward, but this might all be a bait. Time to Clown will be stunned up. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow will find its mark on the Azir. Dio, Clove, Kybecat all in loading. Kybecat 7-2-3. Bounce back performance on this Ashe. And kind of excellently played by DDT, finding not only the inhibitor, but great use of stopping the backs as well. Actually finding 2 kills in the process.
Yeah, we saw Vanguard showing their good macro play late game, game 1, and in this mid to late game, we see Don't Till Top showing their macro skills there with 2 to 3 times stopping the backs of the players of Vanguard, getting a lot top side, and then the bait Mundo into another kill in the top jungle.
Yeah, it seems like Don't Till Top is playing with a lot of confidence off of their early game aggression. Always easier to play with momentum. That being said, plenty of opportunities, plenty of comeback mechanics within the comp of Vanguard here. Down but not out, as they like to say. We see Kybecat and Clove pushing in this mid lane. You'd like to see probably Hui group with them. It's Time to Clown. Looking for an aggressive play. Spartan Mason actually using the ultimate. Dio will be TPing in. Time to Clown does find a suppression onto Hugh, popping the ultimate. Lots of AoE, and wow, that is just a ton of damage from DDT's comp. A quick ace in the mid lane. Is that the game with 25 minutes? They have the opportunity to push to the top.
Do they run top? Is it enough time?
Looks like that's the tentative call.
Don't know if they're going to have enough time. It's going to be close.
It's gonna be close.
Because
20 seconds.
the minions were not shoved all the way up yet. They might go for it.
They might go for it. Clove.
Braum said, I got this.
Clove just taking the towers, getting those voidlings up there. We saw the power of 6 grubs this game.
Yeah.
Lots of pushing power. That's 1 tower down. That's 2 tower down. A fight will develop, but I think that's going to be the Nexus. And game 2 goes to DTT. We have a full 3-game series on our hands, folks.
Yes, we do. Early game, fairly even. And then into that mid game, just it seemed like DTT flipped a switch and said, hey, we know macro. We can slow it down a little bit. And yeah, at that mid lane team fight, Ash getting, what, 3 kills, 4 kills? That really big stepping stone for DTT taking this game too.
Yeah, Dio doing a ton of work, actually leading all players in damage there.
That
DK
makes
is along
sense,
for the
yeah.
ride.
Dio does not need kills. Hwei ult, that very last team fight, I think had all 5 members of Vanguard in it. So yeah, just mass damage.
My initial observations between game 1 and game 2. Game 1, the slow controlled game definitely went the side of Vanguard, right? That's probably the game they're used to playing as 5. When it got a little bit chaotic in game 2, we saw DDT thrive while Vanguard wasn't really sure how to kind of play around all this chaos that DDT was causing. He's stopping backs and dying, but still picking up kills, finding picks, just kind of like chaotic atmosphere kind of went into the favor of DDT. So we'll have to see how these teams clash in this game 3 that is about to happen, and I'm sure both teams are raring to go. Maybe we'll just get right into it. We'll have to see.
Let me send it back over to us for a quick second. I don't think we quite know how the game 2 of the other series is going. I don't know if you know that, but
Still in it.
Still in it. Okay, perfect. They are a solid 30-ish minutes into that game, so yeah, we'll see if these players are ready to go or if they need to take a quick intermission or not.
I'm sure they're ready. 'Cause we were delayed. They're like, all right, let's get this shindig on the road. Game 3,
Game
Fearless. We'll be interested to see if we see Vanguard go for red side again, or if they can finally get their first blue game. The benefit of winning game 1 and losing game 2 is you get side select for the deciding match. So that's an option for them.
Yeah.
Lots of champs going to be taken off the board when all is said and done. There's 10 champs from Fearless just by itself. There's going to be 4 champions taken in the first phase, and then the remaining 4. So 18 are going to be off the board.
Yeah, 47.
Quick maths. So, I mean, going into this game 3, obviously momentum on the side of DTT picking up that game 2 win, but you have to figure if you're Optimal Esports Vanguard, just get back to playing that controlled game, and you're probably favored. I think it could be anybody's series.
Yeah, you get the side selection, so you have a little bit of an up there. If they want to go the blue side, DTT did get selection both the first 2 games, so don't know which one Vanguard as we loading in. I guess I'll be able to tell you. And it looks like they're going to swap for game 3, so Vanguard is going to take blue side with Don't Tilt Top on the red side, so a little bit different. And like you said, bunch of champs no longer available. Winner of this goes on to face whoever comes out of the other side in finals.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I'll do my best to kind of get an update on the opposite bracket match. Our icons are the same for League, and so I thought was like, I could have swore I hit spectator, but that's you. Threw me off. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's I'm excited. On the one hand, Optimum Esports have shown that they can win their game. On the other, I think DDT has kind of found their formula for success. Just come out swinging
Yeah,
and
I
see how
know.
people react.
I mean, if you're optimal, maybe you think, hey, we played our game one. Then we kind of relaxed a little bit going into game two since game one wasn't super close in the late game. Uh, and then DTT came out swinging, and it was a little bit too late in the mid game for OEV to come back. So clean slate, 1-1, or you could call it game one, however you tell your team going into this. So
Yeah, just a best of
interesting to
one now.
see. Yeah, just a quick little best of one. But yeah, we're getting close to being ready for the draft here. We'll see how many spicy champions we see in this next draft.
How many spicy champions?
Spicy.
Indeed. I mean, we're going to be digging deep into the champion pool of both teams. Going to be ultimately 18 champions, I think, off the board when all is said and done. We'll have to see.
Yeah.
Ready checks coming through. Do or
Uh,
die match
let me swap.
here.
Yeah, downside of Fearless, if you have a small champ pool, it's a little tough for you. If you have a champion ocean, then no problems. And it looks like we are ready. Let me
Are we
swap us
live
over.
in draft?
Oh, we on the
are
air?
indeed. Lux, the consistency.
Do we
Being
keep the
banned
same
away.
bands this time? What was it? Lux Graves something? I don't remember.
It was Lux Graves Alawi, I think.
Of course.
Of course.
Do they change it up? Usually we see the same, at least first phase bans in most Fearless games.
We will see. I don't know. It's best of. You know, a handful of champs are already off the table. There's 10 bans in addition to the ones you're seeing on your screen right now. Blue side being opted into by Vanguard, so you would think they have, of the champions available, the pick of the litter.
So we don't forget, if you want to do a poll for game 3, see who we're
Yeah, I
feeling
will.
going in.
I do it after draft is done.
Cool.
Just so they can see draft before they're investing their ultra valuable points.
Yep.
Shurikens.
Shurikens. All right, so
Somewhere in
same 4 bands as game 2. Time to Clown is playing jungle, so same roster as game 2, just on different sides.
Yeah. As Seraphine going to be the first pick, just immediately picked and locked for Vanguard. That was what they wanted blue side for. Potential takeaway from DDT as well. Not too familiar with the champ pools of some of the players there.
Yeah, and do we believe... I mean, I guess Sarah could go 3 positions, likely.
Jared Jungle, you're right. Just
Jungle
kidding.
top and...
I think when you lock in Sarah, you're basically saying, like, hey, we want to play the scaling game. So it'll be interesting to see if DDT opts into trying to play a little bit more aggressive. Ezreal, of course, can be paired with a variety of different champions down there in the bot lane. As Maokai going to be
Maokai being
secured
one
with
of
that
them.
Ezreal.
Oh.
Yeah, true. Maokai could be one of them.
Could be flex, could go 3 roles.
You're seeing a poke comp start to develop from DDT. You see the saplings slow, easy Ezreal Qs
Ezreal.
on the back of those Ezreals. How does OEV respond?
I was curious to see if Don't Tilt Top might swap their mid and support, because I believe both of them play both roles, but sticking the same with the Brand. I don't remember the last time I've seen Brand in a comp game. It's been a while.
Brand Jungle, when that was all the rage. Brand Jungle was.
It's been a little bit.
But it's been a little bit.
It's probably
There
not
was
jungle.
the brand Nami
Yeah,
pairing. Of
yeah.
course, Nami not available. Vi covered.
Interesting. Vi with only an Ezreal.
Guarantees a Seraphine ult.
Yeah, okay. Sure.
Could be a favorite of Time to Clown into what might be a Maokai jungle.
You just feel like if Vi goes in, you instantly Maokai ult and Vi's kind of by herself. But Seraphine will still go through.
Yep, we'll have to see. Curious to see where that brand goes. Vi being locked, of course.
Yeah,
Probably
maybe,
means that it's not going to be brand jungle. Could be
probably
brand
not. That would be
Seraphine bot.
crazy. Vi top. Support.
Vi
Oh,
mid.
and
Definitely Vi
BK's
mid.
likely getting his Tom. It could be Tom support. But I believe we've seen Tom banned the last 2 games.
Yeah. And it could be some coverage bans potentially for that Tom Kench top Darius coming out.
So
Other
really,
side of DTT.
really a bunch of picks could be flexed around. I would say pretty confident that the Vi is going jungle. Other than that, you could argue everybody else could be flexed around. Ezreal most likely going AD carry, could go mid. But yeah, I guess maybe for the Vi, you're thinking that DTT really got carried. Well, I guess they had Lilia and the Ashe, so
Gosh. And then the Way just doing so much damage.
way doing damage, sneaky
Sneaky
damage, sneaky.
Um, yeah, I'm curious to see, as Leone is going to be the last ban for DTT, if OEV opts a ban like a Xerath or potential poke champ away from mid lane's pool, if they have it. You see a poke comp kind of developing, Xerath, Vel'Koz. What else? What other poke champs are there? Nico's decent. Nico's a great ban. Banning phase
Karma.
is done.
You say
We're
Karma?
into our last 4 picks. Is Karma? Wow,
Oh yeah,
you know
on
your
cue,
stuff.
on cue.
You expect that to go mid, or just be paired with the Ezreal bot?
I think it's definitely a flex.
Definitely flex.
In theory, I like the Karma Ezreal poke lane, especially if it's brand Sarah. You could just kind of match the range and stay back. But I believe Karma is flexible.
All right, I'm getting an update on game 2 on the other side.
Uh-oh, drum roll.
I'm trying to, anyways.
Okay,
As
you're
we
a
see
liar.
Set locked in.
Set into what is likely a
Kench.
Tom Kinch. I mean, I feel
Now,
like
it's
you're okay with that.
Yes and no. We see a lot of the poke and slows and everything coming out. I feel like it's going to be hard for Vi and Set to navigate. As we see Corky going to be the lock. So I think it's brand mid. Can almost say with certainty.
Really?
I don't know though. Corky could go mid.
Corey, go mid.
That's true. Maybe Brand's a Ezreal counter. I don't know.
I
We'll
don't.
have to see.
I wouldn't say that, but who knows?
Waiting on this last pick, you expect it to be the mid lane pick.
You kind of need some damage.
A little bit of damage is lacking for DDT. Or you're just riding on Kybecat. Pick did not come through. The Fury. Wow. Okay, that is not poke.
I mean, kinda. Second Q.
Yeah, that's true. Second Q, or you just poke with your body.
Yeah.
Go
Yeah.
right in.
Yeah, that's yeah, interesting pick. Definitely some champs all around that we don't see a ton of. Don't see the Nefiri all that much, and I haven't seen Brandon in a while.
Whoever's doing the draft for DDT getting called out, saying they missed the pick because he couldn't spell the Fury right. Can confirm he spelled it wrong when confirming what pick it was.
Yeah, typing in the chat, did spell it wrong, allegedly.
Allegedly. So now we await for the rest of the timer to go down. I'll get the prediction going here for all you gambling addicts. OUV on the right. DTT on the left. We'll give you 10 minutes.
So Vanguard will be blue side, tilt on the red side. Make sure I get all that right.
All right. Well, while the predictions come in, as people try to make big on those predictions, looking at the two comps, turn the nameplates off. You turn the game state off. It's a best of one. Who do you think wins ultimately between these two teams? Who's favored, I should say, coming out of draft?
Well, I don't really love either one of them.
Okay.
But that's tough. I guess barely I would go the side of DTT. Uh, both bot lanes should just be Pokefest. Mid lane, in theory, you could play it super safe. I don't know. I guess I like having two tanks. I guess that's really the reason of just like if you're gonna want a team fight, you have your two beef balls.
Mhm.
And so I think it's just gonna come down to team fighting because you obviously have the brand ult, you have the set ult to take Tom or Maokai into the team, and then so Seraphine, Brand, and Vi, I guess is gonna have to just target the Ezreal. So
Yeah.
I just don't love the Vi pick in general, but it picked it first phase, seemed confident on it, so I can't judge anybody's comfort pick. So
I think if Vanguard can play their game, that being slow and controlled, play for picks before objectives, I see where their comp kind of has that strength. But I think at straight 5v5, I do agree. I think DDT is probably favored. It's just a matter of can they scale up to get there. We will have to see if that's the case as we come back to this deciding game 3 between DDT and OEV. We'll see you after a quick break. Welcome back, everybody, to this deciding Game 3 matchup between DTT on the red side this time and OEV on the blue. As we see aggressive positioning coming out from DTT, it might be able to spot out Akira. Instead, Titan Clown will just stand in the mid lane. It looks like a 5-point for both sides. Titan Clown taking a little bit of poke damage from Kybcat. Really shouldn't amount too much. It's time to clown. Now that is a little bit more of a sizable chunk.
Minions have spawned.
That's that poke.
Yeah, that Nefiri poke. You're right. As Vanguard brute forcing their way into a ward on the chickens. So Eyesight will respond and looks to start on that top side as well. They want to, I assume, to be on the same path as Vi.
Shout out to Soul Second Son for the follow, much appreciated. And I do believe we just got notice that the other game is also going Game 3.
There you have it. 2 Game 3s. What more can you ask for? Looking at this early game between these two teams, who has the early game advantage? I assume Red side probably does with Nefiri. Being able to win a lot of skirmishes.
I would lean red side, but also, I don't know if it's a jungle fight early. Do you favor Vanguard since you have the Vi over the Maokai? I mean, Maokai's good at any level, I suppose, but I don't know. Bot lane should
I
be
don't know.
even. They're both kind of pokey.
We'll say it's even. We'll say it's a wash then.
Even overall.
Kind of interesting developments in terms of blue side's draft. Corky going mid solo. Could be Seraphine Brand on the bot side, but Bren playing the support role. So farm going into the Seraphine. It'll be interesting to see what kind of build the Seraphine opts for. As the farming Seraphine, you expect more damage than potentially a Moonstone. So we'll see. Lots of damage going to be coming out the side of Vanguard.
Yeah, I mean,
Either way.
Brand's building damage either way, right?
Yeah.
So you could kind of do a mix of Seraphine. I mean, I like
Hybrid
the
build?
support build because I'm support, but all your teammates are squishy, so I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. They do have 2 tanks on the side of DTT, but again, you'll have the Brand for some of that.
Ooh, Gimcat with the aggressive arcane shift forward. Gonna lose about a quarter of his HP in the process. Stun will be found. Kybcat unaware the time to clown is here. Great flash knockup from Vi, forcing the flash and barrier out of Kybcat. Another root by Clove on Helium Bamboo. Vi is here yet again. Arcane shift backwards by
Fancy
Kybcat.
feet.
Stun will not connect. Sorry, knockup will not connect. By time to clown. At the end of the day, the squad is
And the
coming.
squad is
Sight
here.
and Dio going in aggressively, being forced back out. Time to clown will be the first blood. Timecat will be donated that kill, and it comes off the back of a coordinated effort.
Yeah, and I
between
don't
mid and jungle.
know. I don't know if we saw Corky Ping, surely saying it on comms that, hey, the cavalry is coming down there. But yeah, nice survival skills by Kybcat, and then a good counter engage roam from the side of DTT to pick up that first blood.
Yeah, I will say that I think DDT is probably in favor or favored if this game goes late. You got 2 beef boys on the top side and then lots of damage on the bot. Pretty standard team fight comp. So being able to get this early lead gonna feel pretty good for DDT. So we see Vision, Vi being spotted out. Eyesight here in the mid. Does have the flash available. Could potentially look to flash twisted advance. Instead, we'll fall back to the Scuttle.
Yeah, and it looks like Don't Tilt Top might be aiming to play for the first Grubs instead of Dragon, even though they do have the bot lane push.
10 CS lead for the Seraphine. Kind of interesting. I mean, lots of damage is going to be able to come out. As we see the Flash Twisted Advance come out of sight. Immediately followed by a great W use by the Corki. Dio forced the ultimate to try to get out of a sticky situation there. Won't be able to push that wave as Helium Bamboo getting some chip damage onto Kybecat. Clove gonna find the root onto Spartan Mason. Kybecat aggressively arcane shifting forward. Great empowered Q coming out of Spartan Mason to get Kybecat to about 2/3 HP.
Yeah, nice
That's just
reaction
enough.
time from Corki. Didn't even have to use flash. Nice reaction time, but DTT's just going to turn onto those grubs, and Vanguard said, "Okay, we'll just trade you. Everybody, calm down."
Yeah, and I will say, being able to pick up this dragon does go a long way for Time to Clown and crew. As in an early Infernal kind of champ on a team comp that's full of damage will feel nice.
Yeah, I also think it's probably good that you see the Cloud Drake coming as the second Drake. You know it won't be Cloud Soul.
Yeah, but then there's a chance that it's Chemtech, which is everyone's least favorite. As we see Hugh to find sight in a jungle that is not his own. Sight is gonna have to walk out of there in his tiger onesie. Only about the first blood gold difference separating these two teams. Nice CS lead developing for Spartan Mason. Spartan Mason has been playing consistent across all three games. Definitely doing work. It'll be interesting to see how they do on a non-AD carry bot lane.
Yeah, that's what makes me think that Spartan Mason will go damage, just because seemingly carried game 1 and did well game 2 as well.
You finding some chip damage to BK. Time to Clown is here. BK will swallow up that set, spit him out, but
Hey, yo.
interesting. BK doesn't have flash on this Tom Kench. Ghost will not save him in that situation, so
Yeah.
BK's does go down.
Just because you have the procs onto a champion doesn't mean you have to ult them, because it does slow you down
Slow you down.
significantly.
Root going to come out. Just kidding. Spartan Mason able to dodge out of that. Ezreal ult goes a wee bit wide. Might just be trying to thin the wave. So far, probably our calmest early game across all three games. Neither one of these teams, I think, wants to throw away the game early. This is the deciding match after all. King's coming out. Vanguard aware of where sight is. All summoner spells except for a few TPUs are available for Vanguard. DDT, you have to wonder if Time to Clown is going to make their way up top again, especially with the next set of grubs spawning soon. Potentially play for those and maybe even catch a catfish in the river in the process. As Hugh does have to be careful. PK's trying their best to freeze up this top wave.
Yeah, we do see the Seraphine, based on the item so far, does look like she's going to go damage, at least early on. We do have, of course, the AD Corki mid lane.
As Dio positioning aggressively. Clove does have to be careful. Helium Bamboo It will be riddled up by Clove, but that's a ton of damage coming out by Helium. Ultimately using the ultimate. Dio exhausted. So Helium without summoner spells for a potential grub kerfuffle.
You said what now?
Kerfuffle. Fisticuffs.
Okay.
As
okay.
wow. You see how the poke coming out from the Fury, obvious poke champion. By taking
Seraphine-
down extremely
Seraphine's
low.
gonna TP in.
Well, they will have the numbers, but the health bars are low from Vanguard. They have to be careful here as Grubs will start up. Oh, a great flash W from Eyesight. Actually, Time to Clown able to find a flash of their own. The kill gonna give them just enough health to get out. Eyesight gonna be taking down double kill for Corki. And flashing for fun is Akira, but will result in these grubs being taken. Meanwhile, on the bot side, Ezreal just now getting that wave shoved in, so I don't know if they're gonna be able to pick up very many plates, if at all. Will be one plate for the Ezreal.
Yeah, and a fight that was started by, I believe, Don't Tilt Top started that fight.
Yep, Eyesight with
Not
the aggressive
going their
flash.
way.
Just enough time between Eyesight flash Wing the Vi and the Vi being able to flash out to get a shield from Seraphine, an ult on to, I believe it was Dio, and then the kill, the triumphant proc, actually giving Time to Clown just enough health to survive there.
Yeah, I don't remember. I assume they saw Seraphine TP in, so they knew they were outnumbered. And they didn't have ultimate, so I maybe a little bit too aggressive, especially
Maybe.
going into the enemy team's jungle. I get you want the Void Grubs, but a little bit forced.
Gold dead even here. A little bit of an advantage for Vanguard with that first strike that's secured. Grubs now split 3-3. No more 6 grubs for DDT. As we see Helium going to be able to get some chip damage onto the dragon. Time to Clown does have the blasting clone. Will be taken extremely low and will ultimately fall. Helium gonna eat, and Ezreal ults to the face. Helium probably goes down. Aggressive flash from Kypecap will secure that kill. Spartan Mason does not want to get a 1v1 with that champion. So 2 for nothing trade, and Dragon secured by DDT. As wow, tons of damage coming out from that Spartan Mason, from that Seraphine. As a flash auto does secure a kill on a site a little bit too far up into the enemy jungle, unaware of where Seraphine was.
Yeah, maybe a little too aggressive, trying to get some extra vision. Not thinking the Seraphine was going to stick around, but she did.
Turret plating will soon fall.
-1 Spartan Mason. I'm able to get that cannon, but I liked what we saw from DDT on that dragon take, holding the dragon to where it was never in doubt of it being stolen. As BK is actually able to
Pops the ghost.
pop the ghost, the abyssal dive to get away. Herald has spawned. Aggressive abyssal dive coming out from BK's a level up on Hugh. Interesting that Hugh is not opting into a Bork Rush. Instead, we're going to be what I believe is a Stride Breaker. You like to see the Bork into the health stacking champion. But maybe Hugh's playing for team fight. Gonna slow down some of these slippery carries and Nefiri and Ezreal respectively. Hugh does have to be careful here. Eyesight is waiting in the wings. BK's doing a nice job of trying to bait it out. Hugh won't fall for it. Push in favor bot side for DTT. So we see aggressive positioning coming out from both sides for this Herald. Corki going to be caught out by the Maokai ult, going to be knocked up by the Tom Cannon, it's going to be killed by the Nefiri. Time to Clown going to do their best to get out. Dio finding a quick double kill, and that should be an uncontested Herald on the back of that play.
Yeah, and that time Set was not there to help like he was in a couple of the other ones. So Neferi pretty strong, especially with pairing with all the Maokai slowing.
2-1-3 on this champion is Dio, and it's kind of interesting. A complete role reversal from the previous champs we saw her on. I believe it was Hwei the last game, and then before that, Syndra.
Yeah.
So, beautiful thing about best of 3 is you can pull out all the stops. We see lots of damage coming out from Spartan Mason, going to be able to find the ultimate. Instead, Shutdown goes to Kypecat.
Yep, not quite enough damage yet to take down the Karma there. Ezreal thinking could block the Seraphine ult, not quite.
Helium, very aggressive, having to flash away. I think was fishing for a kill on a Clove. Flash being expended. Clove with the Mantra Cube. Cool Guys don't look at explosions. Able to secure the kill on the backside of that. Kobe, if you will.
RIP. I think that flash is worth it since you do... Oh, I thought they got the tower. They're not going to get the tower. TP coming in.
TP coming in, but Kypecat might be worse for wear. Kypecat immediately going to fall. Dio, tons of damage on a Spartan Mason. Spartan Mason taken out immediately. Time to Clown. Potentially soon to follow. Dio, great TP usage, able to secure a double kill on the back of a play started by Vanguard there.
Yeah, and Corki not able... I believe Neferi TP'd right in front of Corki, but Corki, of course, not able to stop Neferi from TPing down.
About a 5k, just under 5k, I should say, gold lead for DTT here. The carries are fed for DDT between the Neferi and the Ezreal, respectively. That's not to say that Vanguard is out of this match, as we see a flash to come through sight. Akira having to expend their own flash to get away.
Top lane
Hugh
snooze fest,
taking
might
that
get crazy.
low.
Finally.
And I think that might just be Hugh going down. Hugh flashing and actually able to... Oh, walks into the Abyssal Dive. Unfortunate for him. Shutdown for BK's on the Tom Kench.
Felt like Set could have maybe dodged it, but just barely got him.
Lagging.
True.
He's got cold feet, dude. There's snow on the rift.
That's true, he's slipping. This is the best early to mid-game lead for DTT so far. We'll see if they can capitalize on it here.
Time to Clown. Going in aggressively on a Dio, but it will be Time to Clown. The first to fall. 2 kills as Seraphine and Brand pop the remaining members, and Kypecat, the lone wolf, left. But I don't know if they'll have enough in the tank to actually secure that dragon without the buy there. Instead, sights turn on to the mid lane. Lots of damage coming out between the Seraphine and the Brand there. Maybe just a little aggressive on the vibe, but otherwise a pretty decent play from Vanguard, taking gold where they can get it.
Yeah, I will say initially I was thinking DTT was going to wipe that fight at the very beginning of it, but definitely some damage coming through as we see most every champion has just passed their first item. So yeah, the Brand Sarah Corki pokes before these team fights are going to be massive.
As we see Dragon started up by DDT. They knew they lost out on the fight, but a lot of ultimates were used in the process by Vanguard, so they feel confident being able to take that objective. As Vanguard is going to instead find the first outer for mid lane. Still getting gold in the pocket. About 3.5k gold lead. DTT favored. Dio pops the ultimate, saying, hey, back off. But Dio is going to be engaged on by Time to Clown and Hugh. Dio is going to be taken out. Ultimate from Maokai going to land on a couple of members from Vanguard. Helium taken out by a great ult from Kybecat. BK is so tanky on this Tahm Kench. Q going down as well. BK is just wreaking havoc. Heartsteel proc after Heartsteel proc. That's a double kill for BK's on the Catfish. That's going to be Kybecat finding a kill as well. And Spartan Mason taken down to the last of their HP.
Tahm
We'll be
Kench
able to
wants
clear
the
the
kill.
wave, but I
Not
think
gonna be able to
Tahm
get it.
Kench, yeah, to say we'll get a tower instead.
Yeah, Kybecat just barely living that fight with the last minute shield from Clove on the Karma. And of course, Spartan Mason barely surviving as well. Tahm Kench was a little bit late to that fight, but the team on the side of Don't Tilt Top surviving long enough.
Wow, Spartan Mason with the aggressive TP actually able to find a shutdown on the Kybecat and escape with their life as we see Hugh pulling in BK. Has to be careful there. Spit into the waiting arms of Eyesight is Hugh. Hugh surviving for a long time though. Ultimate will find its mark onto BK's. Kind of hard to miss a point and click as the Abyssal Dive will be knocked up and interrupted. BK's should go down here, but man, oh man, is this
Another
Catfish
fight going
tanky.
on.
Another shutdown for Seraphine as on the bot side. Akira, I don't think they're going to win that 1v1 with the Assassin Doggo.
No, as that top fight started, Dio actually TP'd bot lane and instantly ulted. I was thinking Dio was going to TP top, but nope.
It's time to clown. Gonna be knocked out of the Q charge. Helium is there though. Presence will be enough to escort their jungler out. $5K is the goal lead for DTT. Only getting tankier is the top side as well. We see 2 items completed for both Dio and Ezreal, and Kybecat on the Neferi and Ezreal respectively. Corki with 2 items of his own. Neferi, or sorry, not Neferi. Seraphine was able to pick up a couple shutdowns throughout that as well. Has an Oblivion Orb that they're sitting on. So in terms of items, pretty close to even. Eyesight might be spending a little bit too much time on the Rift. 1500 in the bank as we see Eyesight Twisted Advance going to find its mark onto 2 members. Seraphine does get a 2-man ultimate, but it won't really amount to anything as Helium taken down as well. Clove does go down
Karma
in the process.
flashing to her death. Flashed
Yeah,
into the set.
unfortunate. But that should be enough for confidence to be given in this Baron take.
They are spotted out. Corki does have the poke. We'll see if
Oh,
Tom goes in.
Corki. Oh, the Abyssal Dive barely misses as Flash being extended by both mid laners here. Dio very far in, no teammates around. Dio actually
Well,
gonna go down.
Too far in, but that does get the Corki down far enough, maybe. We'll see if Time to Clown can
Baron's
steal.
way down about a third HP. Time to Clown being actually zoned to great effect by BK's. Kill will go over. Baron was stopped though, so I don't think DTT will be able to secure that objective. Instead, it's a 1-for-1 trade when all is said and done.
Yeah, and a nice turn from Don't Tilt Top. Dio maybe getting a little too aggressive. I don't know if she saw the Vi or not, but just hungry for a couple more Corki kills, and Corki Vi able to turn that into a kill on the Fury, but no Baron take. A little bit of a reset. We have Dragon coming up in 45 seconds, and we will see if we fight again.
Tier 2 is going to be secured by BK's, but it might be for his life as the Abyssal Voyage, the Abyssal Dive actually does go through. Helium Bamboo taking it out of half HP. Akira is here. BK's is slowed up, is stunned. Brand passive does come through. That is Spartan Mason picking up that kill. 6-3 and 6 on the Seraphine. If there's a win con for Vanguard, it's her. The 6k gold lead for DTT. The gold lead steadily growing. Dragon will be started up. If secured, this will be DTT's third Drake of the match. Time to Clown is around. Will be stunned up by the twisted advance of Eyesight. Q is here. Q will be taken and stolen is the Mountain Drake. Time to Clown able to pick up that kill. We see the fight developing as well. Eyesight taken extremely low and is down. Dio did find Helium Bamboo on the backside of that fight. Meanwhile, Vi unable to escort themselves out. Ultimate does come through. Find Kybecat. Q taken down low. The shield just enough to save him for a little bit as the cavalry has arrived. Tom Kench is here. Ulting, speeding Kybecat up. Spartan Mason taking damage, eating Qs, and falling. Wow. So Dragon was secured
Yep.
by Vanguard. So you've given yourself at least 10 minutes to work with in terms of having to contest another Drake. The rest of the fight, the extended fight, was scattered. Thought it was going to go Vanguard's way. Kind of went even instead. As we see the Baron going to be immediately started up by BKs and company.
Yeah. TPN by the
Dio is
Fury
here.
to secure what should be a free Baron. We'll see if Bran and Vi
It's
want to go
getting
in.
Sniffed out. Brand does not have the ultimate available. The Twisted Advance will buy space and time, and it looks like Baron will be secured without a hitch for DTT. Decisive call.
Those are the best kinds. Even if it's not the best call at the time, if you quick calls and you commit to it, usually works out.
A little over, a little under 7k gold lead for DDT. Baron in tow. Gonna be interesting to see how they approach this map. Looking at a 4-1 developing here. And if you're Vanguard, how do you respond?
Let's see, you have no objective up. You just want to wave clear.
much poke.
You have some poke, but both sides do, so this is a tough spot to be
Martin
in here.
Mason just already so low. The wave clear is not great for Vanguard. I feel like you just gotta get decisive, have Vi go in, hold somebody, and follow it up with the Seraphine ult, try to win a fight here. Otherwise, I think you're just bleeding out slowly. As the siege presses on, BK is in the bot side. Has to be a little bit careful. As mid lane's waiting for their minions to crash. Sight just gonna twisted advantage onto the Seraphine, and the Seraphine just immediately taken out by an arcane shift forward. That's 2 kills for DDT. As Hugh might be taken out in a solo bolo by BK's. BK's taking a lot of tower damage, but Dio is
Tower's
here
almost
to
down.
clean up the rest of it. Tower does fall with Hugh in the process.
You have the Baron minions, you have 87 Fury dogs. Can you take another tower?
It looks like that is the plan. Unfortunately, running out of melee minions, but Sight says, hey, just tank, dogs. That's 2 inhibs secured, and look at that topside wave as well. It could be 3 when all is said and done, as we'll have to see if DDT opts for the aggressive play. Instead, they're going to back with all that gold and look to spend.
Yeah, making the safe call. We have the dragon coming up. Not soul yet, so you could opt to give it if you're the side of Vanguard. If you don't think you just want to fight yet, don't want to fight yet. So I would expect that's what they want to do with all the super minions on the map. Just some free gold, chill out, give a Drake. But we shall see. Vi is top side, so we assume that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, and I mean, do you even really have to play for this Soul Point Drake, or can you just have all 5 top and just do a slow siege as the rest of the minions crash? I mean, it looks like Drake is definitely the play. 10 seconds, everybody's here for DDT. It's not a do or die Drake for Vanguard. They stole one away, so still 2 away is DDT for that soul. But they are securing Soul Point. As Time to Clown does find BK's. BK's all by himself. Dio's TP is coming forward immediately. Actually, the Seraphine ult did not hit the target as BK is taken low. Dio forced to flash at Kybecat from a ultimate downtown, able to find 1 kill. Arcane shifting for another. BK's was able just to withstand so much
Yeah, Tom,
damage.
thick boy.
He is a thick boy indeed. Kybat legendary on this Israel, 16, 2, and 7. Spartan Mason going to go down as well.
And that should be the game. Is
That
for sure the game.
Game 3. That is DDT moving on to our final round. Optimal Esports picking up the first win of the match. Unable to close out the series. But both of these teams, man, they look good.
Yeah, I mean, overall, from all 3 games, I mean, fairly even. It seemed game 3 for DDT kind of looked like what Vanguard did game 1. Tied-ish super early game, and then just kind of snowballing, no pun intended, with the game. So, yeah, DTT just scaling as a team. Game 1 warm-up game maybe. But yeah, you gave BK's one of his best champs, Nefiri, and Ezreal, of course, popping off. Kybecat, fancy feeding around in the bot lane. Yeah, good showing by Don't Tilt Top.
So no tilt top. We'll move on. Optimal Esports unfortunately will not, but we do appreciate them participating. I hope they had fun. Of course, being able to stream is always pretty fun in my opinion. CB, can you confirm if Game 3 is still going on for the opposite side of the bracket? Yes, no, maybe?
Either they're already done or they haven't started game 3. I don't know. Surely.
Surely
Not
Game
that
3 has
right.
been started, right? I don't know. They were in a barn burner for Game 2. It went quite a long time.
So yeah, I don't know. I
I
see
guess
at
we'll
least.
find that out, but while we're doing that, we're going to throw it to a quick intermission.
Yeah, we'll figure that out, and we will be right back.
All right. So game 3 has not been played yet. So I guess everyone gets to be streamed today. Hoodie Esports on the left, blue side. Grippy Sox Wolves on the right. Draft has been completed. Here are the champions that will be locked in and played today. The left side, bit of a Freljordian theme between the Sejuani, Braum, and Aurora. Grippy Sox. A little bit of Ionian between I think Set's Ionian, right? I don't know,
No idea.
but I know Shen and Ari are. Gonna be interesting to see. No idea how either of these games went, other than Hoodie took game 2, and what I assume to be a barn burner. A sub is being used for this third game, as there was a bit of medical emergency, so we hope all is well there. That everything will be taken care of for that.
I guess it's Aurora top. I don't.
We'll have to see.
They are not doing blind draft, so they can see each other's champs on who's getting picked. So there's no spoilers to be
Malzahar
had.
was picked top so far. We'll give you an update since you can't see the actual things going through.
Which does make sense. I mean, Vigar or Feed playing top lane is a mid/support player, so makes sense. We'll see how it is into the set.
Yeah, Husky Cody doesn't have a Santa hat because he hates Christmas. No, I'm just kidding. Doesn't have one.
This is just the one that Santa brought me. I don't know.
There you go. Well, with honestly, no background between how these games have gone. Looking at the draft of both of these teams, standard for Grippy Sock, I would say. I think it's gonna be and support unless some trades come through. So some unique picks: Shen support and Malzahar top.
Yeah.
Of those drafts, who do you have favored?
Yeah, having no background on how the first games went, always concerned when you see something very different, like a Malzahar top, so it's kind of tough, especially when you have a Sejuani jungle. So I don't love that. Could work out, though. I know for the side of Hoodie, having the Aurora mid, that is Nick's one of his best champs. So getting it game 3 and a Fearless is good. And then you have the Lucian Braum pairing. I really like that. But having a Shin with an Ari that can go in, with a Volibear that can go in, with a Set that can ult in, it's tough. I mean, you play safe on the side of Grippy Sock Wolves, and I would probably favor their draft.
I think it's a lot. So my philosophy, I'll say it once again, is the easier comp to execute is probably the favored to win. And I think Grippy Sox Wolves is pretty easy, right? It's like Volibear stun or Shen taunt or Ari charm into a bunch of damage happening into what is really a pretty squishy team outside of the Sejuani for Hoodie. But Hoodie can look for pick. Braum being paired with the Lucian, it's a quick Braum passive. Malzahar ult is always annoying. Sejuani ult as well. So I expect Hoodie to play for pick and play around vision, while Grippy Sock just kind of play a standard front to back.
I would think Hoodie needs to scale a little bit. Malzahar really isn't going to do anything to Set with no items. Aurora, Ari, typical mid lane matchup. And bot lane, I would think both play safe. Shen can't do too much in the Braum mid lane. But again, comfort goes a long way.
Comfort does go a long way indeed. I'll open up the chat. Let me get that prediction started. Who wins game 3? Hoodie or Grippy Sock Wolves? You got 10 minutes on the clock to get your points in. I think Cody had added some point incentives as well. 5,000 shurikens. You can join a rivals cast in the future. 10,000 you can 1v1 me. 12,000 you can do CB. Or
Won't be
you
pretty.
can 1v1 CB.
Hey, it's more points for that, brother.
Yeah, a little bit more than 12,000 to do that. 15 get casted, and that's about it.
Or you can just predict and vote and gamble, kind of,
Just for fun.
just for fun.
That's what really gambling is all about, to be honest.
So we.
Just kidding.
Oh
don't
yeah.
take my words out of context.
You heard it here first from Righteous. He told you. We do have about a minute and a half left on the spectator delay, so that's what we're waiting on.
That is what we're waiting on. You guys get to look at our beautiful mugs while you wait. Did you follow or did you shout out Kybecat?
No, I was waiting for you to do it. How dare you?
Okay, well, I will shout out Kybecat. Kybecat, thank you so much for the follow. We do appreciate the support. Expect more of these one-day type of tournaments in the future. I think towards the end of the stream, I'm going to get a poll going about what would be the best day in January to do it.
Gotta get that 2025 year kickoff tournament.
Yeah, started off right, dude.
Title pending.
Title pending. Yeah, I don't know. That's kind of a mouthful, what you just said. I don't even know what you just said.
Swing it.
You
2025.
think? Yeah,
We are slowly loading in.
slowly loading in. Lots of purple for Grippy Sock Wolves. The Dark Cosmic Erasure Jin. Blue Nine's got some money.
Oh, we
On
got
top.
money.
On the top, or on the blue side, I should say, lots of Christmas. Santa Braum making an appearance.
Good. Finally. That's what we were looking for.
Yeah. Honestly, this whole tournament was just to see who would draft all the Christmas champs first. As we await the load in. How are we doing, chat? By how are we doing, I mean, how are you doing?
You already know how you're doing?
I'm already, I already know how I'm doing.
I was going to put, how are your thoughts on this, as one of the point things you could buy. Probably a high cost. Righteous shaves his face. What do you think? What do you think?
I mean, you could do that.
I'll do it for myself. We'll put it down the line. As we have, so DTT, at least they get to watch. I guess that's a little bit of a incentive that they get for making it to finals here. They actually get to watch their opponents play right here.
Are you in the game?
I'm in the game, brother.
You got 5 seconds. 6,
Whoa, 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 whoa.
9,
Yeah,
10.
5.
You're 5.
Mhm.
Are we doing the count off? I didn't know we were doing that. I thought we were just gonna wing it.
Oh, okay. I don't know. 3, 2,
I'm at 5,
1.
6,
Close enough.
7.
Should be good.
We're good. You're 10 seconds right now.
Yeah, we're good.
All right, we're live.
Let me swap us on over so you can stop staring at us a little bit, and we will get into the game.
So, all my analysis that we just talked about is out of the window because you have to figure the team with Santa Braum on the snow map is going to win.
30 seconds
True.
until
That's
the
at least
map
worth
buff.
a couple gold.
As we see Lu9 actually going to be caught out by Braum Q, forced to flash. Triumphant flashing to follow. Q will find its
Oh.
mark. iGank finding aggressive positioning with the flash of their own. Stun will be used. But
That-
so much AC. That's a lot of flashes.
That's the power of Sejuani Braum, but yeah, definitely cost 4 flashes for first blood. I don't know if that's worth it, but we'll see.
We will see indeed. Now, Malzahar, typically a champ you see in the short lane in mid. Top's a little bit longer. Not having that flash could be pretty scary.
I've been
We'll have to see
requested to, which I have no idea how to do it.
right there.
We'll never,
Interface.
we'll never get there. There we go.
Champion name.
I got
summoner
it.
Name. Do you not do that for the other matches?
No, I play with the champion names.
Yeah. Well, you cast with the summoner names now. Anyways, we see aggressive training coming from mid. Chad, I've been telling him to do that for literal days now. Can't get mad at me.
Anarchy.
As we see Viger Feed actually going to be caught out by the E from Luna, taken very low. Doesn't have that flash available, but we'll pop a bot. We'll be okay. Feel like early game is definitely going to go the side of red in Grippy Sock Wolves' favor.
I don't know if they
This
gave
the-
first blood, so who knows?
Yeah, that's true.
Fire getting pushed in. Kind of expected. You're a little weak, even with your E on the minions. Early.
So we see iGank stunned up, but not caught out. Blue Nine's root will go wide. Believe. So iGank able to secure that. We see aggressive trading on the bot side. Taunt coming through. Triumphant. We'll dodge out on the root and aggressive position forward. Ferdy finding a kill onto iMonk's Shen. Jaded Bunny is down here in the bot lane though. Triumphant does have to be careful. Triumphant actually will be able to get away. Jaded Bunny, can he find two? He's fighting for his life here. Unfortunately, we'll go down. That's a double kill for Ferdy.
Ferdy is
Early.
strong.
Yeah, 100% of the kills today are on Ferdy. By today, I mean this game. That changes though with iGank picking up a freebie. Luna kind of walking into the alcove of death there with no flash.
Yeah, it's tough to speak to the other games because we don't know how games 1 and 2 went, but this is game 3, so both teams have taken a win off of the other. Just Hoodie off to a very good start.
Yep. I don't know what side Ruby Sock Wolves had on game 2. But it would be interesting to see the both of the series could potentially be decided by a reverse sweep, or can Grippy Sock Wolves break that trend? So far, not look good for that case, but it's early in the game. Aggressive ultimate from Nicholas will find a kill on Ahri and should be able to get out into the opposing blue side. Volley on his red won't be able to find much of anything other than his chickens. We see a nice freeze developed by Ferdy and Triumphant here. Triumphant finds the Q. Really like the Braum pick into the Shen. Shen is one of those champs that if you want to do anything, you have to go in. Braum sliding in nicely against that. It's a slow push. 440 and Triumphant should result in an uncontested dragon take. Volley on the opposite side of the map, taking those grubs.
So something to note, Shin was picked after Braum. So a little bit interesting. I guess you're playing for the team fights, not
Yeah.
for lane.
Buff up the Volibear, get in there, cause havoc.
Yep. And I agree, Husky. I don't know how Nicholas got his best champion game 3 of a Fearless game, but here we are.
Here we are indeed. Game 3, deciding game between these two teams. Winner goes on to face Don't Tilt Top, who we saw pick up their deciding match against Optimal Esports Vanguard. Husky's got jokes. Not even gonna repeat that. That was a bad pun. Starting to slow the game out after early first 4 kills going in Lucian's pocket.
Thank you to Kaladin or Kaladin LOL for the follow. Much appreciated. Sorry I can't read too well. Feel free to let me know how to pronounce it in the chat.
LU Soul opting for an aggressive trade but did not find the charm. Has to be careful. Nicholas does have the ultimate available as we see a flash ultimate go a bit wide for iGank. The Shen ultimate does come through. Flash taunt will find its mark onto Nicholas. Nicholas going to be taken out. Jaded Bunny being able to pick up that kill.
Yeah.
Interesting rune choice from Jaded Bunny. I just noticed they have Aftershock on the Volibear. Typically you see PTA. Wants to play that beefy tank role for his team.
For the side of the Wolves, that's why you picked the Ari Shin right there. You have a Ari ult for the delivery system, and right there it worked out.
I think just talking about delivery systems, you got the set ult that could get on top of people. You got the Volibear just running in with a Q. The Vigar feed does have the ultimate available. We'll opt not to use it on Luna here. Luna using the W to clear out these minions. Has to be careful of a potential gank if iGank decides that's what we want to do. But he says, nope, just get it back, keep my tempo. We think they're going to play for those second Drake as we see Lu9 having to flash out. An aggressive Braum flash ultimate will secure a kill for Braum. Unfortunate that Ferdy wasn't able to get that, but 2v2 dominance so far is the name of this game. Ferdy and Triumph are getting the better of iMonks and LU9.
Yeah, and we didn't get to see the first 2 games, but I do know that Ferdy and Triumphant are a bot lane duo. So seeing that synergy come out here.
Obviously the synergy is good, but I think iMonks is the substitute that we talked about. So maybe not as well synergized with his ADC companion as the previous. iMonks forced to taunt away. Root will find Ferdy, but I don't believe there's just enough damage yet. So we see Essence Weaver already secured by Lucian. 30 CS up as well as that 4 kill lead. iMonk's getting aggressive, almost getting taken out. A taunt will find Ferdy, but I think that's gonna be iMonks going down, and he does. A flash from Ferdy to stun up Lu9 results in a double kill, and Jaded Bunny is here, looking to get the shutdown on Ferdy. Autos the Braum instead, does get the Braum as a consolation prize, but the shutdown remains. Ferdy 7-0-1 on the Lucian.
Yeah. We're at the point to where when we team fight, you want to hard save Lucian, hard peel, and wolves are gonna go straight for him, I assume. But if you're wolves, you do not want to fight anytime soon. We'll see if with this dragon up, I assume that Hoodie should be able to get the full easy-ish prio here. We'll see what they opt to do. Sejuani is topside.
Sejuani is topside indeed. I wonder if they're just gonna play for the 6 grubs. Actually, no. Sorry. Grubs were split. Sejuani is gonna make their way down to the dragon. Ferdy does have to be careful. Jaded Bunny is here. Monk's gonna be able to find the taunt. Mispositioning from Ferdy, perhaps. Gonna stand behind Braum as Jin unloads. Curtain Call finds no one. Ferdy taken down to about 2 HP. The locket gonna be just enough to save the 80 carry as iMonk's going to go down as well. Triumph able to pick up that kill. We see TP coming out from the Malzahar. Soul in 9. The remaining carries for Sock Wolves.
Yeah, Ari was about 2 seconds too late to pick up that kill on Lucian.
Yeah, and Lucian does have to be careful. We see the power of the potential catch from Sock Wolves, but unfortunately it was not enough damage to result in Lucian going down. Nicholas with the ultimate. On the bot side, we see Ferdy with the ultimate as well. Ferdy backing off. Shen is there. Nicholas unable to find the kill onto Soul. Vigar Fied going to basically just been doing what the top lane has been doing this whole game. Just trade waves back and forth.
Which I think is okay if you're Vigar or Feed.
Jaded Bunny just walking in to try to secure a Dragon Steel. Igake ultimately able to secure that objective. Monk says, I will give my own life, taunting up the rest of Hoodie's members so Jin can walk away. That is a real support right there.
I will give my own life for Sock Wolves.
About a 5k gold lead developed for Hoodie here. As Lu Sol has popped ultimate, but is fighting not only Nicholas, but the wave as well. Great flash from Nicholas. Sol taken down.
I think out of the 4 games that we've seen
Right up
today,
there with some aggressive
Ooh.
positioning. Does find the stun up onto 9, but will be stunned up by 9. And just not a lot of damage right now for
I think Lucian is too
Sock
strong
Wolf
to even
here.
take this 2v3. We'll see.
Ooh, great flash taunt from Monks, but I don't know if it will result in a kill as we see TP coming down. Nicholas has the ultimate available. Jaded Bunny taken very low. Ferdy going legendary. Ferdy with a double kill. And Jin flashing away. Ferdy 905 here 15 minutes in.
Yeah,
Luna might actually find a Vigar or Feed here. The flash having to be expended by Vigar or Feed to save their life. But on the bot side of the map, his team's picking up a tier 2 tower at 15 minutes in. That's a ton of gold.
and the Rift Herald should go down to Sejuani.
Could get a little dicey here. We'll see. Does pick it up. So at this 15.5 minute mark is iGank trading aggressively into Luna. Soul is here. Soul's sights are on Vigar Feed. If Vigar Feed does go down, an excellent charm will result in the death of iGank as well. So Grippy Sock Wolves fighting back. But about a 7k gold lead for Hoodie.
Yeah, I mean those 2 kills, you take it if you're the side of Sock Wolves. Step by step, trying to get back into this. It's such a big lead at 16 minutes. Definitely the biggest lead we've seen today, this early on. Aurora and Lucian so strong. If you had some good peel on the side of Hoodie, I don't see how you lose a team fight.
Yeah, team fight loss would be hard to come by for Hoodie Hoodie, but we did see that there is some potential in picking individual members off. As Luna's taken low, we use the W to clear out the rest of the minions. The tower does go down. Nicholas gonna follow with an ult. Shen responding in turn with the ultimate of his own. And Nick going to be potentially caught out here. But won't find a return trade. Luna picking up the kill, but Ferdy and Triumphant, the dynamic duo, are here. Luna will be taken down. Monks will be taken down as well. That's 11-0-5 on this Lucian. And it might be a tier 2 on the opposite side of the map for him.
Yeah, and it feels like Hoodie Hoodie has an opportunity here to, obviously not in the game right now, but make this a shorter game. I mean, they're pushing on the gas with this lead. Now Lucian is worth 700 gold shutdown, but I don't know. Brahm's playing so well that Lucian might not get killed this game.
Yeah, as soon as Lucian goes down, you have to think that Sock Wolves will have some. Do we see Taunt come out onto iGank? iGank. The Coral Rider has fallen. His Loose Soul just taken extremely low. It's so much damage between the Essence Reaver and the Infinity Edge. As a great taunt from Monks should result in Vigar or Feed being slain. Eventually does, and Nicholas will go down as well. Okay, so Grippy Sock Wolves with some fight. 3-0 off of the back of probably too aggressive positioning from iGank.
Yeah, Hoodie Hoodie getting a little sloppy there. Not really on the same page. People kind of scattered everywhere. So, yeah, good fight taken on the side of Sock Wolves.
Good fight taken indeed. Trying to cut into this gold lead, taken down to about 6k when it was 7. Dragon coming up here in 3 seconds. Monk's doing his best to clear out some vision. iGank, we'll see him. Luna dodging out of the Braum queue. I just don't know how Sock Wolves can really fight for this objective. Especially with Shen backing now. Looks like they're just gonna give it up. Soul taking it down extremely low. Nicholas doing so much work. As Lu9 potentially caught out great Braum ultimate in the choke, gonna knock up 3 members of Groupie Soft Wolves. Ferdy is legendary. We'll find 2 more kills. 13-0-5 is the solution. And obviously, KDA, Ferdy, we're gonna talk a lot about him, but Nick is doing a lot of damage on this Aurora as well. Both of these carries not to be taken lightly, as the push for tier 2 continues. In mid, Luna finding a nice pull. Shen going to be able to come through, find a ton on the first. That's a shutdown going to the Shen, unfortunately, but raid boss down as the curtain call will go wide. That is Lucian down for 25 seconds. Stun will find iGank. iGank will return stun with his ultimate. Vigar feed is here. But Sakwa is finding advantages here.
Yeah. Hoodie Hoodie getting a little relaxed in the mid lane. Just because you're 13-0 doesn't mean you can die. And so, yeah, Sock Wolves feeling maybe the pressure of the game as we get into the late game. Such a big lead for Hoodie Hoodie. Sock Wolves says, if we see Lucian, let's just all run right at him. And that time it worked out.
Despite Lucian going down, still has 150 gold bounty, which goes to show how far ahead this Lucian is. Looking at the gold here, almost doubling up. 9. But we know Sock Wolves can look to pick off individual members of Hoodie Hoodie's team as Nicholas finding some cheek damage onto Monks. I think a little bit of a lull here. Hoodie Hoodie playing around this Baron, but not willing to start it up quite yet. Don't want to throw the game on a potential bad objective take. As Luna might be able to catch Nicholas here. A quick Q, quick E. Nicholas having to flash or ult, but just putting himself further in the alcove. Ferdy and Triumphant are here though, as Nicholas does use the flash. Ultimate will connect onto Ferdy. The Luna will go down. That's just been the name of the game. Triumphant and Ferdy at the right place at the right time, and this will be Baron started up by Hoodie Hoodie.
Yeah, and Luna catching out Nick, but Nick being so evasive on the Aurora, buying enough time to have his team meet him in the top lane. Sokolov do get the mid lane push. They're just going to give Baron. They know they can't really fight it at this point. So making the right call, just pushing down mid, getting what they can.
Actually opting to turn off the tower is Jaded Bunny with that Volibear ultimate just to secure that tier 2 in mid. So making cross map plays. Surprised no objective bounties and Jaded Bunny flashing right into the waiting arms of Vygar feed. That's a dead bear. A minute before dragon, so should be respawned and at the objective. Jaded Bunny calling himself out. LMAO, that flash.
Volibear, of course, will be up for Dragon, but with this Baron push, you'd think they take at least one, if not 2 towers.
Well, there's an open inhib waiting at top, right? So I think the play is to siege this mid wave as we see tons of damage just being unleashed into Grippy Sock Wolves. 1 player, 2 players down. iMonks finding a nice flash taunt. Gonna be able to get Nicholas and iGank. So in the end, a 3-for-2 trade, and if you're Grippy Sock Wolves, you take that. That's two Baron up players that are no longer on the Rift. So we see Jaded Bunny chasing for Ferdy, but I don't know if the tank Volibear and the tank Shen are gonna have enough damage to deal with this Lucian that is so far ahead. Jaded Bunny finding an ultimate, finding a Q. The Q actually gets stunned up, but Jaded Bunny just not enough damage.
Yeah, interesting chase there.
And then I'm not sure what happened on the bot side, but Malzahar just got an inhib for free.
Hey, there you go. That's one way to play Malzahar top is just... I'm going to be over here, guys, with my Voidlings, and I'm just going to push the waves. Split push Malzahar top OP.
Split push Malzahar top OP. Yeah, dude. Honestly, if Vygar feed was smart, we'd see the Hullbreaker come out.
Maybe you can do that in one of our playoff games.
The Voidlings do scale with AD, just so you know. Seems like a desperation effort here for Grippy Sock Wolves as the TP does come out. Nicholas using the ultimate to get back into the pit. The objective bounty will be stolen by Luna Freya. Unable to secure the dragon. Luna going to go down. Nicholas will go down to return. Actually, Nicholas able to avoid all the damage. Flash being used by Soul. So while iGank was unable to secure the dragon, 2 kills were picked up by Hoodie Hoodie. You have to think that they're gonna siege into the bot or into the mid tower here, but bot lane fighting is the play. Nicholas opting to use the TP. And it just seems like, I know the timers are up, but it seems like this game might be close to ending. First of the Nexus Towers is down. Birdie. So much damage to the champion. Already has the Bloodthirster completed. That's 4 items here at 26 minutes for this Lucian. About a 10,000 gold lead here at 26 minutes. By far the biggest gold lead we have seen at 26 minutes. This is almost a full item up Lucian at this point in the game. I will say, if Grip Socks is able to find a pick under the Lucian, then the tides may turn, but has proven to be tough thus far.
Yeah, I would think that Hoodie Hoodie has opportunity to just group and fight.
9. Being chased by Vygar, but Vygar feed might have bit off more than they could chew. Just going to take the L. Ultimate being used by Lunafreya. Interesting choice. To see Triumphant with an excellent Braum ult. Could have knocked up and Sejuani's son, I Monks. Nicholas going to be the beneficiary of his team, setting him up. That is 2 inhibs down. Focus will be shifted onto the 3rd. Luna will be stunned up. Braum passive. Nicholas with a giant ultimate, finding the remaining 3 members of Gripsox. Birdie dominating on this Lucian. 19, 1, and 11. Nicholas will go down in the carnage. A good charm coming out from Soul. Soul at 9, showing a bit of fight. Triumphant and Freddy do need to be careful here. Do they have enough of a push to end this game? As to Vygar feed does have the TP. TP is coming down. Monks going to be suppressed and taken out. Soul taken down as well. The curtain call. Pretty useless against the Braum shield, holding up that chimney, and that is game 3 going to Hoodie Hoodie. And they will be moving on to face Don't Tilt Top in our finals matchup.
Yeah, that was one of the more lopsided games we've seen. Definitely some light shining here and there on the side of Sock Wolves, but yeah, just a demanding win. Game 3 here for Hoodie Hoodie, who are gonna go play against DTT.
Yep, a little bit lopsided of a matchup there. We do appreciate Grippy Sock Wolves for participating in our first annual Rivals Christmas Clash. We hope you had fun. I am glad we were able to get you on a streamed game. Unfortunately, probably not the outcome that they were looking for. But nonetheless, the show must go on. The tournament continues. We're going to throw it to a quick 5-minute intermission, and then we will get into our finals matchup. Welcome back, everyone. As we eagerly await this finals matchup, I do believe we have a 1v1 in store to decide game one side selection. Don't know what's going on in that front. I'm in a half empty lobby right now.
Yeah, we're having a little bit of a. I think they're working on their who's officially starting on one of the teams, but should be able to knock out the 1v1.
Potentially.
Let me see if I can set it up for them. Make it easy.
Make it easy. Bridge of Progress. Once again for the 1v1s. I think I might be lagging. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, well, for the 1v1s, first to first blood, 100 CS, or first tower will win the 1v1 and ensure that they get game one side selection. Cannot play Ornn. The one stipulation.
Yeah. I think they have the rosters ironed out. We just need the 1v1er from the side of DTT. Last time it was Clove. I guess both teams won their 1v1, so.
Oh,
okay.
1v1 timeout.
Interesting. I just made it, but
I know, that was weird.
it's Riot Diff, I think.
Right, diff indeed. While we're getting that 1v1 lobby set up and underway. Chat, how we feeling? It's been a long day of League of Legends. We're coming up on the 4.5-hour mark. Woo! How we feeling? We loving it? What are some things that you guys suggest we do differently next time? Or do we keep it the same? We already have some internal notes.
Yeah, there's some internal notes. We're still learning, but we're getting there.
Still learning. We're making it good, hopefully.
Looks like Clove is going to do the 1v1 again, if it ain't broke. But I don't know who's going to do it for.
Nick probably needs to leave the spectators. This is too many people. Getting insider information. Rules say only the 1v1ers are allowed, and then us.
Yeah, and that's
There we go.
really just so you can't see what champs being picked.
What champ? Yep. Hopefully that was followed for the previous ones. But we are all ready. Moby White. Oh my gosh. 5 gifted subs. He's chilling in the Christmas spirit. Cridman.
Much
Moby White.
appreciated. The man himself.
Yeah, we really do. Mr. White. Mr. White.
It's Mr. White to you.
Stream has been streaming pretty regularly recently on his Twitch. We should probably figure out how to do like a shout out feature. Is that a thing that I could do?
I just work here.
No, it's because we don't have a bot. I just look like dumb. Anyways, he's been streaming recently, so definitely check out what he's got going on. He casts for Merc. Support extraordinaire, from what I remember. He's played support. He's played top. He's played.
A little bit of confusion on the 1v1 rules, but I think we are clear now.
A little bit of everything.
Okay, we are loading into the 1v1. This will decide side select for the finals matchup. I also believe that Don't Tilt Top is swapping one E sub for a different, so they're only going to have one E sub. They will still have to lose the 2 bans. And for the other teams, let me make sure that Hoodie is aware of it.
Blue White saying he's hitting gold 1 tomorrow. Good luck, kind sir. As we wait for teams to lock in. And now that we're waiting to load in and champs have been locked, we are in spectator delay. So these are both the 1v1 winners previous matchups. iGank playing the champ he played in the Jarvan. And is it Clove? Correct me if I'm wrong.
It is
Clove
Clove. It is
playing-
Clove.
Clove playing Evelyn on the other side of the matchup. So
Yeah, we'll see. We watched Clove's 1v1. We did not get to watch Gank's 1v1, so yeah, we'll see how it goes.
we'll have to see. About 2 minutes left on the spectator delay. But back to what we were talking about. Chat, how have you liked the format? Have you liked the content? Is there anything we could do differently? I know people like stats. Stats are kind of hard to come by in League.
In a tournament.
We'll try to figure out how to do that in the future. Stay hydrated. Got some. The good news is the next one we do won't be as rushed. We basically got all this put together in a week.
Yeah,
Which
we
is
wanted to put
fun.
it on early enough, just to give some teams an opportunity and just to show what we've done so far, what we have planned for the future. I think we mentioned earlier our next one will be in January. Date to be determined. But yeah, it should be fun. January teams should be forming. It'll be a good way for teams to, maybe you just don't want to scrim all the time as you're filling out your rosters for leagues and whatnot. Maybe you want to hop in this tournament and showcase yourself there.
If you want to keep updated with all of the happenings and goings on with Rivals, definitely join our Discord. It is found in the button below. Speaking of, thank you to. Oh, did you get kicked?
I did get kicked.
Do you have Clove? Oh, you have Gank added. Oh, Gank got kicked.
Yeah, one of them might have.
Oh, I wonder if they won before we even got to see it. Who won?
They instant fought.
They just insta fought. Well, let's get into the lobby. Who won? Who won the 1v1?
That's interesting. That's the first time that we've had somebody win
Before the spectator delay.
pre 3 minutes. That's funny. I guess somebody's game plan was just to fight level 3.
Gank with the win in the 1v1. What side are they taking? Looks like blue side.
Are you already in their lobby?
Yeah, I'm waiting to get you in there.
Cool.
You have the draft side up, good sir.
Of course, they put it on tournament draft. That's unfortunate, but
It's all right.
all right. So we'll see. DTT losing the 1v1. They will be put onto the red side, and Hoodie opting to choose the blue side. Cool. So we will get ready for game 1 draft, and we will send it over there after I fix the logos. One logo down.
We're waiting for. I think Sailor probably needs to leave the lab. No, Rivals. Can you drop down real quick to spec?
Absolutely.
Here we go. Getting it all situated.
As I alluded to, Kypecat not able to play. He was an E-sub for DTT, so Verinda, we'll assume that's how it's pronounced. Verinda will be the E-sub, opting to go mid lane, so Dio is going to move down to 80 carry.
Interesting. Have to see how that works out for him.
With the E-sub, DTT is going to lose, just like they did first game. 2 bans in the first phase, and they still won without those 2 bans, so we will see.
We will see indeed. We will see indeed as our ready checks are coming through. Just waiting on DTT to confirm. Okay. Are you ready? It's finals, baby.
Finals, first Rivals Christmas Clash, first Rivals League of Legends tournament. Back in the day, way back in the day, hosted quite a few Call of Duty tournaments, and now here we are in League of Legends.
I turn on my lights. Show my excitement. There we go.
Oh. Shout out to Are You on 10 Yet? Appreciate the follow. All right. Here
Did I
we
not
go.
shout him out? You get
I don't know.
shout outs.
2 shout outs.
It is what it is.
It is what it is.
Hoodie, not ready. Start her up.
I mean, they're live.
Oh, what? I'm not ready, apparently. The spec
That's working.
for me, but it's okay. I'll make it work.
Mordekaiser banned,
Mordekaiser is banned away.
which is interesting. I've seen Gank first pick Mordekaiser a lot of times, but opting not to go that route here.
Because I picked Salo's spectator. Thanks for that.
We're gonna start
Anyways, Syndra going to be banned away from Hoodie.
attacking BK's
yeah.
champ pool.
BK's champ will slowly whittling before his very eyes. As we await the second ban from DTT. It's going to be interesting. A couple players know each other across these two teams.
Yeah, some familiar faces playing against each other. So I think that'll make for a more exciting game, knowing a little bit of insight of the other team.
A bit of insight indeed. Oriana going to be the last ban. As we await DDT's 2 no bans. Nicholas's Syndra going to be the only ban of concern for them. Or at least the only ban that they can be concerned with. Now it's interesting. Blue side was picked by iGank, the winner of 1v1. The Lucian looked so dangerous in the one game we got to see.
Yeah.
Both these teams are basically going in blind in regards to what the other teams play.
Yeah, I mean, DTT did get to watch that game 3, or had the opportunity to watch the game 3. So maybe they got to see a little bit, but we'll see why Hoodie took blue side, as their first pick should be coming through.
Hopefully. Fingers crossed. We just got best of 3
Oh,
waiting to be played.
Warwick.
Oh, Warwick.
First pick. That's
Warwick.
something.
A topic of discussion amongst the league community was above 65% win rate at one point. Got hotfix nerfed. I'll let you guess where it's going, but those of you that are familiar with rivals know exactly where. As DDT hovering and locking Zaya, the anti-Warwick maneuver in the ultimate. The feather pulls will be helpful as well. It'll be interesting to see if Hoodie opts in to even further engage what they decide to do without Zaya being picked blind.
Yeah, and I do believe that is one of Dio's most played AD carries. Looking to maybe take the Braum away. Probably. From Triumphant, who just popped off on it last game.
A nice takeaway there as we wait the response from Hoodie. Do you expect more bot side gameplay for this team? It's not that Vigar Fee didn't do nothing. He just really didn't need to do anything.
He did what he needed to do.
Yeah.
So I would expect they have a similar game plan. We'll see if BKs and Eyesight look to play together along the top side. But I don't know. It's going to be an interesting game as on paper, one team has a very strong bot lane and one team has a very strong jungle top. So we'll see. On paper only means so much.
On paper only means so much indeed. As Skarner gonna round out DDT's first phase of draft, while Brand and Caitlyn are locked in by HHE. So they're kind of cooking over there. Brand more than others.
Two Brand games today. First time seeing Warwick. I don't know if he played it the first series or not.
Unsure. As we're waiting the first ban of the second phase. DDT. Nothing went through. Lysandra could be the ban. Already gonna be banned away. Good response, even if they didn't know the Lysandra was banned. That's kind of one of Ari's counters, so banning that away is good. Waiting the second ban here. It's gonna be Nyx Aurora, which was piloted to great effect in that last match that we saw.
Okay. I think I have the game set up and ready. Now I can pay attention to the draft. Braum Zaya, I don't hate that bot lane together. It's fine. Braum might be a little tough into Brand if that is Brand support. Could be mid.
Could be mid. Sorry, I was doing stuff on
Could
my
be jungle.
end. I was taking the opportunity. Could be jungle. Could be a lot of things. Could be support. The Victor, the arcane buff coming through. Victor gonna be locked in for DTT as their fourth pick.
Yep, and we did send the announcement out earlier this morning that Victor was available to be played even though he was just reworked. So, nice to see him. Them.
Victor immediately locked in response. Or sorry, Victor. Xerath immediately locked in response, and Maokai going to be locked as well. Kind of a hodgepodge of things going on. Some poke between the Xerath and the Caitlyn. Good lockdown between the Maokai and the Warwick. Some big AoE with the Brand, but I'm not quite sure what their theme is here. Kind of like a solo queue comp.
It's a have fun comp. Maybe
Yeah,
test the waters in the game one. I will say not for sure that it's Xerath mid Brand support, but I may or may not have seen Mr. Nicholas playing a Xerath game at about 3 a.m. last night, this morning. So he's ready.
He's ready. BK is going to be able to lock in that Tom Kench, which proved to be really effective in that final match that we saw from DTT. But now we await the game 1 to commence of this Christmas Clash Finals. Winner of this matchup, not this game, but this matchup, will be crowned Christmas Clash champions. Winner of a small little cash prize for their time as well.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a tongue twister you had going on there, but yeah, first winners. We'll see. Game 1, as we know all too well, based on both series. Game 1. Do you throw it on purpose? Because apparently, if you win Game 1, you lose the series. So big brain opportunity. That's all I'm saying.
Maybe.
Uh,
But do we want to do the intermission now or after the draft in client?
We can do it here pretty soon, just to avoid an extra couple minutes delay. Our intermission is 5 minutes. Of course, spectators only 3 minutes, but it's probably going to take them a couple minutes to actually draft in client, since they are doing tournament draft.
Oh, we do have the draft screen up and available for you all. Predictions. You guys let me forget. Who wins game 1? Is it Hoodie? Or is it Don't Tilt Top? I'll put 5 minutes on the clock for you guys to get that in.
As I guess I really wasn't paying attention, but I guess it makes sense. Yeah, it is Maokai top for Hoodie. I guess that we kind of expected that. It could have been Warwick.
Could have been Maokai bot with the Caitlyn. Never knew.
Coulda, woulda.
Could have been Zara top.
We'll see. What do you
With
think about
biography.
the team comps? What do you feel?
Strictly from a team comp perspective, I think DTT might be a little bit favored, just because it's an easy front to back. They have a lot of CC. They have a lot of damage. They have a lot of tools to deal with Hoodie. But if Hoodie gets ahead, then the question becomes, can DTT come back? So if Hoodie's ahead, and they're out of objective first, it'd be kind of hard for DDT to approach, just because you'd be basically your only form of engage is that Skarner, perhaps even Abyssal Dive from Tom Kench. But either way, you're doing that into potential stun from Brand and follow-up damage from everyone else. So I'm going with DDT for game 1. CB, chat, who do you guys got?
Yeah, I'll do my quick one so we can send it to a little intermission here. I'm also leaning DTT, just strictly based on champions. I have a hard time going for a team that has Brand Zerath, but annoying champs for sure. So if they pilot it correctly, then it might be tough. But I don't know, Skarner, Sight on the Skarner and BK's on the Tom Kench. I mean, really all the way around, DTT are on a lot of comfortable champs here. So yeah, excited to get game 1 started.
Indeed. Well, we've said our piece. We're going to throw to a quick intermission, and we will be back for game 1 of Grand Finals here at Rivals Christmas Clash. See you then. Welcome back, everybody. Two grand finals here at Rivals' first annual Christmas Clash. Hoodie Esports on the blue side, Don't Tilt Top on the red. Both teams opting for a 5-point. DU and Clove getting aggressive positioning into that first bush there in the bottom side.
have a few, but I'm saving the rest for Rakan. Hey, watch it.
Looking at these team makeups, team champions, team compositions. There's the word.
Team peoples.
Team compositions. What do you expect both of these teams to accomplish, or try to accomplish at least the first 15 minutes?
I would think it's tough. You could either see Gank stay top side to try to balance out the fact that he has a strong bot side, or you could just camp your strong lanes. So I don't know. When you have poke, they're gonna walk in right here.
Careful. Playing it smart. Gonna walk in with the minions. The Q does land on a triumphant, but it won't amount to anything else.
Yeah, I mean your Victor wants to scale. Xerath can always poke, I guess. Brand can poke.
What has a harder arcane buff? Caitlyn or Victor?
What do you say to me?
Who do you think's gonna win?
He said arcane buff. No spoilers.
Yeah, arcane buff. I'm just saying they're both an arcane.
I don't
You
know
knew
that.
Yeah, whatever. I vote Victor. We'll see. As we see just occasional trades happening here and there. Rinda winning in both the health department and mana. As we see Twisted Advance from the Maokai. Nicholas does have to be close. A mobile mage corner coming through. Ooh, great use of the stun by Nick. Saves himself. The flash. I thought he was gonna have to flash anyways with the Victor damage, but Nick, knowing the limits, is gonna opt to stay here. Has to be careful as Randa will use the flash. Nick will follow with their own sight. Boulder toss goes wide.
Really looking for a kill on Nick. Not able to get one. Warwick hunting.
Warwick hunting indeed. Eyesight does have to be careful here, and I think he might just go down. Oh, great use of the Q on Warwick's kick. Eye gank following the flash. And I don't even know if Sight knew Warwick could do that.
Yeah, Warwick not a normally seen champ. Sorry. Kind of now, I guess top lane and XYZ, but we don't usually see it in our games.
We'll have to see if Eye gank with that first blood can push the tempo. Because I do feel like the longer this game goes, the easier it gets for DDT. Could be wrong. It's just how I'm feeling. Clove and Dio are trying to find Eye gank. Q will stop the back. Garner is here. I don't know if Hoodie knows that he is bot side. Look at top side.
Looks like fun.
What noodle fight? Oh, the Abyssal Dive will knock up Vagar feed, but he will just twist his advantage back into BK. Both of them healing. Vagar feed does have to be careful though. We're running out of mana quickly.
Yeah, if you could pick in that matchup, which champion would you pick? Top
we
side.
see
Oh, we have a bot lane fight.
A bot lane fight indeed. Eyesight doing a wonderful job setting up Triumphant. Triumphant opting to hold onto the flash. Try to get the stun off instead, but I don't think I actually connected onto that Skarner. So the Skarner able to find that kill will go into Dio's pocket. But yeah, back on that top side, I mean, I think Maokai is probably the more fun of the two, but I also feel like he's the most susceptible to getting 1v1'd in the tank matchup, specifically when BK's on that Tahm Kench gets ult. But I think after that, Vigar Feed probably has a little bit more team fight agency, a lot more presence with the ultimate in terms of just general team fight. Obviously BK's with the good Gobble's Feet. iGank going to be stunned up by Eyesight. Eyesight wasn't aware iGank was there. iGank aggressively flashing, and Nicholas gonna be able to follow iGank's fear with the ultimate of his own. iGank in the top side. BK's does not have the ultimate available quite yet, as Triumphant and Nicholas are going to find out Veranda. Veranda will be going down to that last Proco Brand's passive. iGank taken low, but BK's Bissell dive to safety. And a quick
Yeah.
1,500 gold lead.
Yeah, Hoodie looking good, making some plays. Don't think Skarner expected to randomly run into the Warwick there. And Xerath doing Xerath things with his ult. BK's nice ult onto the Maokai. Can he get him?
Ooh, great. Little W there from Vigar. Forward feed. Twisted Fan's gonna save his life. Still has a flash available. We see the neutral sides being traded. Grubs picked up by iGank and crew. Triumphant up here as well. BK is forced to flash out. Has to be careful though. iGank is here. Gonna be a Bissell dive to his own death. Kill will go to iGank. On the bottom side of the map, Verdi doing a decent job in the 2v1. As Triumphant was there for the Grubs top side. Early drag was picked up in response, but still just under 2,000 gold is the lead for Hoodie.
Yeah, a lot of roaming for the side of Hoodie, which seems to be working out for him. I don't think Brand had to do anything topside, but he was there. And Xerath, 1.5 roams and able to get some KP.
Both junglers doing the correct thing, playing into the opposing jungler's side that they just took the directive on. However, Sight won't be picking up the red buff, instead opting for the scuttle. And most of that gold lead is between both iGank and then a little bit from the rest of everyone. Except for Vigar Feed. As we see Triumphant finding a good stun on a Clove, but Eyesight is here. Forcing the flash out of Triumphant. The Braum ult will go wide. Pretty Ghost and flashing away, but Eyesight with a great apprehend. Clove will pick up the kill on the Braum as iGank going to be taken down, shut down by Victor's ultimate.
Yeah, new Victor ultimate. Guess it doesn't really matter if you just get one kill, but you at least get to see it.
You at least get to see it, indeed.
Yep. And KP meaning kill participation for the chat. Instead of just saying you got a kill and an assist.
Yeah. Looking at the gold lead, has shrunk a little bit. 500 now. Basically what separates these two teams. Lots of action for Eyesight around the spot lane of Dio and Clove. Whereas topside seems to be winning for this side of Hoodie.
Which is not exactly what we were thinking was going to happen. Just based on the on-paper analysis, but we see Victor and Skarner coming by.
Triumphant doesn't have flash available to himself. Both of these bot laners are without sums. As Victor going to be able to find the stun up on Triumphant. Triumphant actually, did the ultimate go off or did it get canceled? Either way, Triumphant will go down, will be donated to Dio. Caitlyn ult does come down. Skarner's pretty beefy boy. Won't result in much. Now, is a dive feasible? Or are they just gonna play for the one plate? Back off. Looks like that's
Probably
what they're
just to
gonna
play with the wave getting there. Playing it safe. Pretty even game. Overall, pretty close.
do. Pretty close indeed. What was once almost 2k of a gold lead. Oh, I don't know if Sight saw gank. Sight does have to be careful. Gank finding the ultimate. Sight able to flash away before Zero stun does come through. I gank stunned up by Miranda on the Victor. Victor going to find I gank. Return kill. That's jungler for jungler trade. It's Vigar feed. Oh, the Maokai ult just dissipates before finding BKs. BKs will get the Abyssal dive onto Triumphant. Clove is here. Clove picking up the kill.
Braum with a
the
solo
Braum
bolo.
ult. Next set of grubs is up. First set went the way of Hoodie Hoodie. Eyesight making his way. Wants to deny the potential 6 grubs.
Can Braum shield block Brand ult?
Not Brand ults, but can Brock the laser. His eyesight. And Igank getting into it. Igank taken very low. Running towards his Maokai. Eaten up by the Tahm Kench. Both the Tahm Kench and the Warwick go down. And Miranda stuck in a difficult situation. Flashing away, but walking into the enemy team's base. Not what you want to be doing as a Victor slow strutting. Might play for... Oh, he plays for the TP. Interesting decision. And we'll go down, shut down. Goes over to Triumphant on the Brand. But during that time, the Victor was taking. Grubs were secured by his team. 3s on both sides. Only about 500 gold lead for Hoodie Hoodie.
Yeah, and we have a 0-0-0 stat line for Caitlyn and Brand in the mix of a little bit of everything. I don't think you hate having kills on Brand support compared to having the 2 kills on the Braum. We'll see.
Brand's gonna be doing a lot of damage, especially when he gets the kills, but regardless, Brand just does a lot in team fights. That being said, Brand ult could potentially be stopped by a good Braum shield. As we see Dragon going to be secured by Hoodie Hoodie. Sight just getting back on the map, won't be able to contest that objective. About 13.5 minutes in is Veranda. Interesting decision to walk up there to try to poke, as he was a lone Victor. But Igank was not a lone wolf.
That's deep.
Yeah. Deep cuts with righteous rivals. As we see Sight doing his best to absorb this wave, but lots of poke. As we see Gank gonna be suppressed, but was not taking tower damage, so we'll be able to run away. And that might be first tower going down in the mid lane.
That should be it.
First tower secured. Now, based off the way this game is played, where do you
TP
think the
coming in.
new objective would have spawned? Hold that thought. As Vigar feed, TPing in. Wow. Interesting flash by Clove right into the Maokai ultimate. Will dodge out the Braum ultimate. Is Vigar feed with that twist advance. The W. Dio and BK slowed up by Nicholas on the Xerath. The remaining 2 members will get away as Eyesight taken extremely low by Igank. Igank will go down. As wow, the Xerath
Tom with the super quick movement.
finds his mark. Tom electing not to use that flash. 2 towers secured by Hoodie Hoodie. And now we're starting to see a bit of a gold lead develop. About 3.5k shaded under for them.
Yeah, just random fights breaking out left and right. Almost all of them going in the favor of Hoodie Hoodie. Do have the Rift Herald up. We'll see if either team tries to go for that. Drag's not up for another 2.5 minutes.
Sai
Warwick,
is on the bot side, Warwick is on the top, so you expect Hoodie Hoodie to be playing for that objective. I wonder if Don't Till Top is just going to give. Looks like that's going to be the case. Nicholas getting some poke in a Clove. Clove dodging out on the next Q. That Rift Herald was started up. Looks like it's going to be uncontested. Hoodie Hoodie will be able to use that to their advantage. It's a nice little W from Vygar Feed. Will stun up Verenda. And Verenda will go down, but does force Flash out of Nicholas. Braum getting a kill onto Brand on the backside of this fight. Clove going to go down to a flash forward by Ferdy on the Caitlyn. The Xayah ult dodged out by iGank, finding his mark on Eyesight, eventually turns his sights onto Dio and Xayah. Shutdown going to Ferdy as well. Now Ferdy, after a quiet game, is 3-0-1.
and Warwick did not tank that. Almost. Side a little too quick. Tom will
Yep.
get some stuff on the bot side of the map, but Hoodie Hoodie is just running them over in the 44 fights.
No, there's two up. They're too low. Just gonna opt for this tower, I believe. I don't think they
Victor
want to
should
take
Get a
an early as a flash forward from Vygar Feed. Will knock Clove back into his team. Great ultimate by BK's will save
little bit of an
the
overstay. Tom
Braum.
going in.
A little bit over an overstay. Ferdy gonna be able to be knocked up by the Abyssal Dive from BK. BK's doing a lot of work in that skirmish there. Saving the Braum and securing a kill. Shutdown going his way.
Yeah, just an overstay from Hoodie Hoodie.
As we
Xerath will
see,
pop the ult. We see part of it. Dragon's up in 29. Everybody will be back on the map. Victor needs it back.
Triumphant forced to flash away. Abyssal Dive would have connected. Eyesight getting aggressive here. Won't be stunned up by Triumphant. Triumphant should go down, but we'll get a lot of damage down in the process. However, those are 3 beefed up champions. So the ultimate won't really amount to much damage. With TP coming out from Verenda to secure that mid lane tower. Gank taken to below 50% HP. As these teams are posturing around this dragon, we'll be able to heal up on the Raptors, but that does mean Gank is without smite the next 80 seconds. So they're playing for a fight here. Hoodie Hoodie, while Dragon is going to be attempted to be secured, will go the way of Don't Till Top. I get caught out as well. Ferdy taken low. Will be slowed. Vygar Feed spin to the rest of the team. Will be knocked up by an Abyssal Dive by BK's. BK's is all alone. 2 for 1 so far. Clove has to be careful. Will spot out Nicholas. Nicholas should just get that kill. Nicholas on a rampage. 4-0 and 11 on this Xerath.
They're stuck.
And they're stuck. Should be 2 kills. Now, if they're smart, they stagger the death timers so they can easily secure the Baron. Sight will go down here. Verenda looks like he's trying to play for an execute. Vygar Feed is here. But Gank
Almost.
able to pick up that kill. So that should be the bottom tier 2 going down off the back of that fight. Obviously, not able to secure the dragon without the smite, but did secure a team fight win and get a tier 2 bottom tower out of it.
Yeah, I mean, Don't Till Top, they killed the Warwick. Not bad there, but then they spent a lot of time focusing the Maokai. Tom going in on the Maokai, I feel like he could have killed somebody else as he's going to find Triumphant.
Triumphant will go down for Tom's troubles. So BK's probably the only one with a gold lead for his team in Don't Till Top. Almost about a 2k gold lead for him. Meanwhile, the rest of the map, the rest of his team is struggling. As we look at the overall gold lead, about 4,000 in favor of Hoodie Hoodie. Nicholas unloading his ultimate, taking Dio low. Clove having to block the Kaylin ultimate, and wow, this is a lot of long-range damage coming out. The ultimate from iGank will be blocked. Dio able to save themselves with a great Zai ultimate. iGank does go down off of a little over-aggression. BK's obviously the TP into the mid lane. Sight is here. A lot of damage missing out. iGank being down, but I don't think Don't Till Top wants to stay. Blinking health bars, forced to retreat. And Hoodie Hoodie saying, "You may have won the battle. iGank might be down. We are winning the war." Meanwhile, Victor was able to secure tower on top side. A little bit of gold in their pocket. 3k gold lead is what separates Hoodie Hoodie from Don't Tilt Top. And an inhib secured. Gonna be some pressure. Ping's coming out on a Baron for Hoodie Hoodie.
Yeah, we'll see if they opt to do it. They will get spotted out as they have to clear this pink ward. Everybody is up. No
Looks like they're
TP on
gonna-
Tom Kinch though.
Fnatic Deathbrush. The pink ward will spot them out, so I don't think they're actually gonna elect to take this Baron. Maybe they're looking for a fight instead. Triumphant looking juicy on the brand, but will not go down. Dio doing their best to avoid the Xerath ultimate, taken down to a quarter HP. Viger feed flashing forward to try to secure the kill on Dio, but Dio doing a lot of work. Veranda able to pick up the kill on Veranda feed. Dio splashing out, being able to stun up with the Featherfall. Double kill for Veranda. BK is taken low, but will not go down. That's a 2-for-0 for Don't Tilt Top, off of a play that was opted into by Hoodie Hoodie.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of overconfidence there. You did lose your top and jungle, but the 3 strongest members are still up. So they do have super minions pushing into the base of DTT. Don't think anything's going to come out here. Dragon is up in a minute. I assume there will be a dragon fight instead of the Baron take. We shall see.
We shall see indeed. That's what looks like Don't Till Top is positioning for, towards this bot side. Meanwhile, Ferdy is on top with the Caitlyn. Maybe they're opting to give the Drake and start up a Baron. But Clove and Dio doing their part, finding vision onto the Baron to make sure that doesn't happen. Excuse me. Spiker feed will be spotted out by Eyesight. As mid lane push will go towards Dio and Veranda, but Veranda immediately feared up by this Warwick, having to flash out. Ferdy flashing forward to try to secure a kill. But that was a choice that was not needed to be made, as Ferdy will go down for that flash. And a giant abyssal dive will knock up Nicholas here. 2-for-0 so far for Don't Tilt Top. Dragon still is up and available. Miranda did get their back off, has the TP. Sight goes towards Baron, and they're going to try to fight for the purple worm with 2 of Hoodie Hoodie's carries down for the count.
Yeah, and I thought for a second that Hoodie Hoodie was just going to push down mid and see what they could get, but they are going to opt just to go get the dragon, secure their second dragon of the game. It feels like Don't Tilt Top has kind of found how they want to navigate these team fights. Hard front
Yeah,
to back,
they're-
protect Victor, don't let him die.
Yeah, protect the Victor, protect the Zaya, make Yank and Vigar go in, and then win the fight off the back of that, as opposed to trying to aggress into the side of Hoodie Hoodie. So we'll have to see if that trend continues. Hoodie Hoodie obviously doing their best, picking up the neutral objective as a consolation prize while Baron went down. So even in Dragons so far. But the gold lead has flipped to about 1,000 for Don't Tilt Top. Both these teams throwing haymakers. We are in Christmas Clash Finals. Nobody wants to go out a loser.
Yeah, a lot riding on game 1. The momentum, in theory, going into game 2 means a lot. Hasn't been the case. It wasn't the case in semis, but maybe will be different in finals.
Maybe indeed, BK's getting a solid push in with the Baron of minions on bot side. So we waits for the rest of his team to start putting pressure elsewhere. Victor gonna be slowly pushing in top. And oh, Triumphant seemed to be caught out by Dio and crew, having to flash away. Sight trying to chase Triumphant down. Triumphant actually gonna steal away a couple of the camps. Big one goes to Sight. As we see a siege start to develop. Oh, Triumphant going to be caught out by Verinda. With Verinda not messing around. Kill secured with that ultimate as Sight drifting back into mid lane. 2-2 will go down as well.
They have the Baron minions.
As the push continues into final mid tower remaining in the game.
Don't think they'll have enough to quite get that no minion wave. No objectives up, so they might just have to, call back.
Yeah, and you'd like to see Verinda potentially or somebody go on that top side as we see Nicholas doing a good job finding his mark with those ultimates. iGank gonna be spotted out by BK. Sight is here. We'll find the knock up into the wall. iGank down.
Don't think the Skarner ult was necessary, but back secured.
Bag secured. As we see the first question mark team of the tournament by Skarner. Alright, well, we like to have some fun. Alt chat. It's not only enabled, but some might say
Some might say
encouraged to
encouraged.
use.
Friendly banter is always fun. There's always a line,
Adventure
but
is always fun.
yeah, haven't really seen much of it today. Seen a couple mastery, a couple emo. That's fairly standard.
Yep.
All for some fun and competition.
And looking across the board, honestly, there hasn't been like a player in this game that has been like, oh yeah, like this is the reason why this team is losing. It's just been different decisions these teams have made. I feel like everybody kind of stepping up to the bat and playing extremely well here in this game 1 of Christmas Clash Finals.
Yeah, and I mean, going into this, even setting up the tournament initially, that's what we wanted. We wanted games to be close, series to be close. I mean, I don't think you can't get too much closer than this for it being 28 minutes in.
Yep.
Still, anybody's game. 2 drags each, 3 grubs each, 5 to 6 towers. I mean, that's pretty damn close.
Close indeed. About 2K separates these two teams. Or by 2K, definitely mean 4. It is what it is. It's been a long day. Lots of league. Quick maths. Ain't so quick right now. But Baron dissipating. Eyesight looking for an engage onto 3 members of Hoodie Hoodie.
Oh.
We'll find the 3-man ultimate. Ferdy having to be flashing out, but will be knocked up by the Braum ultimate. 2 quick kills for Hoodie Hoodie. Dragon coming up in 20 seconds. BK's doing the correct thing, ulting their AD carry, saving Dio's life. Nicholas has been kind of a menace with these Xerath ultimates.
Yeah, Xerath definitely hurting. Luckily for the side of Hoodie Hoodie, Victor was not there whenever Skarner ulted. That is the deadly combo. Skarner ult into the Victor. But still, 2 kills for DTT and should be a free dragon.
Full point for
Jinx rocket.
GT. No jinxes in this game, just Caitlyn's. Sights will be set on this Baron, spawning in 40 seconds. Let's see how DGT approach the map. Looks like they're gonna opt for 4-1 with Victor on side as they make their way to the big purple worm. Don't know if they know they're on vision. Red ward to be used. Sweeper. Do they try to force this objective on spawn, or are they going to look for a pick?
think that's a smart choice for Hoodie. No vision.
Yep. Just immediately started up by. Oh, can the Xerath get the steal?
Oh, and Victor will
No.
take it. Eyesight, saving Smite for next game. Smart choice.
Smart choice indeed. They're trying to get back. They wanted to make sure the inhibitor did not fall. Second Baron of the game for DTT. Can they close it out with this push? We will have to see. But so far, in the driver's seat is Red Team. iGank ulting away at the side of Clove on that Braum. Didn't want to risk it. Didn't know where the rest of the team was. 4-1 developed here. Tom Kinch on the top side. Eyesight. Ambitious.
Just seeing. Little drive through.
Will drive through action.
Need to get this tower on
Elephant.
this wave.
Rinda, despite the early game trouble, is doing a lot of poke on this Victor. Nicholas burning away. Now, I'd like to see a little bit more wave management from DDT, because right now the only wave that we'll be pushing with this Baron is this mid lane. And maybe that's just because they want to force a fight off the back of this tower take. We will have to see. And that looks like what's exactly to happen. iGank rooting and suppressing, or Sight rooting or suppressing iGank. iGank actually finding two members. Brand doing a lot of damage with the ultimate. And I'm not quite sure what happened or how it did, but 4 members of DDT taken out almost immediately. TP's coming down on the bot side. Can Hoodie end here?
Their best chance was just to run down mid lane if they were going to try that. I don't think they're going to be able to do that. A little bit of a sloppy fight started before the tower was down all the way. It looked like Victor ulted nobody. But I don't know. Interesting
Clove
fight.
does have to be careful here. Nicholas queuing the wrong way. Clove actually doing about half of Nicholas's health there. I think we'll find the stun with Clove. Pretty tanky on this Braum. So it looks like all that's going to be secured is the inhib for Hoodie in the mid lane. Which, unfortunately for DDT, the inhib for Hoodie actually respawned as well. So they will have a mid lane push here. Gank? Maybe. Or, I keep saying gank. I gank and I sight. Sight going back to buy an item.
Eye versus eye.
Yeah. Almost nothing else similar between the two, but just enough to confuse me.
True. They both are not the best at their vision scores this game.
This game. But we're coming down to the wire here, folks. 34 minutes in, even in kills. Slight gold lead for DTT. Who will win game 1 of this grand finals matchup?
It doesn't feel like DTT should be 5-man A-ramming.
Over and
They
over.
tried it 3 times in a row.
Yeah.
Finally got a tower, but lost their entire team for it. So
It's
Yeah.
something to pick up an uncontested soul. I wonder if Hoodie is just saying, hey, go ahead and pick that up for us. We don't really care. It's Cloud Drake. We're going to play for the Elder Dragon instead. We will have to see.
and of course, our game 1 of finals, I think, is gearing up to be our longest game.
On stream. I don't know what game 2 was on the opposite side of the bracket, but it seemed like forever as we see Ferdy almost picked out by Eyesight, narrowly dodging that engage with the net. Talking about A-ramming mid, all 5 members of both teams here as DDT tried to knock down his final inhibitor. As BK is all of a sudden is stuck between 4 members of Hoodie Hoodie and will go down. Not sure how that happened.
Yeah, a little bit of stuck out in no man's land. I don't think Hoodie Hoodie will get very much for that kill. As I say that, Baron is coming up in a minute. Tom Kench will be back alive, so maybe just pushing some waves, getting ready for the Baron fight, which might determine the game.
It very well might. About 30 seconds left on that objective timer. So we see both teams not wanting to lose this first game. Lots of grouping. NA Ram living up to his name in this first of best of 3. And Baron seems to be the name of the game. Will it be a fight to determine the ultimate game 1 victors, or will something crazy happen? Immediately started up by DDT, and what's interesting is the team with the push of super minions going to be late to this objective, and if they're not careful, they're not going to be able to contest at all. Okay, 2 neutral objectives now. The Dragon a little bit more forgivable to not contest, but this Baron going for free seems a bit wild to me.
Yeah, they were going to opt to push top, which I wish they would have done 10 minutes ago, but mid wave is pushing for Hoodie Hoodie. Somebody's going to have to back.
Looks like there's going to be BKs on the Tom Kench. Nope,
Just kidding.
Stop back. Vigar feed. Aggressively going in. Braum ult finds 2. Vigar feed ulting to disengage. Nicholas not able to find the mark on the Xerath ultimate there, as he has been so good at throughout the rest of this first game. And you would like to see the Baron just be, and this is the 3rd Baron DDT has a side gank ulting but not finding anybody to make it the back gets off. But this is the 3rd Baron that I feel like just could be used a little bit better for DDT. It's as if they're afraid to split up.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why. I feel like as Victor, especially if you're matched up with the Xerath in lane, you should be fine just to push. Same with the Tom, should be fine. Granted, you have to have the vision. But maybe they're just playing for this next Elder.
4-1 being developed yet again. Tom Kench to the bot side here. That does mean Vigar feed on the Maokai will be at this potential fight in mid first. Both teams clearing out minions. As we see a slow push develop in bot, minions will start to come into mid. Baron will do Baron things. 2 minutes on this Elder. And it looks like DDT just okay shoving in waves for the opposing team to farm. Great engage will find iGank. iGank actually able to buffer Eyesight's ult with his own ultimate. Clove in the thick of it. As we see Twisted Advance come forward, Vigar feed will be taken low, gank taken out. BKs on the backside of the fight will be taken down as well. Eyesight flashing away, narrowly avoiding death. Dio finding 1.
Dio is strong.
Dio finding 2.
And that
Purdy
could be the game right there.
backing. And it looks like this will be the final push. DGT only took 3 Barons, but they got there eventually.
Yeah. 3rd Baron's a charm.
3rd Baron is a charm indeed. GG's come out. Game 1 goes to Don't Tilt Top. Will we see the finals winner in the second game, or do you think Hoodie Hoodie can bounce back and force a game 3?
Ooh. I am going to lean Don't Tilt Top. I mean, Hoodie Hoodie had side select. They got some of their best champs. At least a couple of them. But yeah, we'll see. I'll lean DTT just because they have the game advantage. They have the momentum, and apparently, if they don't pick side, they can still win. So we'll see. But so far, every game 1, if you win that, that means that you lose the series. So we'll see what kind of trend we have.
Lobby being started up. I know both these teams eager to get into game 2 drafts, so we'll
Yeah.
go ahead and do that before our intermission.
Yeah, I'm gonna send it back over to us. There we
All
are.
right.
Because my lead client's thinking about bugging out for a second. So, yep.
Makes
predicted-
sense.
As predicted, right on
The
cue.
client has a 5.5 hour limit, it looks like, for CB.
I'm surprised it didn't make me exit out of the game. It exited out of the out of game, but still kept
not
it
the
open.
in-game.
So. Not the in game, not the important stuff. So I do believe for this potentially last game, who knows if DTT can pull it out, I do believe that KybeCat is going to sub back in for mid.
Still minus 2 bans.
Still minus 2 bans, so they're just getting around, just having one e-sub. So I mean, yeah, does DTT pull it out every game losing 2 bans? I mean, that would be interesting. I am
Be
back
interesting to
on
watch.
League, so I can get an invite now.
Did you get it?
I sure did not.
It's under Selu.
Say
game.
Wilson.
I wonder if the lobby's gonna be full. Triumphant or Clove, can you run down a spectator real quick? Oh no, you're in there. Never mind, never mind.
Well, okay. They are on top of it.
They're on top of it. Do we have spec?
We
lane?
are not going to swap sides, so it looks like
Let me get you spec.
Hoodie is going to opt to take blue side once again. I will need the spectator link. There she is. And cool. So I'll just go ahead and send us on over there. Makes it easy with a lot of logos and players since we're going to keep it on the same side.
We choose our outcome for a whole 0 points users. Total Top did win game 1. Thank you, KybeCat. We always like whatchamacallits.
We do love us
Compliments.
some whatchamacallits.
Compliments are good.
Isn't that a candy bar? Or something? Candy? That's before your time, it's okay.
It's before my time. Whatchamacallits? No, I think it's called Who's You What's It's? I don't know. Something like that.
What in the hell? You call me what you want, don't call me that. Almost ready for draft, waiting for DTT. They do have a player in the restroom. Or something like that.
I'm ready for draft. I'm also ready for this camera to get off of me so I can get out of this sweater. I'm heating up. It's just so exciting here in Christmas Clash Finals. So we hit a little bit of a lull before game 2 draft. Let Mans play Warwick.
Not just the
I
Warwick,
added
first
words.
pick Warwick. So we'll see if they
Excited.
swap it up.
Well, they have to, right? Fearless. Not gonna be first pick Warwick. I'll tell you that.
That is true.
Chat, how we doing? Are we excited to see what could be the final match
Oh,
of Rivals Christmas Clash as we get into draft? HHE opting to take blue side yet again. DTT, the winners of game 1. As CB mentioned, every game 1 winner has lost their series. Mumu going to be the ban.
a Moo ban. That might be Sight's first time pulling a Moo ban. Unless Clove also plays it, it makes sense. Double ban. Alawi, of course, not going to see that. BCase has played Alawi once or twice.
Once or twice. Will be interesting to see if Hoodie allows the Tom Kench to go through yet again. Tom Kench was effective in what it was able to accomplish. had a kind of a quiet game, but as most tanks do, got stuff done. Or will Hoodie opt to ban something else? Dio back into the mid lane, so it could be a Lux ban that we see instead. Who knows?
Dun, 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 dun. What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be?
Gonna be, I guess, is Lux or Tom, but maybe they blindside us.
Ooh, is this the first
Such a
time
lot,
Lux
or-
has been open?
For Dio and Clove, yes.
Interesting. We'll see.
I wonder,
Could be a
wonder if
bait.
they'll take it away. I wonder if they'll take it away on B1.
B1 Lux would be something else.
It's a flex. You compare it with, I think the Caitlyn was played last game, right? You can't pair it with the Caitlyn. You compare it with the Jin. Just theorizing here.
Yuck.
We'll have to see. I know Yumi's open. This is the Yumi patch, right?
Yumi is open.
Mordekaiser going to
Mordekaiser.
be locked.
Figured as much. Surprised they didn't do it game one, but maybe
So why
they
did
were.
I say that Tom Kench needed to be banned? It was picked. They can't pick it again.
Yep. Yep.
Mordekaiser is a takeaway from BK's.
Mordekaiser is a takeaway. They could have done this game one, but they big brained it and saved it for game two.
The elimination match. But Ash is up.
Ash is up.
Ash
Mordekaiser
not
could
P1.
be flexed to top.
Could be.
Don't know if Vigar or Feed plays it. Probably jungle, but we shall see. It's always flexible.
I'm just of the opinion that if you don't take B1 Ash and let it go through, getting it on red side R1, you gotta feel pretty good.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those. Wait, Ash is still up. Okay.
Is Vi going to be locked for
Whoa.
what I can assume to be eyesight? So Ash Vi, a lot of pick
Interesting.
right there between those two champions.
Interesting. I mean, I guess looking at it now, yeah. Two of Sight's main play champions were picked, and two have been banned. So we're opting for the Vi without seeing really anybody. Kaisa not
Kaisa
kill
not.
lane in the bot lane for Ferdy and Triumphant.
Braum, of course, off the table because of Fearless. Just saw
Sure.
it played in game one.
Some other options. I personally don't like blind picking Nautilus right now, but do have to think about you are paired with Ashe, so
Potential Morgana.
Morgana,
has
Rel,
been played by
Thresh,
Clove.
Zyra if you want to get frisky with it.
Zyra is a good pick.
Or do you opt to go top lane?
Do you
Top
just
lane
not
pick here.
pick? Oh, Leona, okay.
Solid,
Ash
solid,
Leona,
solid.
solid pairing. Good matchup into the Nautilus as well.
Good peel. You're lacking some damage with the Ashe. Actually, we saw Ashe played. Was it Kybcat last series that played the Ashe? That popped off in
Doesn't
like
work.
3 team fights and didn't get touched. Just
Got a Quadra.
dumping out damage.
Unofficial, I think. I don't know if he actually got an official Quadra.
It counts in my
As
book.
we look to the rest of the bands here, Nicholas's Aurora banned away. BK's Cho'Gath banned away. Okay. So BK's is going to go deep into the.
There's a couple
He's
that
pretty
I
good.
think he could pick, but I won't give any insight trading. I'm surprised that Hoodie didn't take the Aurora first phase. But I guess in theory you will get to see who you're playing against if you wait till second phase. Silas
theory.
and the Aurora, so 2 mid lane bans.
Ooh, the instant Ari lock. Silas ban, of course, making sense. Pretty good matchup into the Ari. Lissandra, potential counter. Outside of that, you got stuff like Vigar. You could go a skill matchup into something like a Kali.
He has the Vex, he has a Swain, he has a few other tricks up his sleeve. We'll see what they go.
It'd be Ziggs locked in, which I can only assume is going to go mid.
Probably mid.
League's top seems like a crime, but Tiger
It
Feed
could be. He does play it. Vigar Feed, I assume, plays it. That would be
could pull
interesting.
it out.
Blind would be wild, but
Blind in a long lane. Long lane Zig seems scary. But of course, he did it with the Malzahar and it went off without a hitch.
true.
Set is going to be locked in for Vigar Feed. So there you go. Zig's mid.
Could be Nautilus top.
Yeah, true. True. Set Kaisa.
Throwing it back a few patches. Splits.
Jax Hubbard. BK's Jax.
Ain't no way.
Never seen that man play Jax in my life. And it's going to be locked. For what could be the deciding match, Jax picked for BK's. Cool issues
Interesting.
potentially coming into equations. I feel like the Olaf was right there for the picking. But it's going to be the Jax.
Yeah. Granted, I don't know who's all good into set, but I was kind of expecting like Udyr, Olaf. Interesting. We'll see.
Interesting indeed.
Or is
Well-
it Jax Jungle Vi top? Of course.
Of course, dude. By mid, actually.
Yeah. Well, as we load in, since this is blind pick, it's gonna go a little bit faster. Want to throw it over to a quick
Oh,
intermission?
yeah. Intermission, we'll make sure to get the predictions in while we do this. So
Nice.
we'll be back on the back side of that. We'll be back on the flip side of that. We're back in what could be the deciding match between Don't Tilt Top on red side and Hoodie Hoodie on blue, as we see a 5v5 developing here on this level 1. Hepcat going to be immediately stubbed up along with the rest of the team. Ari getting the first blood, however. Triumphant taking low. iGank with the ghosts. Looking for BKs. Hepcat doing work. Basing very well on this Ashe, which, as you alluded to, was piloted so well. Weird little Triumphant Q. We'll find Hepcat. But when all is said and done, first blood goes over to Ari, and that is that.
Yeah, if you're DTT coming into this game, you already have the game 1 momentum. Picking up a kill there feels pretty good, especially with Mordekaiser passive. Interesting that it's one of the very few invades we've seen, and the other team just happened to be also stacking. So
A good scout prep.
that's
what
that
it sounds
scout
like.
prep.
Yeah, 600 gold lead off the rip. Does feel pretty nice. And the only summoner spells that were used were Clove's Ignite and a BK's Flash. So BK does need to be aware that he is susceptible to a gank, but iGank probably is going to be trying to farm till 6 anyways. So we see Vigar feed and BK's going at it. BK's taking it to level 2 first, taking Vigar very low. Triumph going to be stunned by Clove, but the level 2 advantage is in favor of Hoodie Hoodie. The hook will actually find a minion, and Triumphant's Flash will be quickly followed by Clove's Flash. So the level 2 advantage is a net neutral for
Yeah.
Triumphant and Hoodie.
Not really paying attention on the side of DTT of when Nautilus and Kaiser are going to hit level 2. So
Very lucky that minion was willing to sacrifice his
Yeah.
life.
sidestep.
This Triumphant does have Hex Flash available. They look to still be aggressive here. Looking on the top side, about even right now between these two top laners. A little bit of a CS lead developing in mid between the Ziggs and the Ahri. Nicholas getting the better of the two right now. Sun will find Vigar feed. Sometimes the camera just really likes top because top laners like to trade. As looks like Triumphant and Freddy gonna clear out this vision. Don't know if they know the buy is there. Ooh, the E will connect onto Freddy, but the stun will not follow. Eyesight and Clove have to be careful here. Sight gonna be hooked back into the team. Triumphant taken low. Will fall down with an aggressive flash from Hepcat. Freddy forced to use the cleanse early. Hepcat doing their best, getting a double kill. But it will be a 3-for-2 trade as iGank will find Clove.
Blue team triple kill.
Yeah.
Triple on the Mordekaiser here.
You have iGank on his one of, if not his best champion, starting out 3-0. Has to feel good if you are Hoodie Hoodie.
Has to feel good indeed. All summons being used in the bot side of the map. iGank will have his flash, or not his flash, sorry, his ghost coming up soon. So we'll have to see if they decide to put a little bit more pressure bot than what was previously done in game 1. Only about 200 gold lead for Hoodie Hoodie off the back of that play on bot side. 3-0 is the Mordekaiser. Hook will connect on the Hepcat, will be rooted Clove. And going to be peeling for the Ashe. Clove taking down low on this Leona. About a little under half health as Triumphant.
It's not a
Most secure level 4 and Triumphant is... Hooks will go wide, but Clove will be rooted. Clove able to walk out. As another hook will come through, Triumphant will find Kybecat this time. Kybecat going to be taken low and taken down.
Yeah, a little bit too aggressive by the bot side of DTT. Very surprised they stepped back up.
Very surprised. About 1,000 gold lead for Hoodie here as we approach the 6-minute mark. iGank 3-0 on the Mordekaiser. Yet to take over to 6. Grubs are spawning by around that neutral objective as BK's will stun up Vigar. BK's popping the ultimate. Vigar running away. Looking for the flash ultimate under tower, but it won't quite put BK's under tower. BK's walks under tower, has to flash away. Both top laners is taking extremely low. iGank. Eyes set on Dio, but Dio has that ultimate, and I don't think Gank can do much about it.
I is gonna get maybe seen by Mordekaiser.
Maybe.
Can we see? No. We're looking at set.
Look at that. All of the Void Grubs were ultimately collected by Eyesight. So a little bit of pushing power early here. Dragon is still up. But iGank on the top side of the map here. Going to elect it back. But a lot of wasted time, it feels like, on this top side of the map from iGank.
Yeah, you would think any team fight or skirmish that happens with iGank in it right now surely goes the side of Hoodie. I guess he's gonna go bot, try to fight for this dragon. I don't think DTT can fight for it at this point.
Looking at Eyesight here, so close to taking over to level 6. Actually, a little bit of an experience lead with those scrims being taken. There you see it, just ticked over to 6, and so if you're Eyesight, I think you're willing to fight for this dragon, knowing that you might have the level advantage. Going to be started up by DTT as we see iGank and Nicholas doing their best to
Mordekaiser
approach
does
iGank.
have an item.
Did use the ult, but doesn't have the ultimate available. Is iGank, is Clove trying to flash away. iGank will be taken out in the fray. Triumphant taken low. Eyesight does find the knockup onto Triumphant. Triumphant going to be taken down. Double kill for Dio on this Ahri, and Dio still has charges of the ultimate left. Dio with the triple kill. Nicholas will find a kill of their own, but a quadra kill for Dio on
Dio
this Ahri.
coming to play, going back into the mid lane this game. Played 80 carry. Last game, I mean, Ashe was free firing, Ziggs was chasing down the Ashe, and Ahri not really getting touched, and I'm going to assume she's going to get focused next team fight.
You would hope so. 5-0 on this Ahri that had been banned previously by, various teams in the last semifinals match, but looking extremely scary. 5-0. As we see BK's gonna be able to stun up Vigar feed. Gonna look for the ultimate underneath his own tower. Vigar feed won't find it, and one hop will secure a kill for BK's on the bot side of the map. Clove trading aggressively into Furdy. Kybecat unloading into Triumphant, but Clove coming out worse for wear. Just about half health as Triumphant does take over to level 6. Has to be careful, but Vi is here. Triumphant going to be knocked up by the Vi. iGank is here as well. Great ultimate by Kybecat to buy themselves some time. Enchanted Crystal Arrow will stun up Gank. Gank does use the ultimate onto the Leona, but Kybecat still is free-firing. Sight trying to buy Kybecat some space, but both of them will ultimately go down after TP expended by Nicholas. But Dio is here. Dio has ult. Can
Seems a
Dio
little
3v1? Seems a bit aggressive. Big shutdown on the Ahri, but does find
Can get out.
kill onto Ahri or onto Mordekaiser, but a shutdown for Furdy, unable to get out of the fight.
So a shutdown for a shutdown. I don't think it's worth it. She used flash, she used ult, and gave her shutdown to Furdy, who has popped off on previous games.
Oh, trading aggressively to Nicholas here. Nicholas does not have the satchel after being used on your screen, but hook just a little short. Clove will be able to walk away. That's a lot of damage onto the support of DTT. But meanwhile, on the box side, top side, BK is opting into the lethal tempo Jax, something I hadn't noticed before. Putting a lot of damage into Vigar feed. Vigar feed. Gonna have to back away. Gonna give them a little bit of a cushion for this grub take.
So overall, pretty even. Mordekaiser's coming in. He is
I
big
ganked
man
here.
mode.
Doesn't have ult though. BK is gonna look for a stun after a great ultimate by Eyesight, and Igank says, I know you're taking grubs, but why not a free Mordekaiser while you're at it? Set is here. Great charm from Dio into the knockup from Eyesight.
Ash Arrow.
BK is unable to find the stun. Ash Arrow will stun up Triumphant. Triumphant will get taken down by the volley from the Ash. And Dio doing so much work on this Ahri pick. Elusive, slippery, and doing tons of damage.
Yep. Dio popping off in this potentially series closing out game.
Intentionally indeed. Meanwhile, on the bot side, Nicholas doing what Ziggs does. Finding himself some tower plates. But I think you're okay with giving the Ziggs some gold as you're winning out on the opposite side of the map. 6 grubs secured for Don't Tilt Top.
Absolutely. You do not want to give grubs to the side that has the Ziggs. So picking up all 6 for DTT
Ooh,
feels good as I
needs to Be
gank.
careful here. Will be chain CC'd.
Have
Knock
ult.
up into. Does get the ult off, but it's onto Kaib Cat. Kaib Cat does pop the summoner spell, and Eyesight will find the kill. The barrier playing a big part in that.
Barrier, and I think Kaib Cat dodged the first that Q by gank. Don't know if it would have mattered, but yeah, gank going from 3-0 now to 4-4.
Yeah, and for a second there, they had about 1,000 gold lead off the back of that first tower take, as BK is putting a lot of damage in a set. Has to be careful there, as 3 members of Hoodie making their way towards the top side. But then off the back of the Igank getting picked and the dragon, that gold swings into the favor of Don't Tilt Top. And how could he be tilted as top right now? You're almost 30 CS up. 1-0-2. Got 6 grubs to work with as the Jax. BK is feeling pretty good about what's going on right now in this second game.
Absolutely. I don't think it's going to be a game where BK's gets tilted. So DTT sitting pretty as we move into the mid game. What do we have coming up next? Rift Herald spawning soon.
Rift Herald spawning soon. Within 15 seconds. I think the gray hourglass means 15 and the yellow means 5, but I could be wrong. Could be feeding false news, false information. Sights are set onto BK's. Ping's coming out. Mordekaiser backing here right as the Rift Herald's going to be spawning. That's not an objective you want to give to the team that has 6 grubs, because that's a lot of pushing power if they decide to ride that Herald into a tower.
Absolutely. We will see if we fight at this Rift Herald or not. DTT gearing up for it. Has the mid lane push. I think if Kaisa backs, it's free.
Kaisa's gonna back. So it should just be a free Rift Herald take. Could be a mid as well. They might be able to win out on 2 parts of the map here. Mid tower into Rift Herald. We'll have to see. Igank is waiting in the wings in mid. Dio spots them out. Hypecat does have to be careful here. Igank is nearby. During this entire
Ooh.
time.
Stop on a dime.
Ooh, wow, the charm off the mist. Nautilus Q, great enchanted crystal arrow as well from Kybecat. Huge stun from Clove, forces the
Ulting.
Clove out of Purdy. Igank does find the ultimate onto Clove. Clove will probably be taken down here.
Oh.
Great flash will save them. Unfortunately, Nicholas does find the return kill on the ult. So 2 for 1 when all is said and done for DTT. Rift Herald is in the pocket. Dio, that entire side still has ultimate available. So Ferdy and Nicholas need to be careful here. Already 2 items completed for this Ari.
Yeah, Dio is very strong, hitting a bunch of charms as I jinx it.
You did jinx it, and Dio's gonna be taken down.
Yeah, I stopped
Well
mid-sentence. It
played by
didn't count.
Ferdy.
It was my fault.
Ferdy able to punish the overaggression from Dio. As soon as that charm misses, you feel like you have to back off as the Ari. Nicholas is gonna be taken very low. Kypecat forced to retreat as Triumphant is here. Triumphant going to find all the CC onto Kypecat and the Ignite as well. Meanwhile, Clove was trying to find the kill onto Ferdy. Lots of action happening in this mid lane. Eyesight is here, but I don't think he'll opt to go in.
Nope. Sees the
the Ferdy.
Mordekaiser just in time. He probably would have gone for it. Yeah, a couple sloppy plays from DTT, giving over some unnecessary kills.
Yep, still about 1,000 gold lead for DDT. Jax quietly building a gold lead in this 1v1 against the Set. Set does find the pull onto the Jax. Jax will find the stun onto the Set. And yeah, it's going to be really hard. I mean, it's even going to go worse as the game goes on, but it's going to be hard for this Set to ever deal with a Lethal Tempo Jax on side. Will be interesting to track that as the game develops, because with 6 grubs, this Jax could just potentially win through wave management on side lanes.
Wave management.
Wave management.
Looking like
25
a...
seconds left on the dragon here.
We do have the Rift. Vi still has the Rift. Will they use it mid before this fight?
Oh, taken low before the fight even develops. A little over half health for Clove. Rift Herald will be dropped. Triumphant will go wide. High Gank is waiting in the wings. Gonna pull up sight. Will not opt to ult as Kypecat gonna ride that Rift Herald away. My guess is Kypecat did not mean to click on the Herald.
That's
Had
one
to
way
use
to use
such a-
Rift, for sure. Now it's a 6v5
Safe.
fight.
Yeah. And speaking of 65, the attention was on the Rift Herald as the fight breaks out. BK's on this Jax, already taken low. BK's in the Death Realm, having to flash away from iGank. iGank will find the kill. 2 quick kills for iGank and Set. Kypecat gonna be the last remaining members as Dio gets the heck on out of there. And while the dragon was secured by DTT, the fight is won by Hoodie.
Yeah, I think splitting 1 or 2 members from DTT was still hitting the dragon as the fight started, so that of course falls in Hoodie's favor, having kind of a 5v3 fight when it first starts. I don't remember who gank ulted, but it worked out.
It was the Jax. Jax got taken low, gank, ulted, and finished the Jax off.
Huh?
So we got ourselves a brouhaha. You like these words, don't you?
Yeah, I ain't gonna judge you. Somebody might, but I ain't.
About a 1,500 gold lead for as BK's just no hesitation.
And he might
takes the
still be able to
the
fight
eye
this.
gank. A Vigar or feed is here. BK is gonna have the counter strike available here. It needs to dodge out on the W from Set and does, and that's gonna be a 2 for nothing.
BK's man moding.
And we were making fun of the Jax pick, but it looks like he knows a little something about playing this character.
Yeah. Looks like it's
Champion
working out
type
for him.
of-
Same.
Same. 4 members on the top side here. Splitting the map beautifully is DTT.
Yeah.
Zig's going to be the only member to collapse. Has to be careful though, because Clove, Dio, Vi, all of them can pull the trigger. As BK is going to be caught out by a Triumphant Ultimate. Ferdy not able to quite finish the Jax off, as Triumph is going to flash and ignite to make sure BK's goes down.
Yeah, and that's BK's maybe a little bit too confident. I know maybe he didn't see them, but You don't see anybody on the map. Have to assume they're there. You're a little bit too low to be pushed up that far.
It does have the TP available. About 20 seconds left on his death timer. Mid tier 1 is the play for DDT as Triumphant taken extremely low, and Vigar Feed does get the W off, but will ultimately go down. Kill goes over to Clove as a great Triumphant hook will find Dio. iGank ulting the Ahri. iGank without the ultimate available. Will be interesting to see if this fight continues to develop, and it looks like both teams electing to back off. Tier 1 still up for Hoodie in the mid.
Yeah, and Don't Tilt Top really just giving Hoodie opportunities left and right to get some free kills. Dio getting a little too aggressive going under the tower. Clove luckily getting out because of the Ash Volley. And yeah, Dragon minute 45. Assume that'll be our next team fight. Doubt they will go for Baron.
Only 600 gold separates between these two teams. And I'd like to see BKs on the top side of the map here, with Dragon going to be the next objective taken. Either way, DTT does have two great champions for potential 1v1, as this is aggressive pathing by Clove, but Triumphant maybe thought he was getting baited.
Yeah,
Doesn't-
Jax does have the TP advantage over Set. We'll see if that comes into play here as Baron is up.
Eyesight caught out by Triumphant. Q flashing away his eyesight. Gonna be able to get himself out? Nope. Verdi finishing off the kill with an ultimate. Zeus ultimate used in the process as well. But BK is on this side lane. We talked about it. It's gonna be a force to be reckoned with. Vigar or Feed has to be careful. Baron started up for Hoodie. BK does have the TP available. Ash pushing in mid, trying to get that 2-1 secured. They do have vision that Baron has been started. But it looks like they're not going to contest. Instead say, hey, our jungler's down. You guys won that play. Now the onus is on Hoodie to take this Baron and build a bigger lead.
Yeah, it seems like the lead was going back and forth for a while, and now Hoodie, decent little gold lead, 2K.
Decent little gold lead.
2.5K.
Indeed. Drag coming up here in 4 seconds as well. You'd like to see them use Baron to pressure that Drake. Looks like they're going to opt to run straight to it. Ahri is on the top side of the map, does have TP available. BK is walking down bot.
Feels like one you can just give if you are DTT. Don't really have a choice, I guess.
Yep, that's down, but the mid lane push is in favor. Top lane will get a tier 2 secured, I believe. The Ahri should be able to knock down the tower. As BK needs to be careful here. Oh, gotta catch out Triumphant. This is why you don't stagger backs. Triumphant gonna do all they can to get out alive, but between the Vi and the Jax will eventually fall.
See, no one gives love to the support, allowing their teammate to back. I get
Just
it.
do it at the same time. We see a little bit of a ARAM beginning to form here again. 4 members of DTT in the mid lane. Jax doing Jax things, splitting on the bot side. And it looks like Vigar Feed will go down there to match him. Nicholas taken extremely low. The charm does land on a Nicholas. Dio has 1 charge of ultimate available. iGank just
CC to death.
CC chain to death. And the enchanted Crusader goes a tad wide. But I said is here, does have the ultimate available. Stun will be found by BK's already having to flash out, but for a team that had Baron, it sure didn't seem like it, as it's a 2 for nothing trade.
Yeah, and that's huge if you're DTT.
Ooh,
Second
flash
going.
forward from Vigar Feed to find a potential play, as he will
CC
be
to
set
death
up
again.
at BK's. And it seems like a little bit of a chain int going on. None of these teams want to give up on the play. Clove didn't look like they knew that there was no wave available. Sight needs to be clipped. Careful here. Triumphant. Uh-oh. That's a hook that you wish you could have back.
Yep, that's one of those, but it's such a free hook. You have to throw it sometimes. Limit test.
Limit test. Triumphant did find their limit. And it was that play. But still, looking at the game state, only about 1,000 gold lead in favor of DTT. It's been a back and forth matchup thus far. The objective timer is going to spawn almost simultaneously, about 10 seconds separating Dragon from Baron. Dragon up first. As we approach this mid game, what do you hope both of these teams can accomplish? What are their win cons? Like, how do they kind of break this back and forth affair?
It feels like DTT has the more clear win con, as if they just cleaned up some of their overstays and overaggressions, they have the team fight, they have the CC to pick somebody to death.
Speaking of picking somebody to death, Vigar Feed. Ooh, susses out.
Think
Potentially.
something's going on. That's stream snipe.
Something's up. Yeah, with the 5-minute delay, you see that in the future. Vigar Feed just playing safe. Does save his life.
Hoodie, I think they have the pick potential, because DTT sometimes overstays and overaggresses, especially in the side lanes. So yeah, I don't know. I think it's open for anybody at this point still.
It's like a 4-1 being developed yet again. Kind of a common theme we saw from DDT last game. I mean, that last Baron was the first Baron taken by Hoodie, which doesn't seem like a big deal, but there was 3 Barons taken the previous game. They are now on the board.
There's still time for that. Could have another 3 Baron game. DTT has the mid push. Drag's still not up for a minute, so they're going to have to push another wave. Bot and mid. Maybe they're going to look for a little cheese action here.
It looks like DDT is fishing for a pick. BKs and Eyesight going to be spot out by a good board. They know the whole team is here. And it looks like Hoodie might just opt to give this Dragon and allow DDT to be put on soul point. Gonna have a hard time approaching this objective safely. Say that.
They're
Making his way into the jungle.
looking to fight for it.
A little bit of a Fnatic death bush. As Kypcat needs to be careful, all alone in the mid lane. Dio is here, does find a Charm onto Triumphant. Triumphant gonna be taken down, forced to flash away from BKs. Vigar Feed doing what they can, gonna ult some BKs into the rest of the team. I don't know if that is the correct decision. BKs does have the stopwatch available. And this is gonna be a clean fight won by DDT. Is it enough to potentially end the game as the Charm does connect? Dio on the Ahri doing work. Wow. Is that game? 20 seconds on the carries. Now DDT might just opt to
Oof.
play it safe, find the inhibitor, and then look for Baron.
With the grubs, it would have been cool to see them try.
Maybe if Vi was there.
Maybe if Vi was there.
Yeah, Vi was getting the
Blame
soul
sight.
during that
It's his
time.
fault.
Soul point. Playing it slow is DDT.
Yeah, I mean that. Great fight.
That's game opener.
That's a full Zonius for the Jax now.
Full Zonius. Out of 5,000 lead for DDT. Baron on the
You
table.
Would think if it's just another straight up 5v5 fight, front to back, DTT should be favored in it. But
Ooh, Enchanted Crystal Arrow hits, but a great cleanse by Ferdy. Actually, Dio taking low. Ferdy does have the ultimate available. Oh,
Ooh.
just taking over as Zig's ult. Just a little off. But that is cleanse from Ferdy. Ahri is going to be able to back. Does have TP. Meanwhile, this entire time, Jax is pushing on the bot side. Baron is started up. Sight needs to be careful. We'll be walking into Vigar Feed.
Dio has TP and they're on vision.
Dio has TP.
Let's see what Jax does.
Let's see what Sai can do. As the TP comes in on mid, it looks like Jack's gonna try to end through
They're gonna
mid.
try to stop the backs.
The stops, yeah, backs are gonna be stopped. Igank's gonna be taken low, and ultimately will go down. Ferdy ulting forward.
2 people are gonna get back off.
Kybecat gonna be taken down, shut down for Ferdy. But if we look at the base, I think, does Jax win it? Jax with the double stun into immediate Zonias. And then, oh, the shutdown for Nick. It was close.
A little greedy. It seems like DTT had a game plan. They went for it. Respect it. It's always interesting seeing somebody TP from one lane to another. Maybe you pull that trigger a little bit earlier, TP to mid if you're gonna do that anyway.
All I know was Eyesight was confident that was gonna work, hitting the GG in the all chat before
Oh,
the
did he?
Nexus fell.
I missed
Yeah.
it.
It was close, but
I
one
mean, the
tower
tower's
still
at full
remains
health.
for
I
the
don't know if I'd
Nexus.
say it's
Yeah.
super close, but I don't know about the Jax instant Zonias.
Feel like if Jax and Ari just TP'd to the Baron, they would have had an easier time just finding a win there.
Yeah,
like,
how do you
acing them?
4-for-0 team fight them and then opt to not team fight right after that?
Who knows?
They
Well,
wanna make
off
it
the back of
interesting.
that Baron take, an interesting macro call. Only 600 gold separates these two teams.
Yeah, anyone's game. Are we gonna have another 3 Baron game? It might be 2 down, 1 to go.
It might happen. Who knows? Only 3 towers remain for Hoodie. So while the gold is close, the map state definitely favors
A lot of ultimates coming out.
DT. Ultimates coming between the two
3?
supports.
Okay, just 2. I lied.
Ziggs will find the tower. Satcheling. Jax pushing in top, but base racing a Baron is always scary.
Here.
Gonna be set back. Jackson Crystal Arrow is available. Waiting for DDT to pull the trigger, but opting not to do so. Maybe
A
waiting
little
for,
too low. They're
maybe
walking
waiting for
through
Vi to get close.
the full minefield. Gonna
Vigar
collapse.
getting aggressively into BKs, but I don't think they win the 1v1 straight up. Vigar Feed does have the ultimate available, but BKs gonna
I
find.
don't think he needed
one
all.
to
He could have gotten
kill.
out. Close.
Triumphant gonna find BKs, but BKs gonna be able to do a ton of work. He has Q available to him. Oh, does BKs get out here? Nope. Ghost Flash used by the jungler and support duo. BKs will ultimately
Interesting
go down.
ult by iGank right before Dragon. Could take the 4v4 fight if you're the side of DTT. The other 4 members of Don't Tilt Top didn't really have anything to do when Jax was top. So we'll see if they 4v4 fight.
Uh-oh. Deathbrush gonna be spotted out by a ward, so Hoodie knows that DDT has control of the bot side. As Vi gonna be stunned up by a iGank, but iGank does not have the ultimate. Clove is in the thick of it. Dio doing damage on the backside. Clove able to find a ride into the back lane as well. So Vi going down. Leona going down. Vigar Feed does have the TP. Meanwhile, BKs will be up here in 10 seconds. Has the TP available. That's going to be the Dragon Soul warded off for at least another 5 minutes.
Yeah, and it just felt like the side of DTT couldn't get through the beefiness of really just Nautilus.
Got a little antsy, I feel like. Vi just kind of went in alone. Could have waited for BK's death timer before trying to make a play, but 1,000 gold lead, give or take, for Hoodie, and what has been kind of the definition of a back and forth with Bear as we approach 35 minutes.
Yeah, another long 40-minute banger. Triple Baron game. We think the team fight at Baron might decide the game here.
Essentially, I
we
feel
do
like
have
whatever team wins that, the death timers will be so long that it could probably just end.
we see BK's opting to back. I assume he has a buy. He does.
Fix the
He does
Sterk.
have the TP. Gonna go back bot lane. We'll see what Set's gonna do. Is Set gonna go bot and match the Jax? Kind of has to.
Seems like most of Hoodie's success has been off picks or errant plays. People getting too aggressive or being caught out, and so let's see if DDT can slow it down a bit, get on the same page. Charm just missing out on Triumphant there. Double buffs for Hoodie or for Don't Tilt Top.
They're gonna just say screw the Baron. We're gonna go mid.
Yeah, they're looking to end the game.
Making
Looks like
Hoodie
all 5
make a
members of
decision.
Hoodie are backing. So now
should be
Baron pressure
in
will
mid.
be in the favor of DDT. Let's see if a fight breaks out here. As the effort. Oh wow, that's a great ultimate and knock up into Ferdy. Ferdy able to flash ult away. Shutdown will be secured by BKs. The AD carry is gone. Dio is down. Enchanted Crystal Arrow will find eye gank. 2 for 1 so far in the favor of DDT, but the fight is not over.
How are they gonna play this here? Do they go Baron? Do they go with bot push?
There's a bot push.
They have the
DDT can work
grubs.
the end.
They're low.
Clove is taken down. Eyesight will find a knockup on a Triumphant. Clove able to find and send up Nicholas. Nicholas
free
will knock her
firing.
down. BK's just taking towers. And that is a flash away from Nicholas. Can Nicholas save the game?
Can they?
Will Christmas Clash go to DDT and they will win 2-0.
I did not think the
In-
game was going to end there. That is a late game macro call. You do not need to fight at the Baron when the base is almost wide open. Whew.
Wow. What a last game.
That's a way to end not only our first tournament, but also that game. I mean, didn't have that on the cards. That's awesome. Good for both teams. Close. Both games were close. A lot of back and forth. Shout out to Hoodie Esports for taking second place in 2 banger games in this finals matchup. And of course, shout out to DTT, Don't Tilt Top, for our first ever Rivals champions.
Yes, indeed. Gotta complete the prediction. Sorry, I'm a little bit distracted. I mean, what a game to end out our little first event here at Rivals. I expect more in the future. Do we want to make a poll while we close out this stream to see what kind of weekend in January would be best for most, or do we just want to wait and just do it in the Discord?
We can do a ping if you want. I mean, you could do
Yeah,
a poll,
we'll
but
do
you could do.
We'll do a poll in the Discord. That'll
Okay.
work.
Cool. Yeah, so
Um,
look for that post in Discord. If you're not in the Discord, you're just spectating today. Here on Twitch, you should be able to scroll down and join the Discord. We are going to have our second tournament in January. Date still pending, but we will send that out and have some more fun.
Yeah, you want to throw it back to us real quick, just so we can close this out. They can see our smiling faces after this great finals matchup. First of all, thank you to all the teams that chose to participate. No, it was a pretty last minute kind of affair, but I hope you guys enjoyed the stream, the work that went into it. I wouldn't say it was a perfect event, but it was pretty good, all
Yeah.
things considered.
Yeah, it was fun. A lot of moving parts. Still ironing out some of the specifics and details, but overall went pretty well. And much appreciated to all of the players that played. I mean, technically with some of the E-subs, we had more than 4 teams, I guess, technically participated. But our next tournament, aiming to get a full 8 teams for our next one. But yeah, this one went overall pretty well.
Pretty well. Thank you all for the support as well. Lots of follows. Moby with the gifted subs. But yeah, just thank you to the teams for showing out. Really great games to cast. It was back and forth pretty much every game except for one that we did.
Yeah.
Um,
All both series. I guess technically all three series. We got to stream a little bit of
yeah.
either game threes and two of them, and then that last one was two really close games. So yeah, no boring series over here. And so I don't forget, because we missed it a little bit earlier, much appreciated to Mr. Max. This has got to be your name, small TT Nova, Dreezy P, and E Bindsy. Much appreciated for the follows.
Much appreciated for the follows indeed. I'm happy with everything turned out. Congrats to Don't Tilt Top winning the first annual Christmas Clash. I hope you guys enjoyed the Snow Rift, all sorts of different things. Sad to see it over, but about ready. Coming out on that 6.5 hour mark. I've said my piece. Thank you so much for participating and watching and doing all the good things. CB, do you have anything else to say? Or can we send it out?
No, thank you for everybody for tuning in, even if you didn't play. So we'll see you on the next one.
Yeah, hopefully get you involved. And with that, we're going to cut to a little thank you and wish you all a happy New Year, good Christmas, all the holidays. There might be one more stream, potentially more for the gold team as we watch their playoff journey unfold. But other than that, that should be it from us here at Rivals.
Yep.